pride in my hair. But yeah, it's coming in. It's getting to the point now where I can start styling it a little bit. Oh God, we're on.
Oh wait, it's Open Comms. It's Friday. Welcome. We made it.
Hey,
Oh,
we
Oh
did it.
God, we're on. That's funny.
Another week.
Another one in the books.
Another one down.
Cheated him
What
out
do
of
we do the
another one.
books? I don't know.
I've been cooking them for
Books.
years.
Another one.
I like it.
Every week I write it
What
in my
flavor
book.
do you use when you cook them? Is it like chicken noodle flavor? What?
I'm a Jamaican jerk guy.
Oh, that'd be good. I bet.
Mm.
I like a little
Yeah,
spice,
yeah.
a little sweet. I don't know. I don't know the full.
I like a
flavor
little
profile.
tikka masala sometimes. It's pretty good.
I put a little hoisin sauce on there.
Oh goodness.
Mine are mostly rum flavored, I think.
Tikka masala is my jam.
Happy affiliate
you were-
anniversary.
Oh
What's
yeah,
this do?
affiliate anniversary. How old is this channel?
Hey.
Well, how old is our affiliate status? 4 years, 5 years, 10 years?
At least one.
At least one.
That's a good point.
Because it's your anniversary. It's
It
an-
should say
ah,
happy- And
What if it's like
anniversary.
I'm glad you
a
got
middle
that
school
joke down.
affiliate though, and
Thank
then it's
you.
like it's really only been like 2 months, and it's like it's an anniversary. You know, they don't know how the words work.
Oh, yeah. I get you.
Oh yeah, I didn't get the names.
Like a clingy high school girlfriend. It's our 1 month anniversary.
Words
Shut
have
up.
meaning, bitch.
We all did that, LB.
I know that. I
You
mean,
I never did.
that's why I just said it as middle school and like classified everybody who ever went through that in it.
Everybody had their 1 week anniversary, their 2 week anniversary.
Nope.
LB was doing like
Remember
grade
those
7
days.
or whatever they call it up there.
Too mature for that.
I don't know what we're talking about.
I don't know either.
We're
Just
talking
talking
about
shit.
dating, which apparently half of this panel doesn't know anything about.
Oh, I'm way out of the game.
Yeah.
I haven't
And LB
dated-
hasn't had to
I
court
haven't
in
dated
ages.
in 30 years.
No.
Let's see, what was I doing? Oh yeah.
Oh,
What was I
Drayden,
doing?
apparently
I
I'm
know
what I
on
was
doing.
Skyhawk.
I was drinking.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Akron,
Thank
What
you,
hap-
Millen.
what happened to Skyhawk?
Militant.
Manic
Oh, his nameplate.
got him, so Skyhawk is gone now.
Good job.
Oh,
Akron,
shit.
what you drinking?
There can only be
He's
one.
still alive.
Oh, we
he's
got
not
music.
gone.
We got music.
Gone.
He's just not on the show tonight.
We're not doing
Oh.
a shot for Skyhawk. That's
I
cool.
I thought he like got buried in Ohio.
Why
in a
not?
Cornfield somewhere.
He's alive. He's fine.
Did we get some
I'm
around
doing
the
a
horn
shot
music?
to his continued wellness
Okay, let's do
Hell
that.
yeah.
Okay, listening.
To Skyhawk's continued health.
to help balance out all the Vlad death shots we've done over the years.
We've been doing good about not doing death shot. I think the
We have been good.
Celebrity stopped dying for a minute.
yeah. Well, I think
Oh, we
Keith-
stopped caring. too.
Donald Sutherland last week was I think the only one. That was the first one we've done in a while.
That's right.
I
You're right.
liked him.
You're not wrong.
He was a great actor.
Yeah.
I saw one on the page today, and I was like, either Vlad's gonna come in or whatever. You know, we'll see. We shouldn't dwell on it because then I might as well have just brought it up. I'm not trying to. Hey,
Um,
what's
there's
the
a
next
sale.
person drink?
There's a
I don't
sale.
know,
on.
Did
Did
we
you
don't
guys
have
know
the
that?
music. We don't have
I
the music.
just raised my drink because you can tell I
We haven't gone around
found the
horn yet.
chroma spot or
No, it's
whatever
not
the
yet.
blur.
Let's do the sale quick before we
What
do
is
the music
happening?
and stuff.
What sale?
There's a 50% sale on Omega and MCTs right now in the New Eden
Yeah.
store. So if you are the kind of person who shops with Plex, this is for you. 1 month Omega and 2 MCTs, or 3 months Omega, 6 and 12,
in-game
12 and
store.
24. Yeah, the in-game store, the New Eden store.
I don't have a shitload, LB, but if you need some, I'll give you like buy price or whatever on it.
No, I'll fucking play Hilmar's silly little game and I'll buy his Plex. It's fine.
I need a cha-ching sound effect. I'm surprised I haven't had
Ooh.
a cha-ching sound effect on
Mhm.
here for
That's
so
another
long.
That'd be
thing.
the beginning
Just
of
use the
Pink Floyd song.
Yeah, the Pink Floyd song. It's like cha-ching.
Money?
Doom, 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 doom,
Or
doom,
that
doom,
MIA
doom.
song.
Money.
Money.
It was
It's
playing.
just the cha-ching sound effect. That's all we need.
It's a
Oh, no,
gas.
these-
The gunshots?
Very, very
You're
elaborate.
overcomplicating this.
Hey,
Grab
Darwin.
that cash in.
So that's another thing. I almost ran to Micro Center because I was like, oh, I'll get the green
Go ahead,
screen, I'll get
that's
some lights, and then I was like, I might get a friggin' Stream Deck, and I was like, you don't even know how to use one. Like, just resist the urge to go to the store before the show.
Captain Morgan. Go.
Drayden, can you move
Drayden,
my
what are you
cam
drinking?
down like a hair? The alignment is off with like the nameplate.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, there we go. That's better.
yeah. I need.
Whoa, you're shaking me
How'd
around.
they get funkified?
There. Oh no. Cut.
So
Go back.
you're
No. You got.
you are
There.
off
The
center.
incompetence and
I
the,
see.
yeah.
Oh, I'm
Well,
just sitting off center
Look
now
at
that I'm
look
looking.
at
Up.
where the nameplate is, like the bottom of the nameplate.
Yeah.
That's where the bottom of the cam should be. So the nameplate should be over the cam. There we
Yeah,
go. Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
what I was doing. Like a lot of these were not scaled right, so I've been moving them around a little bit. So
Okay. all
I'm
right.
surprised you could see it at all. Like
Wow,
you're in the
what
dark
in the-
corner.
We're crazy.
I made the overlay, so I know when it's wrong.
That's fair. He's a great producer. We're trying to bring him
yeah,
back.
man.
I mean,
Managed
not
over here.
anal retention at all. Not at all.
I
OCD, not a thing. Traden, what are you drinking? You're up.
Attention to
Oh,
detail.
hold on. I actually don't know what this is called, but well, I know that there's vodka in this. So I'm mixing.
Vodka?
That sounds just
Mud.
like you would do.
I'm mixing vodka, and then there's a new Mountain Dew flavor I've never seen before.
Should we do around the horn?
What is it? Mountain Dew shock, electric shock, or something like
We
that?
already
No.
started, LB.
Yeah, we were starting around the
Oh
horn.
shit!
We're on number
Do,
3.
do we restart around the horn?
Sure.
did we-
didn't
no,
get
what
to
are we
music.
started
we were
already?
starting, but yeah, like, we didn't
What
get
were we
any.
doing?
Dom was
Manix-
spearheading.
Manix here.
I
We
was-
can't do it without
I'm
that.
all over the place,
Oh.
man. I'm all over the place. Can't help
I
it.
got.
We're like halfway
Okay,
through.
we can.
So start over. Back off. That's the around the horn music?
Once again, back on Open Comms, it's Round the Horn, where we go around the horn and ask people what they're drinking. Akaroth, go. Oh, look how noble he is.
I wish I had a fan for my hair during
Yeah, dude, you got to get the hair blowing.
this. Drinking a Red's Wicked.
Red's Wicked, tried and true. Dominarch, what do you got?
Captain Morgan and Pepsi.
Morgans.
Sorry, the music was really loud.
Too
What'd you
much
say?
of it. Captain Morgan and Pepsi.
Captain Morgan and Pepsi. Drayden, how about yourself?
So I got some Sky vodka, and
Yes.
I'm mixing it with this Mountain
What's that?
Dew Baja Point Break Punch.
Did he say Skyhawk?
Point Break Punch.
Yeah,
That's
Baja
one hell of
Point-
an acronym.
That sounds awesome.
It's a tropical punch Mountain Dew. It's actually not bad mixed with the vodka.
Did you call your booze Skyhawk? Did anybody else hear that? Okay, sorry.
I think I heard it. Yeah.
What?
We'll come back to it. LB, what are you drinking?
Oh no, Sky vodka.
Coors Original.
Coors Original. The banquet beer. For myself, I am drinking a Liquid Death Rest in Peach.
Ooh.
No, is that
And,
spiked, Manic? Or is that just caffeine?
No, it's
That's
just
water.
tea.
Oh,
Not
that one's
spiked,
tea, I
no.
guess.
It's like peach flavor. Yeah, it's peach tea. Yeah. Thanks for joining us on Around the Horn, everybody. And now back to our regularly scheduled
Iron
program.
Stock Arctic Pale Ale, huh, Darwin? I probably said that wrong, but I don't care.
Is that the computer screen light, LB? Oh, okay, it's gotta be. Yeah, I was like, you have like a purplish hue to your face. I was like, are you
Yeah.
suffocating? But then you just clicked on a
I'm
different window. and it
normally
was-
purple, but I had to put the
If you're
filter on.
okay.
Just
Oh, I didn't
Sky
see
High
it.
I'm all
Test.
right.
I need to know. Acquiring minds want to know.
LB is the real life Megamind.
Oh fuck, we can do that.
Just all blue.
See, this is why I need a stream
Oh,
deck.
yeah, there. It's the forehead.
Switch back and forth.
Or five.
So I can hot toggle like silly things.
More like a 5.5,
Yeah.
5 3/4 head.
It's the 5 centimeter head.
What are you doing? I don't like it.
What?
Fine.
Is this like a fisheye effect?
Yeah.
I dig it.
Wow, wow.
I feel like
This
you're
one.
staring in the little hole in
Oh, I
my
like
like
that.
my apartment door or something. It's like, are you home?
Oh, yeah.
Here's
it's
a
like
blue one.
Forehead, like all up in it.
This is the blue one.
Yeah.
We've gone off the rails in the
Oh,
first.
that doesn't
I'm
work.
blue, dabba dee dabba.
We're just figuring
Black
it
and
out.
white.
Oh, grayscale.
It is a classy look for you, dude.
1920s.
If we
Grayscale
could figure out
LeBron.
how to black and white your green, whatever your the
Dude, you look-
Discord thing, it'd be much.
You look perfect, like some kind of detective noir. It's like
Hell yeah, dude. Let me see,
Let's get
do
this
I
man a
got-
pipe.
Yeah.
do I got any music for that? I don't. Ooh, hold on.
I don't
never
like not being able
expected
see
them to
your
walk
mustache.
into my
Make your
office,
head up.
but they
I didn't
found
when this Dan
mine.
walked in,
All
see
the
any trouble.
offices.
I love the way those old
Yeah.
detective novels are written like that. I love that style of writing so much.
Of all the
come in. I knew they were
PIs
gonna
and
ask
all
me-
of
I knew they were gonna ask me to find
Ontario or
something.
Of
wherever
all
the
the
fuck.
dames in the city, this one had to walk into my office. Back when you could get away with calling women dames and broads.
Can
Yeah.
you not?
What
I
if
mean,
they
it's
identify
fr-
as
I
that?
call him woman.
I get if,
Listen,
if they
woman,
if they
get your ass
identify
over
as a
here.
dame or a broad, then yeah,
Just
date.
know your audience.
Know your
know,
audience.
know your
exactly, yeah.
audience.
I mean, you shouldn't go and smack people in the ass, but sometimes I do.
And that's the lesson of the night.
Don't just
There you go.
smack random
more you
people on
know.
the ass.
Yeah.
If you do, you'll be able to run fast or run faster than the guy next to you.
That's the whole bear thing, right?
Yeah,
That's right.
always.
Once again, the bear comes into play. You don't have to run faster than the bear, just faster than the guy next to you.
I saw a video last night of a
You don't
little
have
girl.
to be. You don't have to be the fastest. You just can't be the slowest.
It was like a 2-year-old walking out on the back patio, and a bear like runs off on their like retaining wall, and the mom comes out behind her. She's like, and the little girl's like, "Bear!" Blah blah blah, and like running after her. And the mom's like, "What the?" And like yelling. She's like dragging the kid back inside. She was like, "It was a fucking bear!"
I
Like
love
the
those
kids.
videos.
Kids have no survival skills.
No, they're dumb.
No.
Was it
Most of them are dumb when they become adults. I mean,
There's some video. It had to have been some southern place or
no, it'd be north.
something. It was like this cabin, and on the wood deck there was like a black bear, and it kind of like leaned up, like put its it wasn't a huge one, but like put its paws up on the deck railing, and the baby started walking up. She's like, "I'm gonna pet that dog." She's like five, and the parents go, "No, we'll come back." And they're like, "This." It's like, "But I want to pet that dog." No, I'm gonna pet that dog. She just kept saying that.
My coworkers introduced me that today because I'd mentioned this, and they were like, "Was it the pet the dog video?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" So they had to show me that. It was fucking
Gotta
crazy.
look
It
it
was
up
pretty
now.
good.
They said it was dubbed over. I don't know, but still, just the idea of hearing a little kid be like, "I'm gonna
Um,
pet that dog."
Little
It looked
kids
like it
with
looked like your
thick
mouth.
southern accents are really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all right. So where
Anyway.
were we at?
What
We're
happened?
talking about
There was a
We did
sale.
around the horn. We talked about the sale.
It's only in game, right?
Um,
There's not a regular sale or
It's
anything.
abuse plex,
No.
which
You got to use
infuriates
Plex.
LB. He'll probably go
Turn your
crazy
ISK
for this.
into play.
It's not that it infuriates me. It's that you can't buy the exact amount of Plex you need to buy the thing unless you buy different packages of
As a
Plex and
pack,
put them
you're
together.
saying.
Yeah.
So wait,
In
you're
one-
using
in
real
one
money to turn
package,
into
you're right.
Plex,
So
not
if you buy a
in-game money.
25.
That's right.
Yeah. I see. What
This
you're
is the nature of microtransactions.
Yes.
saying.
Why not
Fantastic.
use
Greatest
in-game
thing ever
money?
made. It's the greatest.
Do you
thing
not
ever
have a lot
made.
of
Uh,
in-game money?
Love it.
I
Not
don't have a
in-game
lot
money.
of in-game money.
That makes sense. Okay. After I said it, I was like, well, that would make that's why you wouldn't, is if you don't have a
Yes.
ton of in-game.
Even if I had a lot of
Well,
in-game money, I wouldn't want to buy Plex. The only thing I'd buy Plex for is if I wanted to buy something like a skin with Plex. That's.
I mean, he's
don't know.
talking
You never
about
bought
a
Plex
subscription
in-game.
pack.
Is it similar
Yeah,
to
I don't
the
like
the
spending
costs are
money.
about the
I don't-
same?
I don't like spending ISK on game time.
I don't know.
I used
like,
to
I-
for many years, but I was poor. I was real poor. I'm still pretty poor, but I was way poor back then.
Hmm.
And so my real time wasn't worth
I
much.
don't like spending my time grinding for ISK just to spend it on the
Oh, it sucked.
ability to grind for ISK. I hate. I'm fine with that being a mechanic, but I personally don't like doing that, so I would never. Just
Obviously, it's
buy
re-
Plex
Grind
and-
ISK to buy Plex to buy game time. That's not something that appeals to you, huh?
It's
No.
it's real important for poor
Well, me
countries.
either. I get it, but some people
Obviously.
do that. I mean, yeah.
No,
Like there's
I'm
some
fine with that.
places where they can play the game because of it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it being a thing, and I'm totally fine with other people. I'm saying just me personally.
Sure.
I would never buy Plex to activate for game time to play because I just hate the. It feels like a waste of time where I'm just spending all my time grinding ISK just to have the ability
Right.
to grind for more ISK to spend.
Not
it
even
to
the
grind
for the
more-
blowing up the ships.
It just feels like a vicious cycle where you're just like basically using like a bunch of your time in game is just spent.
Yeah.
I did
to
it
be
one
able
time
to do that
just to
over and
see how
over.
long it would take me with one character to grind enough ISK to buy the Plex to pay for my account for a month, and it was harder than I.
Yeah.
harder-
I
Now,
did it for
It's like
with one character, it was harder than hell. But I did
Yeah.
it. It was hard.
it's cheaper in terms of your time to just get a
Work.
job
Yeah.
and work
For some of us.
for your
For some of us.
subscription money.
100%. Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
you 100%. Absolutely. Yeah.
in some places in the
That's
world
the
it's
che-
It took
tougher,
me-
And
especially
I
since
know,
the
I
it took a long
understand.
summer.
Yeah, in other countries, it's
And if you're
not
just
as
super
more
poor.
complicated than that. Yeah, so
Yeah.
But I did many years that way. I didn't
just
find
say
it
don't be
very
poor?
oppressive because I did high income stuff in game. But over time, it did make. I mean, admittedly, if you do any of this long enough or more efficient enough in this game, it does become a second job.
Yeah.
And I did get burned out on it after a while. And like once I was making comfortable enough money in real life where I was like, you know what, it's like $200 something. I'm just gonna pay. I think I bought the 2-year subscription.
You can back off a bit. Yeah.
And it was such a weight off my shoulders that I didn't even fathom it was gonna be, because I've been doing it for years at this point.
How
And it
many
wasn't a
accounts have you
huge
been
burden.
Trying to do that with?
I was doing it with 3, so not a crazy
Paying for 3 with 3 though. Is that
for 3 with Plex. So
yeah,
at,
with
at
3
peak that
accounts.
was that was about $7.5 bill a month, and I do high end moon mining for many years now, so it was like it wasn't like putting me out, but the funny thing in game is I always still felt like real life where I felt broke all the time. And I had money. The reality was that I wasn't selling every bit of moon goo that I was mining. I would hoard a bunch, and then like when I needed money for Plex, I would go sell some and buy my Plex and keep going. But I just felt poor in game.
Yeah.
And I was like, but I'm doing all this like high level stuff. Like, how come I don't feel
Well, because you weren't
you know,
turning
pretty
that
well?
into ISK. You were turning it
and
into
that's the
game.
reality
Two-thirds
is
of your
it,
money
is it
was
wasn't
going
just because I was
towards
plexing, it was
counting.
because I wasn't selling all the shit that I was doing. I wasn't turning my efforts into money at a
'Cause it's a pain in the
1-to-1.
ass.
But once I started subbing, and then I was just like, oh shit, I actually feel like I have, like, this is all the money I've had all this time. Like I feel, space middle class all of a sudden,
Turned it
it
into
was
money.
nice.
You turned it into ISK. Instead of
Right, exactly. And it just what ISK I came by didn't directly go to game time anymore. So any ISK that accrued, which little bits here and there, kill a rat on a gate, whatever, it just all started to accrue and not empty or whatever, go out every month. And it just, like I said, it was such a noticeable change. I was like, oh, like I'm not knocking it, and I love the fact that it's a thing in the ecosystem, because some people really do benefit from it. And I know that for many years where I won't say I ever needed this, but this was a nice outlet when I had crappier jobs and whatever.
I'm also,
But I know a lot of people in other countries where they're like, if this wasn't a thing, I would not be able to play this game.
yeah, and there's that, and I also like the fact that it does give the option of people like, I want a bunch of or I want a bunch of ISK, and I just don't want to grind for it, and they that now gives them the option to like they could just spend some
People
money,
with a
buy
good
Plex,
day
sell
job,
it.
yeah.
So I'm fine. I like the whole mechanic. I'm just saying, and also
I'm glad
it
they're
was
both
easier
there.
for me
Yeah,
to
good
not do
choice.
it because I only had 2 accounts, so it's like I can just pay for 2 accounts.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that way it's like
It's
also
nice
I
to have
didn't.
that choice.
You don't have the like
You got
deadline.
that VP money, we know.
Yeah, you don't have the deadline of like, oh shit, I gotta make this much ISK or I'm not gonna be able to plex my account this month, and so it's like you always have this like it's just less stress if I don't have to worry. It's like if I want to make
wanna
ISK,
expand
I can
on
make
something
ISK. If I
Ackroyd
don't
said.
feel like grinding for ISK, I don't have to. I just won't
Something
be able to fly
Ackroyd
that
said
shit.
about once he got to the point where he felt like he had ISK, so he stopped, started paying for it, subscribing. That absolutely, when you hit that point where you've got enough ISK that really nothing matters, you can literally afford everything 100 times over. That makes the game so much more enjoyable when you don't have to worry about
It does
shit.
a little bit.
For me, it does. I'll
I
throw
I
away
won't-
expensive
Don't
shit
get me
'cause
wrong, I
don't care.
can't like whelp Titans or anything.
I can't whelp Titans,
But
I can whelp a
but you're
Dread,
not
and it
wrong,
won't bother
because
me, right?
I was gonna
It
say,
makes the
yeah,
game fun.
Dreads, like when the Marauder changes happen, I just started throwing Marauders at everything,
Yeah.
like all the all the flavor of the month kids. It was a lot of fun. I was whelping them left and right. I'm garbage.
When it doesn't bother you, it makes it. If you can whelp shit like.
But it felt
pretend
good.
Pretend it doesn't bother you. That's a big difference when it doesn't bother you, right?
Yeah.
It was a lot of
And
fun.
that made somebody else's night, because they were killing Marauders and shit. They didn't know I was garbage until after the fight. But
well,
tend
some of my
to-
court mates have been taking Draugrs, the very, very expensive Triglavian
They're so
command
expensive.
destroyers,
Are they like 150 million or
out
something?
in like
Two-
whelp fleets. Because we don't give a shit. They're fun, right?
Yeah, if
They
you have
do
the
make-
means.
Yeah, and people around us like it too. Because we're as long as you don't care about losing, if we all die, I don't give a shit. But as long as the FC doesn't give a shit, some FCs get mad, when you lose expensive shit, and But
I get
so
it, but I
ask,
hate it.
And most of them, everybody has fun, and of course, if you get into an engagement, you're probably gonna die. Because why not? I'm gonna kill that fucker too.
I always tend to get to like that. There's like a buffer level to where it's like I have all the ships I need, and then I get up to like it's usually around like between like 8 to 12 billion, because at that point it's like I could lose anything I have multiple times over, even the expensive stuff, and be able to replace it, no problem.
Yeah.
And once I get to that point, it's like I don't need any more ISK. There isn't anything I need it for. And so I kind of lose the drive to grind ISK, and so I'll just kind of like stop.
Is there an amount though you get below that you will turn?
Yeah. So once I
What-
get
you
down,
know what
like
it is?
I'll
So it's like a
usually
barometer.
I'll usually go up to like 12 or 13 billion liquid ISK and be like, haha, and then I'll just like get lazy, be like, I could rat or do PI or
Forcing you
whatever.
down to 2.
But I kind of just like, I should do my planets, but I won't. I'll just like my planets will just be sitting there cycling empty the whole time, and then I'll
I do
like
the
you know
same
spend
thing.
money, and then I'll get down to like 5 or 6 billion. I'm like, ooh, I should
Time
probably
to make some.
I
'Cause
should
you know
make
how to
some more
make it
money
too,
because
yeah.
you know
Yeah.
if I lost like two expensive ships that were like a couple billion each, it's like now I'm like almost out of money. So
Sure.
yeah, so it's
But
like
that's how I know you're not an evil person or a psychopath.
Yeah,
Is that you just need enough to feel good, and then you don't need to continue to acquire all the things like
No,
some
I want
Yeah, and
all
I
the
don't, I
this
don't
billions
fly
world.
and lord
supers
it
or
over.
titans,
I
so
wanna
I
lord
don't
it over
need the
people.
hundreds of billions. It's like if I'll drop to like 5 or 6 billion, and then I'll go up to like 12, and then drop to. I'll just kind of like metronome back and forth in that range. So
I've never had that much liquid ISK ever. But if I got more than 15, I consider myself way well off. right?
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, I've got
Dude, honestly, those
literally
graphs during
hundreds of billions
FanFest,
of ISK and crap, but not in liquid, right?
seeing how much money people hold and where it puts them on the scale was very interesting. Even though I know that's not necessarily representative of like how much assets they have, because
That was
obviously,
just
if,
liquid ISK, right? Or
Out-
was it both?
I don't know, but
There was one
outside
with
of like
both,
wormholers,
yeah.
most people in EU have some level of hoarding problem, or not even a problem.
Well-
You know, this is a game that encourages hoarding because every year or two something drastically changed, and it's like, oh, that stack of isogen you had, that you weren't doing anything with, like now you're 5 times more wealthy, or whatever, stuff like that.
Exactly, no, exactly.
It behooves you to have crap around if you can tolerate it.
The one thing I thought about that chart was that's not completely representative because a lot of people split their ISK among multiple accounts.
True,
Right?
true.
They have a bank account, they have the main account,
Yeah.
shit like that. So it's some of those numbers might have been higher.
It's-
and some of those
Yeah, it's an
people-
educated guess, but you're right. There's a lot of offshoring and stuff. But I mean, even still, when you think about it, some people have their money bag vaults or whatever. That is going to be a big chunk of, the statistics.
Yeah, worth
Like a
is
high
way
water
different
mark
than
or whatever.
liquid ISK, right? Yeah, I really like when they give us that information, though. Honestly, I
Oh, I
love
love all of it. It makes me miss the friggin'. I
So
felt
you're-
like there for a few years they were doing pretty good about the end of the year holiday recap
Love
video.
that, yeah.
They changed it every year for some reason, which it was like, we just like that you were doing it. You don't have to get creative. Like, you don't have to innovate on this. Just write the code and keep releasing it every year, and I'm going to be tickled every year. And
I
then
don't
they were
even need
like,
a video.
Just
we're not going
write
to
the
maintain
code.
it anymore. I was like, oh, come on. I wanted to know how many items I sold, or how many, tritanium I mined, or just what. Like, it was always like, it got to be some really obscure ones that were fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed the shit out of it. I wish they would bring it back too.
Oh yeah. And I don't know how much effort goes into it. Darwin probably ran the whole program, and I know he's got a kid and blah blah.
Well, that's
He's
probably
a
what it
tired
is.
man.
He's a tired man. He just can't do that one.
I get that, and he
Fuck
stays up too late,
us, yeah.
fucking with us.
That is the truth. Yeah.
I don't know how he does it.
2 kids. That's right. I
He got
apologize.
2 kids.
He
He
loves
says
it.
he's
that's
got
why.
2 kids,
In my head, I was thinking new kid. Whatever.
Right now, he's
got
and-
a-
he let his wife
jobs.
sleep.
and
Honey,
he's
I'll
running
take care of the kids for a
Eve
while.
Online, and
That's right.
he makes time. He takes time out of his busy schedule every Friday night to sit down and hang out with us.
I actually
He's
heard
also
that.
one of the lead people on Vanguard too, isn't he?
I heard he
Well,
was
he's
the
just
head
running
coach
it,
of the
yeah.
the CCP soccer team against the president as well. So he's writing up plays, and he's
Shit.
dude is stretched
Nice.
thin
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Like
at
Ted
a
Lasso?
minimum.
yeah, I
Similar.
think Darwin's Vanguard.
He's a real nice
Isn't-
upbeat guy. Darwin's super nice.
Isn't he
Just makes all the decisions,
Ariane
yeah.
Ray or whatever in Vanguard?
Answers to him. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Ariana
the buck
Grande?
stops there.
Yeah, the guy that's always first place every time.
That's actually
What?
You talking about the
Darwin?
president? Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's Darwin.
Oh, that's awesome.
I was gonna say, I bet they don't play real hard against the president. Like, I feel like that's one of those, I don't know. I don't know how the culture is there, but I feel like you probably let the president do pretty well in a soccer match.
Kind of got to, right? It's one of those things. Don't make it look.
He
like
did look
you're
like
gonna
he
let
was
him
pretty
win.
fit, though.
You got to let him win, but don't make it look like it. Hey, Liz.
Hi, Liz.
Liz.
Hey, Liz.
The did we want to talk Vanguard before we hit the other stuff?
A lot of Eve stuff too. So just
Sure.
You
You
can't.
can talk Vanguard.
I didn't
Yeah.
touch it.
What do you want to
recently.
talk about?
Honestly, I
Played a
dabbled in
little
it. I know that it came out. It's been like a week, maybe a little over a week since.
20th, right? Wasn't the 20th?
I think,
Yes.
yeah, I think it was, yeah. So it's been just over a week since it came out. I didn't play any of it until Skyhawk and Redline. I played with them 2 nights ago, 3 nights ago.
I did a
Something
little
like it.
solo the other day.
The new map is really cool. Also, holy shit, the weapon modding. I got way better at that game now that it isn't
Oh, yeah?
just full SMG.
Fuck,
Like,
now I
Okay.
need to try it
Like,
again.
Question
when-
for you on the
Oh,
weapons.
is that what you
kit.
did?
Question on the weapon.
No, I
What do you
didn't.
think about the losing of the folk? Like when you look on the sites, you can see everybody lights up.
I like
Are
it
you-
actually.
I
I
do
actually
too.
like
I do
that
too. I
because
like it.
before it's
I
like
thought that
you
was cheap.
couldn't sneak. Go ahead, LB.
There's a mod you can pick up that
Yes.
will bring that back.
Yeah.
Oh
but
shit!
I'm fine because now you have to put that mod
Okay,
on, which
that's
takes a
interesting.
mod slot, so you aren't getting other
Yeah.
stuff.
That's fair. Right?
Um,
Yeah, because
yeah, I don't hate that.
Tool. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that.
it's an infrared scope or some shit.
It's like I'm fine with that being a weapon mod, but it was. I do like that it's not just standard on everyone's gun
That
because
felt
it made
OP.
it impossible to sneak up on anyone. If they were just looking down the sights, because that's what when you're running.
That's what I did. I trained
just, like,
myself to keep popping it up every now and then to
and then you
scan.
see like a
that's
flicker
not
of
cool.
red, you know that someone's there, and so I like.
It was
that
nice for the
you can
NPCs
actually
because fuck
sneak.
them anyway. But like just to realize they were NPCs because you just pop it up and you'd be like, okay, how logically are they moving? And they're just like milling about, and you're like, okay, now I know. Like without being able to. That last map I've mentioned is super dark, so I couldn't see a lot of things real well on my.
Yeah.
This one that's
monitors.
going on right now, or the one before that?
The first
The
map.
one before it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It was very dark, in my opinion, on my crappy setup or whatever. But like this new one looks like a daytime, bright, well lit map, and I'm like, oh, like that. I haven't tried it out because I kind of accepted to myself that I suck. After like playing with a few of you guys and then watching you guys play, I was like, I really actually
But
suck at
playing with
this.
me had to make you feel a little better about
The
it.
only fun was our giggles being like, we did something impressive, or like we got wiped in a funny way, or whatever. Like I wasn't getting a lot of satisfaction out of the gameplay
I
because
have
I
noticed
suck.
that we haven't been invited to join groups again.
I noticed that as well. No, I'm kidding. But this new map looks really cool, and if what Drayden's saying, maybe I only partially suck, and maybe if I tweak my gun a little bit,
No,
maybe I
you
won't
can
suck
you
real
can
hard.
tweak it around to your playstyle. So like I have never been very good at like just SMG style gameplay, and that's basically what it is. So
not
this one is awesome because so now the Q, before it was swapping ammo, now B swaps ammo between energy and kinetic, but Q now swaps between. So when you're in like the lobby screen, right? You can customize your weapon. And you set up your alpha and your beta setups, and
How do you have to set up both?
when,
What is that? Your second weapon, or is that?
no, it's basically two different. It's modules that are two different settings of your gun, and so
When
you
you
hit
can
Q,
choose
and it
between
basically you're
loadouts-
flipping a
loadouts?
switch on the back of your gun. So think of like a switch of like in the military, you can swap between like automatic and
probably should've
semi-auto
read that,
fire or
right?
something,
Yeah.
or 3-round burst and fully auto type of stuff like that. So you set up your alpha and your beta, and when you hit Q, it swaps between those two different types of module setups on your gun. On my first one, it's like I would set up with the 2x zoom, so it's like it's kind of like an ACOG scope almost.
Yeah.
And then I would do a 3-round burst because it's that way you're not just like like you just fucking like shooting.
You
up
don't
the
waste all
wall.
your ammo like Akira.
Yeah, and so 3-round burst, but
That's what he
I
wanted to
made
say.
it to where it's
That's
like
what he wanted to say. I know.
you get the 3-round burst, and then I added some things that added stability, like recoil stability and some damage and stuff. So it's higher damage, precision, kind of short burst for longer range. And then my other one is for if someone comes up, like gets the jump on you, or you're going behind them, it's close range. And it is like because I'm bad at close with using like aiming down the sights, and you don't get a move as well. So what I did was I just went like you could have like 5 different modules, and I just went like hit fire accuracy, hit fire
motherfucker, huh?
accuracy, hit fire accuracy, hit fire accuracy, rate of
That's
fire.
me.
And so
Machine
now I
Gun
don't even
Kelly
have to aim
here.
down the sights. I just run and just like just hit fire, and it's just like full. It's so accurate with the hit fire up close. So I just like go up close, full hit fire shot, kill them. And if they're long range, I just kind of like
Block with
snipe
the
them,
switch.
just like
cheater
pop, pop,
optic.
pop, 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 and just snipe them that
What
way. It's
is
so
it?
fun. So I was doing way
I
better.
like the game. So
The only thing is this map is really cool because it's got a whole bunch of different layers. So there's a lot
Tunnels and
more.
shit are
Yeah, there's
cool,
tunnels.
yeah.
There's like sniping ledges and all kinds of fun
yeah,
stuff.
the environmental
That's
shit does kill you in this one.
Yeah.
Did
Did
Find
the
out
stuff
the
not
hard way?
kill you if you stood in it long enough on the last one?
No, remember we'd run
Yeah.
through that stupid ice crap. It wouldn't kill you. It'd just be like-
Redline fucked with me too.
Does the
because-
ice crap kill you now?
I thought
don't know
the
what
I
it
thought
is.
the
Something
swamp
killed me.
I thought the swamps did, but maybe
Swamp
maybe
water.
it's my
Just jump
shield.
through it, it won't kill
The
you.
red water kills
There's a-
you.
There's a different flavor of swamp in this one.
Yeah, there's
killed
red
me.
water.
But I'm saying in the last one, the swamp could kill you, right?
Oh, I
Maybe not.
Yes.
Yeah,
maybe
the
I
red
just so
water,
tough
yeah.
it didn't kill me.
The
yeah.
red
I
water
think the
kills you in
ice
this.
maybe just fucked with your speed.
The ice
I
slows
don't
you
know.
down. It doesn't.
Oh,
It slows you
no,
down, and then you leave.
I'm pretty slow anyway, I
We were
couldn't
calling them cum trails. You just leave the.
Yeah.
It's not the chemtrails, but it's, you just leave those
He's a
behind you
child,
as you
that's
run.
why.
Yeah.
So people
On
can
the
see you
topic of
easier.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
No.
Hey,
Oh,
Drake was eating
man.
earlier.
What a-
you
He's not
dick,
actually here.
Manicky.
What a
It's not-
topical
You get me every time.
nugget
It's
that you have stowed away.
beautiful. I love
But
it.
That was-
Save all
that
of the
was-
sexual sound bites.
That was some of
Yeah.
the peakest comedy we've ever seen on the show, and it did not get the laugh it deserved.
Was that gone?
No, you were here.
I
It,
probably
it,
have.
it wasn't the peakest. I mean, it was just perfect timing of a nugget of a soundbite that we
Solid.
haven't heard in like 8 months or something. Whatever.
Has anyone played solo on the new map?
Me, I just
No.
did.
Yeah. How'd that
That's
go?
fun. Oh, I died a lot, but what do you do?
Yep.
I enjoyed
Did
it.
it feel the same as?
No, it did. It felt. It felt.
Have you
actually, it
soloed
seemed
on the
a
last
little
map?
Easier, honestly, than the last map.
Okay.
The only
The one
the
thing is
only-
I've just the quests are hard to do solo. They just are. Or the missions.
Yeah,
are
I
more
struggle with
complicated.
that.
The only issue I had with it, and this is
Pretty
not
bank
any,
shit.
this is not an issue with Vanguard itself. It's just an issue with my old ass shitty PC. This map is a bit more intensive than the other one, and so it was like about every 5 minutes, and they may not have optimized it fully yet, obviously because it's early alpha. Like you don't optimize shit that early, but every about 5 minutes or so, it was kind of like where I was. Certain areas just had much more stuff to render, and so every so often, all of a sudden, my FPS would drop to like 1 or 2,
Yeah.
and
Jittery
sometimes
stuff,
that would
or-
last for like 5 seconds. Sometimes it would last for like 30 seconds, and I'd be like, and so I was like, they're coming. I'm just like, I'm holding down the triggers, like, just like fucking blasting into the wind, hoping I hit something. And then I just
Did
come
you try
to.
turning your settings down or?
They're all at low. Everything is
Low?
at low.
Okay.
I have a 1080 card. It's an old card, so
I was gonna say
I've
on
got
my
an older card-
laptop
I've got
I
an
was
older card than
potatoing
that,
as
and
well.
I run mine at medium, no problem.
oh, it also my CPU. Like I have like a 6700 CPU, a 1080 card. It's my hard drive's probably. I actually have
On my
a 7200 RPM like hard disk drive I'm running on.
Yeah.
So,
on my laptop I was having like load in like the first 20 to 30 seconds. I was kind of and usually it would kind of go well. As this heat built up, it would kind of start to degrade a little bit,
Mhm.
and I was like when I was playing with you guys.
Did you run yours on low also?
I let it auto, which I think, or whatever, I think it detects
Yeah,
whatever,
auto
but I think
detect,
it
yeah.
put me pretty low. But it was something I did notice back then, and I kind of made some commentary when we first started talking on it. It still looked really good on
Mhm.
low on my computer.
Yeah, it looks good.
So, like, and that was only the first map, but like, the little flame effects, this, that, and the other, like there was a lot of whatever, just environmental stuff going on, and I was like, this doesn't look real low. It looks pretty good. Like their textures or whatever were pretty nice, I thought.
yeah, it looks good on
I
low.
think it looks great.
So
yeah.
and that's the
This
thing. Is
is
like
an
I know
alpha.
that
I was impressed.
I know my PC's old, so. But the thing is, like the vast majority of the time, it was running fine. It was smooth. So, it was like once in a while, people like Redline and Skyhawk would be like, I'd hear them start fighting. I'd be like, I'm coming. I'm like, I'm gonna hide in this corner until things fix itself. And
It's
then
too bad you can't remember like where you were exactly, because that'd be good feedback for him. Because there
That's-
might be
I
something.
don't know if it was
not
certain
you knew,
areas
but-
or it might just be that my card was heating up and then it would get too hot and it would like crap out and then
Maybe,
the
yeah.
heat would catch up. And I don't know, but
Sure.
yeah. So it was like other than that, I had a great time. I liked
Did
the
you
map.
did you think have you hit the thresholds for the in-game giveaways? Then you think?
No, I
haven't.
only
I'm
Glad
played
that
that
they
one
told
night.
you what they were this time. I did appreciate that.
I mean, they've done that the last few times, and
Well, no, they
I
didn't
didn't
tell you
look at
amounts
this
last
one.
time, remember? This time they did.
They might have skipped it or something, but I feel like they've gotten easier and easier from what I've seen. I didn't see this one's rewards, this last one's, because I might not have engaged in the last two, but I think I might have looked at the last, the one before's rewards. It looks like they've kind of stair-stepped them down, I'm assuming, based on feedback, because for some people who are either not all that great, parties speaking, or people who just don't get a shitload of time to play it, like it was kind of hard to hit some of the early ones.
Well, I didn't like one of the versions. It was like you had to play in a group. That's not fair.
Yeah, some people are
I've got a
antisocial.
group to play in, but not everybody does. I don't
Right,
like
right.
that, and I don't think they did that this time. But
I did try rando grouping in some of the earliest couple, and it was pretty out there because not everybody had much of comms set up, and some people did, and push to talk wasn't
Well, these
necessarily
in-game comms
optimizable,
kinda
and
slow
yeah,
things down.
yeah, and so it was kind of a similar struggle to like some normal PC shooters or whatever, maybe console shooters, where you just join randos and like not everybody actually works together or talks or communicates, Whereas like if you're with your buddies, you do call out shit. Like I love playing with LB because LB like talks like he's doing battle-y shit sometimes, and so I can kind of figure out what we're doing.
LB scares me when he yells. I just can't do it.
He's a leader.
Screams.
That's what I get paid for.
I don't think we annoyed LB when we played with him at one time as much as we did Skyhawk's friend. He was very patient and polite, but
Kale, yeah.
Is that Kale?
I could feel it.
Kale was pretty nice to
I
us,
was playing with
but he was doing
Kale,
so much better than us.
Oh, yeah.
I was playing with Kale and Skyhawk the other night, and Kale was the one that was like, how can I put this? Rogue? He's
Fucking
going
up?
rogue. He
Oh,
was
okay.
like, I'm
Yeah,
going way the fuck
Had a
over
long
here. And
leash.
Skyhawk's like, you need to stick with us. You need to stay with us. And I'm
Were
like,
you guys
Yeah.
doing it
Oh,
wrong?
it's weird because like when I played with him last, he was the one that's like, we all gotta keep together, guys. Or he's like, we only have one clone left. Let's not waste it. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
but they're behind this rock.
I'm gonna come die there
Oh, I
again.
died. All right, I'm gonna reclone with our last clone. Nice. So
Maybe he was having
he
enough.
was like the very like let's conserve ourselves. Let's be tactical. And I was just Leroy Jenkins all over the place. So
Maybe he was drinking that night.
So far,
Maybe he was
I really
flipping the
like how
script
they
on him.
do the clone thing, right? Where it's not unlimited.
Hmm.
You've got to earn it. I like.
they
that
changed the
so
clone.
far.
It's a lot easier. So the clones
It
now
is easier now. Yeah.
they're only
Two instead of one.
50 biomass for a clone now.
Okay.
And you can have a max of
Yeah.
6.
What? That's a big improvement, I think.
And the first
not
round,
egregious, but a big
first-
improvement.
your first round in, you start with 50 biomass.
You do.
So
yeah.
you can just
Okay.
everyone can just run to a clone bank and just get 3 more clones.
You get at least one saving
Yeah.
throw if
Now,
you can.
And
do
I
it.
know
once you
playing
die and you come
solo-
back, then you only get 25 to start with at that point.
Playing
But,
solo, I started.
not
with
bad,
2
though.
Reclones
Yeah.
instead of one.
It's a lot more forgiving, so you don't have to worry about like, oh, like you just
I
start
like
and
that.
one person dies or 2 people die. You're like, well, fuck it, let's just quit and restart.
There was a
It's-
couple of times
you
where
can bring it back.
we were not screwed in the first round right out the gate. We ran off face smashing into something and we were like, okay, let's just quit and restart. And it was like, that's late. We got to go through load screens. We got to do all this shit,
It looks like they're
Like, if
trying
they gave
to
us a
steer
little
things
more buffer.
toward more engaging battles, right?
Yeah, it's
the
more
more you
for-
can go, the more fun
Yeah.
it is.
It's more
Sure.
forgiving, and it allows you to not just be like,
I
fuck
think
it,
that's
restart. I think they wanted to like not have people just saying fucking restart all the time.
I'm
Yeah.
glad
You
to hear
guys-
bad about that stuff because I didn't realize that.
did you guys try any of the salvage op or the mining op? Little
I did. Yeah.
No.
in-game
Like,
Like
missions?
I went to one of the mining. What do you call that? Like the zone, and you have to capture the zone. You get there and you have to like. I don't know if it was if I had to mine it or somehow. No, I just had to do an E on it, and it did these like anchors, and then a big mining
Yeah.
thing came down, and I got money for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a mission. It was just like an open thing on the map.
The,
I
also,
did
the-
one where it was a salvage thing, like where there was a pile of salvage, but it was protected by a shield, and you had to go to this
Oh.
console, power up the console, and then it would start unlocking. But as it's unlocking, there's an alarm that's going off, and the alarm is drawing in drop pods, like the
the drop pods are cool.
fucking drop pods from your
40K.
characters when they drop in. Yeah. So the drop pod comes out and it drops like 4 guys, and 3 or 4 of them will drop at a time, and you'll have to fight them all off in order to keep unlocking this console. And then once it unlocks, you win all this.
Yeah,
Sounds-
there's
That's
also
cool.
the
That
thing
sounds
like,
cool.
I didn't do that.
yeah, there's
yeah.
another one like
Yeah.
you have to open the vault and you have to like go and like you have to go to these like things and like break open the thing with the mining laser, and then you have these switches you have to pull down, and then like you have to go and hit multiple
that's the
of
same
those
one.
to like
It's-
open the yeah.
If you open 4 of those, it unlocks way quicker than if you don't do any of them.
Ah.
Cool.
Also,
Yeah,
the banking pods are cool because like you open it up and it starts, and you have to put in a 4-digit code, and like, there's the 4 numbers,
Oh, yeah.
holographic numbers over the thing, and they keep running, and like it's like you're hacking into it, and eventually like the first number will set, and so basically you have to kind of stand there and defend it while
bank,
eventually and then once all the numbers are set, then you can like go in and punch in the code, and it gives everyone on the team 10,000 credits that then immediately get banked, and it also I think banks all of your modules that you've picked up at the time, so it banks all your inventory and stuff other than ammo, so you can
I
like
did
That's
that
the,
little. I did the
it's
little
pretty
count-out
sweet.
thing, but it was one of the pods. I
Yeah,
found
see,
an
it's
empty pod.
little
and I did that
little clone
countdown
pod.
thing.
That's where all
Yeah.
your weapons modules come from.
Alright, see you,
It comes
Darwin.
From
Oh, okay. Good night,
a
Darwin.
Night,
hacking
buddy.
mechanism.
Later,
Yeah,
Darwin.
buddy.
Don't
yeah,
drink
and,
glacier water.
Why not?
the
I don't know. They tell you that there could be like ancient shit in there.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
When I when we were climbing and we did hiking, I did drink out of some like spring water trickling down some mountain shit, which I found out afterwards you're not supposed to do.
Is that why all of your
I
hands
turned
are
out
up?
fine so far,
It's probably fine.
but apparently you're not supposed to drink out of like glacier water and stuff.
Probably should.
Well, the
That's
thing is,
just
like,
what big water wants you to do.
It's
Yeah.
probably true.
Is that true,
Friggin'
Drake?
Nestle.
Is that what you tell people?
Realistically, there's probably like salts and minerals in the water that is probably going to give you like a nasty kidney stone if you drink too much of it.
Yeah, that's up in glaciers, but even non-glaciers, if you're like up in the
Calcifying
mountains
butthole,
and there's just like a random stream, you probably don't want to drink that because there's gonna be all kinds of like algae, bacteria, stuff in there. Also, like you gotta
Animal
think like
feces.
Yeah,
But
animals
less
like
than down
deer,
below
just
where
don't-
more of it has entered
deer,
the trail.
deer and all that stuff shit in the rivers and like
All the
that's-
time.
Yeah, but
Giardia
fish
is your-
fucking water, and we do also.
Yeah, but Giardia is like your
true.
biggest issue. So like you go out in the wild, you just like grab a cup of water out of a spring and just drink it. You can get Giardia, which is like
Later, Liz. Good night.
see Liz.
Oh, you
you
know,
can,
no,
you
she's not
can
leaving. She's gonna buy
die.
the
You usually
Darwin.
don't die
I read
from
it
it, but it can,
wrong. Don't listen to me.
it can get it's a nasty intestinal infestation of like bacteria.
I mean, that's why I'm
and stuff.
passing
You
this
can die
advice
from it.
along.
Yeah. Listen, LB.
I'm saying I
Man,
survived
you
being
guys got called
stupid.
out.
Yeah,
Give
I
me a
mean,
shot.
I survived being dumb, but we were so you were like not just mountain rivers. We were
Oh,
in Glacier
sorry.
National Park,
taking
and
a
we were up
shot
in
right now.
Montana,
oh yeah,
like
I know,
right by the glacier. But it
So
was
what
like
you're saying
we
is you should
almost
lick
made it.
everything everywhere. Is what you're saying.
shot. Yeah, there's still animals out there.
The
that-
water's
I
like
know,
neon
Darwin.
blue.
I mean, there's like
Listen,
the,
I know.
the human immune system is pretty incredible. So there's a lot of things like that you do that put all kinds of bacteria and stuff in your body, and your body just like handles it, and you don't get sick. So if our immune
Scat
system
play,
wasn't as good as
it's
it is,
awful.
like we would all just be
What?
dying like every week. Like
Don't do that.
I agree.
Lick doorknobs? Why not?
Doorknobs are probably way better than scat play.
What are they made of? Doorknobs.
That's
I
how
know
you
what
find
scat
out.
is.
You lick it.
Uh,
Sometimes it's stuff and sometimes
It
other
looks
stuff.
like
Do
gold,
you have,
but
like,
it's
a-
probably zinc or brass,
I don't know what the tool is
Plastic,
called, but
maybe?
they can like tell the
Plastic.
contents of metal, like when you're doing like
aluminum.
Sounds very
salvaging
low.
and shit.
Yeah.
you can do that with your tongue.
Aluminium.
Well, it's probably me. Sorry.
I will
But
not
the,
say aluminum that way, sir.
Aluminium.
Aluminium.
Not,
It was like
even
fucking-
one.
Remember
Is that
the
how-
old
is that-
school?
That's the weird. Cinnamon.
It was a Christmas show, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It was like a stop motion claymation.
Claymation.
Oh yeah,
kind
yeah,
of thing,
yeah,
and they
yeah.
had Yukon Cornelius. That was the
That's
guy.
right.
Yeah.
One of my
Silver
coworkers
pickaxe
looks
in the
just
ground.
like
Cornelius.
And he would-
He's like,
And he would taste it.
nothing.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing.
he was prospecting for gold or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Silver and gold.
Silver and gold.
Sure, of course. Why not?
Silver and
Silver and
gold.
gold.
In the song.
Silver and gold. Sorry.
Bumbles bounce. That's how you find that out. No one knew that until that fucking show came out.
Never
I prefer golden brown.
What up, Timber?
That's a good song too.
It's a real good song.
In the movie Snatch.
Yeah. And I think pretty sure it's about heroin, opium.
fucking movie.
Potentially. I thought it was about
Yeah.
a girl, but that's fine.
Her name's-
I-
yeah, but her name's Opium.
I think it's about heroin.
Oh,
They're all about heroin at the end.
no,
do you
Akka
wanna do
still
now?
has
All ends with
luscious
heroin.
locks. What are we talking about?
We'll
Look at
talk
this
about the
long hair
false?
that I haven't cut.
Oh.
Not even.
yeah. I was like,
once
the way you
since
got it, I
COVID.
can't even tell what's beard and what's hair.
Yeah, that's part of the problem is that I have a black beard except for this.
I
region.
like to imagine
like-
that your beard
But I
just
have
goes all
dark
the way
brown
around.
hair.
Like your beard just continues all the way around your entire neck. Like
Yeah, you're
It's
just
all
you're
just
kind
like-
of a face floating above a black void.
it's
This
like,
is why I don't
Okay.
like wearing work shirts anymore because they're solid black too.
It's like a
So-
lion
Like a
mane.
human Maine Coon.
Yeah, it's like a lion mane that goes around your whole head, but it's all beard.
Oh, I guess I'm
True
quiet,
neck
guys.
beard. That's
True
the final boss of the neck beards is the beard that goes all the way around the neck.
Just style it into like the points, like a jester thing, and put bells on the end of each
Braid 'em
beard
like-
tassel. Yeah.
Oh, you need
Thick
bells.
braids.
Fuck yes. Bells.
I've been saving money for like 3 years now because I don't
For
care.
bells?
No, but just on haircuts. But I am starting to look kind of like a vagrant
Delano.
with like because my beard's kind of like like lumpy.
Well, if
like
you
I don't
don't
shape my beard
shower-
or anything.
Don't wear shoes.
I mean, I shower
you live
sometime.
outside, You look like a vagrant.
Do you put?
I get my
you
once a
use,
week,
like,
just like the
beard
best
beard
of
oil.
them.
You put beard oil.
Yeah,
in?
do
I
you put the
don't.
beard oil in?
I don't.
But
LB's
motor oil.
like
I have
dying-
like hit it a
LB's dying
couple
inside
times
right
because
now.
it'll like go like I'll get a little
Thank
taper
you, Liz.
every once in a while, and I'm like, okay, we'll just start like fucking with it. But
So
I haven't like
think
trimmed
would,
it proper.
Thanks,
I think it
Liz.
would be nice to like, because I can't grow facial hair to save my life, but I think it would be nice to like use beard oil just to have that nice scent around you all
Oh, sometimes I
day.
use conditioner in it.
conditioner. Yeah.
Like the same shit I would
I
use on my
originally
head.
was
though.
not a fan of it, but I've grown. The sandalwood smell has grown on me.
You
I
fucking
love
Wouldn't it
sandalwood.
suck
hippie.
if you had
Yeah, I
to,
like
you were
that.
gonna die if you
Did
couldn't
you?
grow a beard?
Okay, this
That'd
just
be
reminded
awful.
me of
Don't do that to
something.
people.
Did anybody at your guys, like, I'm talking like junior high level, 7th and 8th grade, 6th, 7th and 8th grade, did any of the kids at your school, if they had glasses, did any of them hang a tea bag off of the glasses frame
No,
so that they
Never
would
seen
smell
that.
throughout the day?
no.
Never
There was
seen
a
that.
kid at my school who did that.
Was it
Did
you?
beat up a lot?
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. But everybody made fun of him
It
for
sounds
it.
cool.
But
Yeah,
it
'cause it
sounds
sounds
like
dumb.
a good idea.
No, it
Yeah.
does not.
I was like, man, it's like, have
You want a tea?
you guys
literally
all
want
did
a
like
that?
tea
things
Like,
bag.
that
no,
smell
we
good.
didn't.
You want
Yeah,
a
who
tea
would do
bag
that?
hitting you in the face all day long as you
Yeah,
walk around.
yeah.
How much are you shaking your fucking head, dude?
Constantly getting tea.
No, you walk around, you're
Like,
constantly getting
I
tea
have
bagged.
seen people
Somebody
wear the
startles
glasses
you,
and
tea bag.
they don't take the
bend your
price
head
tag
down,
off
tea
or
bag.
whatever, so the
No,
price
I
tag
don't
like
do that.
hangs into their face or something, but or whatever that is.
It's important to remember that Dom was still in school when, like, Hadaway, he was like doing "What Is Love, Baby Don't Hurt Me," like the Roxbury
Dom
guy.
was in school when James Garfield was in office.
Dom,
You know
what
what?
was the Great Depression like?
Who was
the first
Tell
time
us
he
about
was
the
in
Dust
office.
Bowl, Dom.
Yeah, you guys are being mean to me. Knock it off.
We're not. We're just. Being
I apologize.
ageist.
So my mean was referencing the '80s, which I don't think was all that mean. I think it just snowballed and people
We
started
took it a little bit.
really
Yeah.
leaning on it.
Yo, see, here's how old I am.
I
I've
think
been-
you
I've
were
been
in
alive-
school in the '80s, but
How
I
I've been
don't
was
know
alive for
which
10
school.
I've been alive for 10 presidents.
Oh damn! How
That's
was the
interesting.
transition to
And-
automobiles, Dom?
Right?
God damn.
Is that
I'm sorry.
Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden. That's a
Christ.
around a long
Quite a
time.
I was born
Christ.
in, I think, Reagan's either the end of his first term or the beginning of his second one. I was 85.
I was Reagan. yeah.
Whatever.
It
I think that was
84.
I think that was
Reagan
Reagan's
was
second
president
term.
when I joined the army.
Yeah, I think that was Reagan's second term because Bush was like 80 something to 90, wasn't he? Or no, he was like
And Dom-
he was like 88 to 92, I think, wasn't he? Bush senior.
88 to 92. Yeah.
Yeah. So
LB, you have to understand, we're getting a
Yeah.
head start on 4th of July by talking about all of this. So just let us have our moment. I know
It's
you're
fine,
super
it's
bored
fine.
right now.
Sorry about
What
that.
are we talking about? I forgot now.
What?
I
what
hope
year was
he-
Reagan 84.
Well, we were
right?
talking about
It was from 80 to 88.
Reagan
84
was
and 88?
Reagan was 80 to 88 because he had two terms.
was-
Yeah,
Who was in 79?
That,
that was Carter.
Carter. Yeah.
Yeah, Reagan was actually technically since it doesn't start till January 20th or whatever.
Right.
So technically Reagan
79
was
is still Carter.
81 to
To
89 and Bush was 89 to
Right.
93, but yeah.
Yep.
The elections were everyone
Right,
usually
right.
just goes on when the elections.
The
are.
even
I was
numbers.
in the army for 3 presidents. That's
Do
insane.
you guys know who the president was who served 2 non-consecutive terms?
I don't, but somebody was talking about it at work
Garfield?
today.
Garfield. Yeah.
No, Cleveland.
Yep.
Grover
Yeah,
Cleveland?
Yeah,
Grover
Grover
Cleveland.
Cleveland.
I-
What
I
a
think-
what a
yeah.
chat.
He won,
What
and
a
then there was like
Chad.
was it 1 or 2 presidents in between his 2 terms? I think it was 1, right?
1.
Yeah, it was.
And people were like,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
fuck
can't
that,
remember
go
who it
back.
was,
This
but
guy
it was one.
sucked. Let's go back.
Garfield was the first, or no, not the
You were
first,
the first
one.
one to die, right?
No,
He was the first
Lincoln.
one to-
Lincoln was the
Garfield
first one
before Lincoln.
assassinated. Then Garfield got assassinated.
Was it Lincoln first? Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Lincoln.
thought Garfield was
The
before.
first one to die in office was who came before Tyler?
Fillmore.
Was it Fillmore? Yeah. Fillmore was the first one to die, and then Tyler, the 10th president, came in, and because he was the vice president, and he's like, "I'm president now," but there wasn't like that. We actually have made an amendment now to I think the 25th Amendment saying that like if the president dies, and that's when we started making this like chain of succession for the president because a president had never died in office before up until then. And then Tyler was like, "Well, I'm the vice president, so I should step up as president now." And the rest of Congress was like, "Is that how that works?" No one knew how it worked, and
Well, what do
Tyler
we
just
do?
said, "Yeah, that's how
Yay
it's going
for
to work." And I'm
precedence.
the president now, and the rest of the country's like, "Okay, I guess."
You know
And
what,
it wasn't-
guys? It
He went in
sounds
with
to me like
confidence.
we're just figuring this government shit out as we go along.
It wasn't. I think it was the
Are we
60s.
figuring it out? I
It
don't
was
know
the
if we are.
60s. Here's the thing. It was the 60s, I think, when the 25th Amendment was made, and so all the other like when Lincoln was assassinated, when Garfield was assassinated, like they just kind of followed through with what the precedent that Tyler set, but there still was no legal precedent for it. They just assumed like, well, we'll just do it like that because that's how we've done it in the past. And so it wasn't until like 66
Doing things with
or
confidence
67 or maybe 69
does like
that they
achieve
actually
most
did
things.
the 25th Amendment
If
that
it's
like
not broke,
solidified
don't
it.
fix it.
Yeah.
A ladder
Little tidbit
and a
of
high vis
American
vest.
politics.
Just go
and,
through America
secession.
anywhere
Just,
you want.
just put some orange
We're
cones
idiots.
around the country. We're under construction for
Rub
a
some
while.
dirt on it.
Walk it off.
Under construction.
Just rub some
Speaking
tussin.
of
I'm
under
thinking maybe
construction,
hazmat
no, I have
covered
no fucking segue for this. The Pulse.
Really?
Not the Pulse that came
Pulse.
out.
Oh, was
Wait.
it under
The Pulse.
construction?
Hey,
Wait,
we're-
there is Eve's still under construction. This patch is still under
That's right.
construction.
You're
we're
right.
not
That's
in the
segues.
Pulse bar
Yeah.
anymore.
I believe
There's a
what
link
you
in
were saying.
chat to the Pulse. It's not at the Pulse bar in Gino 44 this time. It's in a different venue.
Where
It's
do they
an
take it?
Sort of-
undisclosed Upwell. It's an undisclosed Upwell construction. Or,
Upwell's
Yeah,
getting
but
a
it's
little too
on
much
a
fucking-
planet.
A little uppity for themselves.
Oh, it's
We need to
on a
knock that
planet.
Is this-
down.
Is there
Oh,
some
no
sort of
kidding.
like foreshadowing of something new? Or is it just
Oh.
happen to be on some sort of like Citadel structure just for fun?
I think it's just in an Upwell place because.
oh, it is on a
they
Upwell's
planet.
changed it.
all
I
this
completely
new
missed
bullshit,
this.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't watched it yet.
He seems
And
to
I'm
be
going to try
holding
not
on
to
very
right now
good.
unless we're going to about to do that. But if we do it, I think we should do it together.
It looks like a
Hold hands?
museum, honestly, where they are. There's like all kinds of
Are
displays.
you going to play it on the stream?
Oh, they've done
Um,
this before.
How long is it?
Remember leading up to
No.
maybe this expansion? I think it was maybe the last thing.
It's 4
People were
minutes.
doing all this theory crafting because they showed like holograms and shit in the background, and people were like, they showed this, this, and this. I think this is gonna, these changes are gonna be about this, and it was based on like the holograms or some like text that was
Yeah,
rolling
'cause-
around one of the background animations or something.
Yes, and the guy, what's his face, is wearing an open com shirt.
I think
What?
that might have
I
been the
don't
same
think
one.
That's true.
Oh,
Not
absolutely.
in
true.
that- not in the
If they
render
put an
video.
open com shirt in the game, dude.
Not in the render
no, no,
video.
no,
I
the
think
real
in
guy.
one of the one of the
what's his face? I can't
devs
think of his
was talking to
Mirage?
Oh, he
What
was
do you-
wearing
Yeah,
an open com shirt.
When? Who?
in one of the Pulse videos.
No.
No, I think was it
I got the
Mirage? I
video.
thought it was
Hold
Convict.
on. I don't remember who it was.
I think it was.
But it was a
Convict.
human him, not a
Convict,
render.
Yeah, I think it was
no, it was a
Con-
human yeah, it was in a render, but it was.
It was leading up
But it was
to
that
either this
background,
expansion or the last
it's the
expansion
same
or something. Yeah.
background.
Yeah,
It was
They were
fairly
using it as
recent.
like a
That
green
sounds
screen.
familiar,
Yeah, well, I guess he is too. Now that I
Yeah, because I was like, I don't know if I've given Mirage a shirt, although I did send.
Why are you being stingy?
Why do you hate?
Well, it's not that I didn't. I've never
Sounds like he did.
met them.
Come on, Drayden. Out
I
with
know.
it.
Yeah,
I know.
Dirt.
Dirt gave some open com shirts to Convict and others, but the ones I sent, I remember Ice Cream and Aquarium came and stuff. I gave them shirts, and then I gave extras to Ice Cream and told him like, okay, give this one to Darwin, give this one to Swift, give this one to Convict.
You better have.
I think I did
All
give Aurora
Not bad.
one.
What do we even donate to the show?
I
for?
don't
If
think
we
I
give
got
out
Red
shirts
Cape
to,
one because
like,
I saw her
people.
once, but I didn't have the shirts, and then I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
think I saw her
so.
again, so I didn't actually get Red Cape one when she was down in Vegas, which I felt bad for. But
Are we gonna
Okay.
watch the Pulse video?
yeah, I can.
I don't know.
Please don't.
Can we watch it together if we're gonna?
Oh, Agroth,
Throw it
thank
up.
you.
I can throw it up. It's 4
There you
minutes,
go.
so it's not a long one.
In Twitch chat. That's for Mac.
Akaroth with the gifted subs.
Hey.
Yay!
All right, I'll play
Video.
the video.
Romeo Dumb? No, Jim? Romeo Dumb. Ron. Melatonin. Ron.
You did it.
Welcome back to The Pulse, or rather an Upwell Consortium facility for your source of news from EVE Online. The Equinox expansion launched on the 11th of June, introducing the first step in the reinvigoration of Nullsec, Skinner for ships, and much more. Equinox debuts a suite of new Upwell structures such as the Orbital Skyhook, Sovereignty Hub, and Metanox Moondrill, as well as 4 new Upwell industrial ships with missile capability. Not to be upstaged by Upwell, Paragon have introduced personalized ship skins through an extension to Skinner, opening up a path to a new Capsuleer career. Furthermore, the Paragon Hub, which opened on the 20th of June, allows Capsuleers to show off and trade their creative masterpieces with others, as well as purchase further Skinner design elements. In addition, a monthly reward track and new goal types have been added to Air Daily Goals, plus a comprehensive update to the Corp window with new corporation project types. 3 new Homefront operations sites have also been added to HiSec Space, specifically for groups of 3 Capsuleers and limited to T1 frigates and destroyers. As if that wasn't enough, there have been changes to carriers, giving them an inherent ability to conduit jump, as well as the capacity to fit micro jump drives and capital micro jump field generators. A stunning visual update also brought more detail and diversity to planets, improved distinct bomb VFX, and new upwell explosions. As of today, nullsec alliances can opt to switch over to the new sovereignty system. In light of feedback from experienced pilots and the CSM, and to ensure that systems value and output facilitate freedom and strategy in sovereignty upgrades, power output from suns has been increased, raising the floor of power output from the weakest suns. The window for transitioning will close later this year, but early adopters can immediately start building and installing new sovereignty upgrades. Capsuleers have been busy building up the new infrastructure, like orbital skyhooks, to prepare for the transition. The first one was deployed on June 13th at around 15:30 UTC, and less than a week later, an orbital skyhook was destroyed, with Goon Swarm Federation claiming the kill. The EVE Vanguard Solstice event has begun and will run until the 1st of July. This is Vanguard's biggest update yet, with Solstice introducing an immersive and stunning yet hazardous new map. This update also debuts the Adaptive Weapons System, new industry-focused objectives, tactical gadgets like proximity mines and motion scanners, plus weapon skins to round out the major additions. The 20th edition of the Alliance Tournament will begin on the 19th of October. With the tournament being sponsored by Concord this year, team registrations open today and the rules have been announced. Proving that New Eden is indeed better with friends, EVE Amsterdam recently took place across the 14th to the 16th of June. The weekend was filled with activities such as engaging talks from Kashal Eideron, EVE Workbench and others, as well as a CCP panel and on-stage Skinner demo, a raffle, a party, and more. You can still celebrate Galente Federation Day by grabbing the Shades of Liberty and the Paragon of Liberty packs in the EVE store and the New Eden store. Featuring new Skinner components, Omega and Plex, these packs are available until the 1st of July. You can also still grab the Warclone Omega bundle with 2 free skins in the EVE store and New Eden store too until the 1st of July. That's all for this episode of The Pulse. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember to check the description below for more information on the stories we've covered, and then hit subscribe and the bell icon to stay notified of any new content that we post. See you next time.
What's it?
Successful
All right,
to
there we
last
go.
that long. Oh my
I
God.
love that you made that observation. That is the funniest. That never occurred to me.
I don't
but
think
that
he's
is
ever said it
so
at the end of
fucking
one
funny.
before.
What
Oh,
observation?
I think he has. It just
I mean, he probably has.
What-
Maybe
what did he say?
Lasts forever.
He
said-
mentioned like a like him subscribe thing at the end.
Oh,
so like
I
And I don't
never
think I've
noticed
ever
it.
noticed it.
the video. These Pulse videos always open, or like at least in general, he always talks like in character, in universe, right? He's in the Pulse bar. He's in
Right.
this Upwell facility. So yeah, to say be sure to like and subscribe in universe implies that YouTube has survived.
Or just the
thousands years
concept of
into the
that, right?
future.
Like-
Yeah, right.
Tens
Like I
thousands,
can't believe
yeah.
in YC 140, you know, whatever. I don't know where we're at.
Even in the grim
like-
dark future, there's
Yeah.
still
Right.
like
Yeah.
it's
They're
I mean,
still
I'm-
begging
I mean,
for
he's
likes
still-
and
he's-
subscribes or something.
He's
or whatever.
still in an
It's so
upwell
fucking
structure.
funny.
I'm assuming he's in like one of the skyhooks. I think that they're showing him in
No,
You
one of
can't-
He would never leave
one of the new
Hydra.
structures.
Train, you cannot board skyhooks.
maybe
But they
That-
have,
that-
they
I
have
think it was
worker
the one in the
Well,
beginning of the
Concord,
video.
yeah, he might be.
Have
able
you?
to.
There's got to be
Definitely.
people that work on the skyhooks. Have you seen how big they
Well,
I
are?
think
you
that
get-
was
that's
just
where
like-
you get people from
I
planets.
think that was just like
tons of
Citadel
people in there.
HQ or whatever those people.
I mean,
were.
it could be the
you know,
sovereign.
Upwell-
it could be
Upwell
a Sov
HQ.
hub. It could be a Sov
Because
hub.
the building, like the render of the building at the very beginning of the video, sick. Like it looked like some
Yeah.
sort of
that's
city
that's
thing.
an iHub, the new.
I think that's what he was hanging out in.
Yeah,
No,
he's
I don't
probably in
think
the
so.
Sov hub.
Isn't it?
That makes sense.
I don't think so. You
but-
can't dock in those.
He was in that
Doesn't
building.
Like, you
matter.
can't even
guys.
board
But the thing is, like, they're a
That
structure
whole-
that people are in. Like you have to.
It's
You
on
have
a
to
planet. You mean?
There's
You
no
don't-
people
It's on a
in there.
planet.
It's not a
There's
planet.
no people.
It's on a planet.
oh,
maybe it's the next Vanguard map.
Then they show.
That'd be cool too.
yeah.
Oh,
They
an
show
indoor
Skyhook.
map.
the siege.
Call
of
of
the
Duty.
Pulse siege.
No,
I remember the
it's
old
like
airport
some-
one, and I love
I
it.
hope they
looked
eventually
like some
come up with a
kind
map
of
on a ship.
museum on an island or something.
It's a really cool thing, and I appreciate that you mentioned it was kind of a callback because they did do that in that other video where they were like holograms coming up from like you said, almost like a museum or something, where they were like display pieces, and it was doing the different structures, and one of them was like included twice, and people started theory crafting of like,
Yeah.
oh, is this expansion or is this update going to be about the such and such? I saw it twice in the video or something, whatever. It's kind of fun. I don't know. I like it. I appreciated that he mentioned like, hey, we're not in the Pulse right now. We're in Citadel or whatever. But
Yeah,
Maybe if we go back to this like and subscribe thing, maybe it's like a
Maybe.
Demolition Man kind of thing where like and subscribe has been like
the jingle.
That's how you
yeah
have to work your
somehow
butt?
it's been like mutated from like this like and subscribe to like live well and prosper kind of thing.
Oh, that's a greeting
As
or
you
like
say
a
goodbye to
salutation.
someone, you say hey, like and subscribe.
It's aloha. It's
What
hello.
was their
As you're, like,
definition?
saying
They had a
goodbye.
weird-
Yeah,
what
it's
was
just
that
a
from
general
Demolition Man?
salutation.
God,
I
that's
like
so
that.
bleak and idiocracy, and I really like that
That is,
theory.
it's very idiocracy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to Costco. I love you. He's like and subscribe.
That's it, like and
Just
subscribe.
everybody you wave to. What if our kids are gonna do that?
You know they will.
Oh man.
That's
Guaranteed.
saying LOL, and
You
I
have-
don't like it when people
dude,
do that.
We say LOL out loud. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come
We're
on.
we're continually
Yeah.
condensing language.
Hey,
This
chat.
got dark, and I
If
don't
I
like the
say
thoughts
we're,
I'm
lol or
having.
we're
LOL,
constantly
it's
making language
sarcastic.
more efficient.
I have told people in real
Why
life
use
to
many
put
words
F's
when
in
few
chat.
words?
Have you really?
F's in
Yeah.
chat
Yeah,
is a
that's a
fun.
thing, yeah.
I think that's a meme that's worth permeating into
Yeah.
our
F's in
vernacular.
chat is
Not a,
funny
it's not an insult.
I think that's
Something
fun.
shitty will happen at work. I'm like, ooh, fuck. Put F's in chat, troops. Jesus.
because
fuck,
the
that's awful.
yeah.
Do they know what you're talking about at all?
They do.
Yeah, they're all
They do.
younger than him. Of
You had to
course,
explain
Yeah.
it to him. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've said 07.
The history
before
of-
to
a bunch of
people.
key.
the notion of press F to pay respects is very
I
funny.
do.
Yeah.
I do say X to doubt.
I've
also
said
do
that.
say
X
X
to doubt.
I've said that. I'm like, I'm gonna
Press
press
X
X.
to
I'm gonna press
doubt.
X to doubt on that. Yeah, I've said that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've said 07 a few times. Be like, see,
I've
I'm like
never said
I've
07.
said
Wait.
07, yeah.
And then like, it's even more weird because it's like most of them don't play. He was like, they don't know what the fuck that means or why I said that. I'm just gonna leave it and just let it sit there.
Just walking away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Talk about the
All right.
Sav updates.
We'll do Saw
So-
updates next. We can do that.
I was gonna say. So,
You gotta link it.
are we touching on the
Yeah.
the changes to the changes to the changes?
Yep.
Changes.
No,
Turn
the Sav update one is not really
the
about
strings.
changes, isn't it? More, it's just starting to go active.
They're tweaking things,
They're tweaking things.
So-
but the big
but
thing
yes,
about this,
I think they
you
did
can now
do the
convert.
rollout.
Yeah, you
I
can
think.
now convert. You don't have to.
Yeah,
but you
yesterday, I
can.
think.
Yeah. So
The
That's
conversion
right.
was
and if
supposed
you
to
go
happen on the
Dotland-
20th.
If you go into Dotland, you can see who has started.
did
the
a week
process or
pushback.
not.
Can you?
Right. They did a
Yes,
week
'cause-
pushback, so now it happened
What?
yesterday. And
Is
now
there
they
like a-
have
If you go into
changes
Dotland-
to like
Oh, okay.
the base power levels for stars and stuff. It's all gone up.
They give it a little more power. So
They
that's
they
why-
tweaked it up a little.
up a
Is it
The
little.
over
lowest stars-
9,000?
No, none of them are. None of
Just
them are.
500. The
Oh,
lowest
it's over
star is now
500.
500, but the highest.
But it
ones
was like
remain unchanged at
250 before
1,000.
or something.
Yeah.
They didn't change the caps. All the highest things stayed whatever the highest things. They didn't change any of the upper echelons of it, but they buffered the lower levels of it because some people
What
were
was
of
the
the belief.
original lower level, Jamie? Remember?
I believe it was 250 minimum.
Okay.
And some people were of the belief that this is going to make some systems actual garbage. Like nobody, not even like small timer alliances, making their way into null will want, nobody can live off this. It will do nothing. So they-
That's really
People
what I'm
lobbied them a
saying.
little bit to tweak it up a little bit, and hopefully, I like that they didn't dial it up much because I was kind of like, hey, it's kind of cool if some places are just garbage. Like that's space. Like like some places there's stuff to look at, and some places there's nothing. Like maybe that's just how it is. But
It is actually how it should be. You're right.
but kind of in the vein of what they've been doing the last couple of years, they've introduced some things in a way that I think is a little bit more healthy, where it's like, let's just tweak on the dial a little, because CCP has had years where they oversteer, right? And you do, you slip on ice or some shit, and you get real willy-nilly about it, and you go from one extreme to the other, and that's
I think
unhealthy.
that was their forte for a long time. Right?
It's easy to do.
It is.
I know how
It's
to oversteer. I'm great at
for sure. I do like the fact that they're
I
now
only
visibly
oversteer.
it.
getting
Exactly.
feedback from players and using.
I don't live in
I
Ice
like the
State.
fact that they point that out. I really enjoy that.
Every GTA game, I can't stay on the street. It's like sidewalk to sidewalk. It's not my fault that people are in the way.
Let's play bumper cars, kids. And
Okay,
that's why
so
I
if
If you go
don't
to
play Forza.
Dotland,
No.
you can look and see who's now transferred.
Is it a filter?
No. So you pull up the map, right? You go to under the sovereignty things. It's
Like the
you
daily
drop down
changes log or whatever.
TCU, right? You look at the TCUs, and then you look at the iHubs. So if there's no TCU, they're making it into an Sov hub. If there's still
That
sounds
TCU in
like
the
work.
system. Then
Are you
there's
talking
no-
about the ledger though? Like the daily
no,
changes
no, no,
ledger?
No.
No.
If you pull it,
Because that would
So-
be easy.
have they started doing it in Delve?
I don't think so. I can't.
Why
Where
not?
have they started? Where have they started doing it? So I'm not hunting through 85 fucking regions of. Nullsec
I know for sure. Like if you go to Malpass, you can see it there.
Okay, let's see.
where and what is that? It's a
Malp-
Malpass.
Malp ass.
Got it. You pull up the iHub owner.
Oh, there it
Sorry,
is. Malpace.
whatever.
Malpace.
Malpace.
TCUs. You have
said,
like
"I'll
1,
kick
2,
your
3,
mouth
4,
pad."
5,
Like,
6
TCU
systems that have no
Make fun of my
TCUs,
ratting home.
but they have iHubs.
Oh
Those are
yeah,
being
1, 2,
transferred over.
3, 4, 5, 6.
How do you see they have no TCUs? I still see NC all over it.
TCU? Pull it. Hit
With
TCU,
TCU
ownership.
ownership. And there's blank ones.
That's
down
what I'm
here
And
clicking.
by,
there's 6 white right in the middle of that system. There's
yeah.
6 white
Mm.
spots, but they all have iHubs, so they're being transferred over to the new.
Okay.
site.
Okay.
Like, you can see there's some.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I mean, I'm sure
That looks
everywhere
like a
there's
lot of
some.
manual parsing.
Well, this is important information, though. I mean, this is something people.
Yeah,
choose
you guys
to
have some
do,
beam counters that are doing
and
this,
is
right?
a- potential targets, right? Let's go fuck with those. They're in the new system.
There's a
Sure.
team of goons.
Why would you
assigned
go
to
after
each
a
region.
system in the old system? Because
Absolutely there.
Yeah, you wait for these.
Some smoky room of goons
I'm sure
somewhere.
there's there's
It's
probably a facility.
underground. We know
There-
it is.
Oh, it's
And-
very smoky too.
Yeah, of course it's smoky. And yeah, they're discussing this
kinda
and they're
interesting.
refreshing.
Whole spreadsheet in that. I did see that. What's the spreadsheet for though? Click on the entire spreadsheet. That's for the minerals, isn't it?
So somebody
Rain wants baby terms of what's changing.
ooh,
The
ELI
game-
5?
The game is changing a little bit.
TCU
Everything
terms.
changes.
and
in
iHubs are
5.
combining into Sov hubs, but I think you have to build one for it to do that.
A widow
They don't
Sov
they
hub?
don't
It's
combine.
amazing, Vlad. It's great.
They're-
They have new ships in
You
here.
can add a
new ways to
Sov
get
hub, which
PI.
Sov hub
This
is like a
great
They're
stuff.
sunsetting TCUs.
Yeah, it's basically like
Oh,
But
stop,
no one
Vlad.
likes ratters anyway, so who cares?
skyhooks are replacing Pocos, although you don't have to put a
Only in
skyhook.
nullsec.
You don't have-
Only in nullsec,
Control.
which will allow you to
Well, not even
harvest
nullsec.
resources that fuel the new structures. Passive moon mining's
Reagents, we're
back.
calling them.
Reagents. Okay, passive moon mining's back with
There you
what's
go,
that one
Ray.
called?
Or regents, because I don't know, it's regional, I'm sure.
Rain, there's no way to go through it. And
There's a lot.
It's a lot of changes. Like
A lot of
the
changes.
most I've seen in a long, long time.
Carriers
Big
can,
expansion.
Carriers can conduit now. They can conduit
Awesome. They
other.
can fucking buy
So you don't
some
need a
jump
Titan now. You can conduit
Up to
the
30.
carrier and bring up 30 people with you, which is sweet.
And if
Pretty
they do
cool.
The micro jump
It's a fun way to-
micro jump field generator. It's 50.
They can
and,
yank
and
50.
4 other capitals.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's with
Mhm.
max skills. That's probably
They can
a
yeet-
skill-based thing. But
Like, we're going to see some silly
I
shit.
don't know
I
if
know
it's
people are still
harder.
kind of down on them. Like, carriers are, not what they once were. Whatever.
No,
They've
those
always
are
been, like,
huge.
damn near the cheapest capital. So who
I don't know
gives
if
a
nullsec's
fuck? But-
harder. I think it's harder for like logistics and like administration. But as far as like general members in nullsec, I don't think it's harder.
Here's just real quick though. I want to touch on this. In the last year, I think we've seen the introduction of Lancer Dreads and Yeet carriers potentially. I don't know how you want to phrase it.
No, I like that.
In the next big thing, whatever the big thing is, probably the next big set piece war, whatever galactic war. I think we're going to see hopefully some Operation Inho level shit where people are like really like digging in and be like, what kind of silly, crazy shit could I pull off with this? And people are going to be like, what the fuck did I just see?
Yep.
Because those are two like really not heavily used mechanics yet that in some edge case scenarios could do some real silly shit. We just haven't seen it yet because we haven't seen a big battle like that.
Oh,
But I fully believe that there's some brilliant minds that dick around with stuff and are thinking and digging into this and are going to find some real silly ways to where everybody's like, oh shit, we're going to be talking about this for a minute. Like,
Also-
what
also-
did I
also-
just see?
We did.
another big one is Upwell haulers. There's an Upwell line of ships now, haulers, and they're combat
yeah.
haulers. There's like a freighter you can fully fit up with like missile launchers and shit. So combat freighter, combat
They got launchers.
DST, combat.
You can shoot back at
Blockade
Jason
runner,
Fusion as he
combat
kills you.
T1. Yeah, so basically
the other thing
haulers
with
with guns and
those
actually
new ones-
Cows
fit
with
freighters.
Also, they're faster, more agile, and you
Yeah.
haul more.
Like,
shit,
wasn't there?
right?
They tuned it down, but
Except
wasn't
the-
there like a legit one of
except
the?
freighter? It's the same.
Yeah, wasn't the new? What is it? One of the? Well, no, the freighter you can fit up with like 6 launchers on
No,
it
but- I know, but,
and
but for
tank
like,
and everything.
for like warp speed, a line
Oh, yeah.
time, that stuff's all really. I mean, it's all in line with the other freighters.
What
Where the Squall, the Deluge, and the what's it, Torrent?
Avalanche? I think is one.
Something
of
like
them.
that. Something like
Those three are better in capabilities as their counterparts.
Yeah,
they're
they're
faster,
like
they
the best
tank
ones.
better, and they're
But
they're
the-
line
so-
faster.
But
What was
the
the hauler that people were
infrastructure
actually
hub
using
is not a
for that?
full on like or infrastructure hold. Sorry, it's not a
task.
full on hold.
They
No,
should
it's
set the
everything but
task.
basically modules. Yeah, basically.
There's a lot of things it still doesn't hold, I think, but they are pretty broad at this point. What
Yeah. they're
counts
broad,
as
yeah.
infrastructure?
I mean, I wouldn't use it as a
What?
hauler.
Whoa! Did you
But it
did you,
places-
Whoa,
whoa,
whoa.
did you
Whoa.
accidentally hit a 0
the
on there? But
Ooh, fuck!
He's my new best friend.
Wait, what?
Whoa!
I hope he didn't accidentally push
Thank you,
0.
hell yeah. Hope that was not a mistake.
That's 50 shots.
P-Task with the 50 gifted soul.
So, I absolutely have to be shot to the guy who
The task block.
crazy glass to beat that.
Yeah, I'll do some shots. I don't even have a shot glass. I'm just recording here.
Find one, bitch.
Oh, wait, he just-
Motherfucker did it again.
What?
Motherfucker did it again.
What's going on?
You get the full song.
It's payday Friday, huh?
What's going on? What the fuck? Hold up.
Are we
Hold
on?
up.
Are we
What
on
is
like a
going
hype,
on?
Are we on,
hype
like
train
15?
20?
What
Is
the
it real?
fuck
Is your-
is happening?
Oh, no,
Is
come
your-
on.
what?
Are you okay? Did you win the lottery?
Did somebody
Did some-
just, yeah.
Does your
Is
mom
this-
know you have her credit card?
Yeah, dude,
What's
did you steal somebody's credit card?
Oh no!
Thank you very much, Black.
20
That's
more.
amazing.
What's going on? I don't even know what's happening.
Fantastic.
This
That's
this-
120.
I
120 fucking subs.
I am
feel
suspicious.
bad.
I am so suspicious of this. This is some kind of scam.
You
This
can't-
is some
Maybe
kind
they're
of
just
scam.
drunk.
You can't-
because
no.
we have been doing
You
that.
can't scam on the subs. That's Twitch's thing. You can't get those refunded.
Okay,
You
looks
You
like
can't
Drayden's
double.
going to
You can't triple
Fanfest.
stamp a double
You
You
stamp.
can't triple stamp a double stamp.
Who did you do that to one night?
Lord, you can't triple stamp a double stamp.
Lloyd.
Vlad redeemed a
Well,
shot. Everybody
Fucking
take a shot.
Batask. Thank you. That's
Drayden started
What
doing
the
the
hell,
double.
bro?
You can't
Batask
triple
and
stamp a double
an
stamp to
anonymous
somebody,
gifter.
and they got irritated.
anonymous.
Who
Yeah,
was that?
anonymous 10.
Here's the fun
Anonymous
thing with
gifted
that.
10 subs.
Praise Dave- praise
Btask,
Dave,
How
Manic.
many is this?
Here's the fun
That's
thing with that.
131.
Everybody who's turned on the show in the last 12 months now has us.
Yeah, pretty much.
It does all the backlog, even if they're like not watching the
There
show
you
or
go. About time.
Well, goddamn.
You got
That's
two
insane.
Daves in there as well.
Fuck, dude. Everything's coming.
What diplomatic
Shit's
shuttle are we
popping
talking
off
about?
tonight.
I can get you one.
Where my diplomatic
Well,
shuttles at?
Is
Fuck,
the
let me
train
log in
even
and give
going?
you
Is my
Jesus.
screen broken? It's not even showing.
I think the train's broken.
I think it
He-
broke.
The train glitched out.
I don't see
derailed
it.
it.
I just see like things coming up from a black bar.
Yeah.
I'll screenshot it.
It couldn't handle
Oh, it's
it.
not
It
working
couldn't
for me
handle
either.
the raw power of
Yeah.
Btask.
I love that. Couldn't handle the raw power.
Just
Fuck
Super
yeah.
Saiyan.
The stream went
Yeah,
Super
that's
Saiyan.
funny.
I
That's
can't
great.
post it. I gotta host it somewhere else.
It's like, he wouldn't do it again. You underestimate my power.
Fine, Sandy. Thanks again, Btask.
Yeah, thank you, man. Fuck.
That was
hey.
awesome, dude. Yeah.
I'm just going to drink this whole glass of
Not,
milk.
we did not earn
You
it.
said-
We
Yeah, I
appreciate
feel like we
Where-
should have to finish.
Where are my diplomatic shuttles at?
Someone
you
buy
said
that
that?
man a diplomatic
Send me your
shuttle.
in-game name.
Fuck yeah, I'll just send you one too.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, but I don't have any safe points.
I've got to have some. Surely I've got some.
I do, but they're in the
Oh, and
What
they
is-
just
what
threw a
is
bunch
this?
of bits.
What are they doing? Still got a tie.
Hype level 13. I've never
Still
been
got time to send diplomatic shuttle to IGN Btask. Kindly, please, from a remote location, not a trade hub.
Oh,
Greatly appreciated. Participate in this stunt. Cheers. What is this? What's going
I
on?
don't. Oh, you just put $15 in bits up there too. So
Not a
is
trade
this
hub. I have to
Yeah,
look.
Right,
This
yeah,
the
this
Is
weirdest
this an
one.
art
RMT?
project? I don't know what we're seeing
he's
right
he's
now.
RMTing
Is
the
this
shuttles.
performance art?
Got it.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. Maybe performance art.
Why is it weird RMT? How is it even RMT?
No,
It's not.
rain.
Everybody
I mean,
Rain's
was
Gonna
it's a joke.
It's not RMT, but
No,
if
it's
you
not,
take it
it
in the
is
most
a joke.
literal form of like real money trading real money
Yeah.
to real money for somebody else, I guess half of
Yeah.
it to Amazon
I'm
and
pretty sure
half of it to
buying.
Drayden's bar bill
It's the
in
least
the next year or
efficient way
so.
to RMT.
I think buying
Oh, yeah.
120 subs
the
on
in-game
Twitch
name?
is way more expensive than just buying
BTAS.
shuttles in the game.
BTAS
So
exclamation point? Is that
What's
it?
your- what's your name in
BTAS
game, though?
is your in-game name BTask exclamation point or just BTask?
I don't think you can use exclamation
I don't
points
think
here.
you
Let's
can either.
do test.
Oh, okay, good call.
I see this one fucking dude here.
And now he's smoking a Vinny's
whisper him,
cigar.
whisper him in Twitch. Oh, it's
Who
just
are you,
BTask. It's
sir?
all capital BTask.
So Here's my
I'm
theory.
still kind of suspicious about.
oh, Liz
this.
is sharing
No,
some
I'm
tea.
not. You can't. It's
What do we got here, Liz?
These are true.
B-Task. He's got
The do-
71
the
followers.
donations-
I'm
the
gonna drop
donation-
him a follow.
The donations with PayPal.
He
you
doesn't
can-
stream. Oh
can
wait,
get
yes,
refunds.
yes, he does.
So it's his description
Get
is
some music
everything
streams.
changes, Crash Naps, and Brother Grimoire Daddy-O.
So this dude's a.
He
I
might
like-
just be a
I like
super
that.
patron,
I'm in. I'm all for it. I'm
a
just gonna
patron of the arts, and I respect.
He does music
Oh shit!
apparently.
Oh, they're mixes. He's got like recent
Now,
broadcasts.
now
and
everyone's
mixes.
like just researching
I dig
BTS.
music streams.
Yeah, we're
BTask
dinosaurs.
is
I followed
Drayden.
you.
a local
He's
celebrity now.
suspicious. Splashing around money. He's suspicious.
Have you heard the Crash Naps song?
I don't think I have.
Fucking it's
See him do it.
Is it catchy?
what the fuck is it? It's
That
it's
dude's a
Dank
madman.
1v1s is like the catch for it. Yeah, it's a Depeche
Like the
Mode
hook?
song. I'll find that.
Yeah, I
Let
don't
me
know.
find the
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
Depeche Mode songs.
I don't know if I know a
Where
lot
were
of
we at?
Depeche Mode.
Doesn't Depeche Mode sing?
Okay,
I'm-
it's Enjoy the
mentally-
Silence. Have you ever heard that song? Enjoy the Silence.
I feel like I don't know.
I don't think so.
No.
Probably
Anyways,
in
he
just
does,
not the name.
Dank 1v1s. It's good. I enjoy it.
Right?
I like
so
Eve
that's-
songs that are themed after a real song, and I think most of us do.
Yeah, I like Eve parodies.
The Hurricanes and the Night Skies, like hits.
Yep.
Oh. I like
Yes.
the fucking what is it?
I'll bite.
How to Stay Aligned.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
Gotta stay alive.
The reality is there's a lot of talented Eve players over the years,
Oh, so
Really?
there's-
or
oh,
really good producers that make it sound good. I don't know how that works.
I swear to
but
God,
There's a lot of people out there
the
with
Eve
legitimate
community
skills. Yeah.
is full of hot, talented people.
Yeah.
And like, I
is?
don't know of any other game community that has as many hot,
That
talented
makes-
people as the Eve
It
community.
makes me think of like
we get that a lot.
It makes me think of Zoolander. It's like B-Task, so hot right now.
So hot.
BTS.
Right now. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna make that meme. Fuck it.
He says he says in-game mail him to know why.
Where did you say that?
Did he spell it
Chat.
out for you or something?
Here it is. It's in Twitch chat.
He just sold his Twitter shares to Elon Musk. He's rich.
Where is that?
Oh, what a minch!
What's this?
That's that thing he was talking about.
Ooh.
Oh wait, B-Task is Crash Names?
I don't think so. Is it?
Who are you supposed to send to in game?
Just play that in the background.
Okay.
Oh, that's Depeche Mode? I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Depeche Mode is before my time. That's more like Dominarch's thing, but
My era, not my thing. Was not a huge Depeche Mode. I did like Kill motherfucking Depeche Mode. It was fun.
Dom,
Oh, yeah,
don't
came at
lie.
the
You
end.
wore eyeliner to the clubs at one point.
Only for the flock of seagulls.
So wait, did he do this?
This is
Crash Naps made
fucking
this song.
good.
This is
Is
real
it?
good.
I love it.
Oh my god, dude.
I've seen a few of his streams. He's a madman. But this is real good. Does he live in like the fucking tundra? Where is that about? I don't understand the north or places that snow.
I don't like people who show off. Fucking good. Oh, I think we're muted.
Mute.
Dude, I need to learn this for karaoke night. Oh my god, this is so
pretty
good. This
This
is
is
so good.
Enjoy the silence one.
There's some
I didn't know that was a Depeche Mode song either. I didn't know I knew any Depeche Mode. I know that
I
song.
knew I knew some. It's just one of those like there's a lot of
I
bands
just assume I
from
did.
like the 70s and
You do,
80s
you
and
do.
stuff where
Right.
like be like, oh, you know this? I'm like, I've heard the name and I'm sure I've heard a song, and then you hear the song, you're like, oh yeah, this one.
That's my thing. Is I'm like,
Yeah.
they're huge. I assume I know something by them. I couldn't name anything by name, so like you'll have to play it for me. Yeah, I like it. Personal Jesus. Okay, I remember that one. You're right.
Oh
Personal
yeah.
Jesus.
I thought that was
First
Blue
one?
Oyster Cult.
I hope
that was
somebody
our-
turns
yeah,
that
Blue-
into an Eve
Blue
song.
Oyster Cult is Don't Fear the Reaper. That's
Don't fear.
Don't
You can
fear.
feed him.
no,
Don't
Don't Fear the
feed him?
Reaper. Yeah.
Don't be an asshole.
Don't
Trade. Be
feel the
hospitable.
Reaper. He's a fucking bitch. That's
I know you're not
funny.
from the South, but just be hospitable. Dude.
They also did what Godzilla.
Very cool. Well, yeah.
Oyster
Thanks,
Cult.
BTAS, very
Oyster
much
Cult.
for all the gifted subs. Holy shit, that's I don't know.
I
That
still
was
can't see
dope.
the hype train though. Like,
Dope.
Oh,
Yeah,
Vengeful
no, he
Messiah.
broke, he
Yeah,
broke the
all
hype
kinds of
train.
good
He
stuff.
broke it.
I know.
He
How
literally
does that even
broke
work?
it.
He derailed the
There,
hype
there's
train.
that's the
broke
picture. I don't
Twitch.
know if I posted it before.
Take that, fucking Bezos. You broke your shit.
If you don't know what it looks like, that's a picture of it not appearing.
What are
It's
you
a
doing?
blank fucking
Oh
bar.
my god, he's doing it again. Guys, he's doing
What's
it again.
happening?
Killing
Oh,
us,
what
kid.
the fuck?
You do know those cost money, right? I still haven't got one.
As
You know
long
what?
as-
no,
Christ.
we're gonna do this song again because damn it, he's
'Cause
fucking
he
earned
earned
it.
You know what? We're also gonna do another drink to him.
This is the dedicated. I need to like set up something to Stream Elements that anytime someone donates 50 subs, this plays. I'll find some shuttles.
Okay.
What a madman. I assume he
What
got
a
paid. It's a Friday.
Fucking legend, man.
Checking my bank account.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I'm nervous. Like I'm waiting for the
Bitcoin
alerts to
come
show
ups.
up on my phone.
Bitcoin
come up,
just
sir,
got 2
at
shuttles
the-
from me.
He's
Well,
the
that's
greatest
what I'm saying.
fucking hacker
It's
ever.
through
Down
Twitch.
pedal,
It's through
overdraw.
Twitch, so it's solid. So Twitch, they do like pay like net, it's not net 30. It's well, it's like net 30. Like, and then they
Dude,
send
yeah,
they send
get
you the
everyone
money.
to FanFest.
Yeah, the only thing you'd worry about is like direct donations through PayPal because those could have 30 days where they can ask for a refund, but not through Twitch. So this is like legit. It's I like that. Dude, thanks. That's.
look,
baller,
man.
everyone to
Fucking
FanFest
Yeah,
stream.
I was like, yeah, I'm definitely going to FanFest now. So-
Streamer house.
Hell yeah.
Karaoke.
Oh yeah, we'll do a
Shawarma.
FanFest video. We'll do a shawarma. We'll do a FanFest.
Horse and whale.
There's karaoke
Can we
in
talk about
Iceland,
these
right?
again?
There's
I'd still
there's
love
at
this.
least
I would love to.
there's at least
yes.
one karaoke
There
place
is
in Iceland.
there is at least one. Well, so they do karaoke night at shit. I'm
It was like McGurdy's or something
struggling
like
to
that.
remember the name of the bar, but
Started with an M.
it's the it's
McDougal's.
the same. It's the same place every year.
Something like that.
O'Doyle's.
It's not Irish, but it
I
was
heard
like
McGillicuddy's.
McMurdy's.
I heard
or something.
O'Doyle's rules.
Gaukerin.
So
That starts with an M.
It's-
Merca
that's-
Dirk Dirks.
the
Gaukerin.
G is.
I don't
M
think
in
it's called that,
Icelandic.
but if you say it, I believe you.
no,
Merca
it's
Dirk Dirk?
Gaukerin. Yeah,
It was an
it's-
M on my Google.
it's a
M-
bar.
McGurkin.
It's
Gherkins.
it's a 2-story building, so the bar is on the top floor, and yeah, there's like a stage and a DJ, and you
They
tell
do.
them what song you want to sing.
Garkagan.
So,
Gaukerin.
Manic, I believe you did it. Did they do like kind of like the YouTube method where you can bring up some songs that maybe they don't have like all the karaoke tracks for, like it's like an old school karaoke?
So When I have done it, I just tell them the song that I want, and then they say yes or no, we have it. And
Okay.
if they don't have it, then
It might kind of still be that sort of thing where they
Yeah.
have to have like a lyric track and like, you know, whatever, the song in their collection.
when I did when I did the Heart in a Blender song, they did the karaoke version. I was expecting to hear the vocals
panties
over
stuff.
yeah. So yeah.
I
they-
was
they-
thinking because
and like
I
they
thought
had-
about
they
that
had
that Kid
screens
Leroy
above the
song.
stage where you could see the lyrics. So if you need help,
Yeah.
they've got you covered.
I thought about that Kid Leroy song, but the middle version that you'd shared a while back, if you remember.
The what?
Kid Leroy
Oh yeah,
with
that's a
over
good
the
one.
middle. Like I thought about that one. I was like, that's a
Yeah.
fun one. I can't hit most of those notes probably, but it was still fun, and I thought about it for a minute. And then I thought about some other ones over the course of time because after we've done a couple of these meetups and stuff, I'm like, oh, karaoke's pretty fun. And so I've tried to think of songs that like maybe I can feasibly do with, you know, and feel good about myself. And yeah, but I was pondering on that. I was like, is it tracks or is it maybe like they'll pull up whatever I YouTube or something and I can, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
I
I
can
think they have
Milli Vanilli my way through that shit.
Yeah. I mean,
You know, I'm gonna try
it's
to
all in
sing
the-
over it, but
it's
if
all
I
in the
fuck it up, then
performance,
there's somebody
really.
singing.
So as long as you put on a good show, nobody cares if you fuck up the words.
Yeah, I'm not so much worried about the words. Just like you know, whatever tone of voice and stuff. I've got a pretty distinctive. I think, you know, everybody should try to find songs that work for them. Nothing wrong with if you want to sing something that doesn't, but if it doesn't work for me, then I'm gonna sing in silly voices where I'm like, I'm trying to do high pitched notes with my
You kick
fucking
the
voice.
what's
You
it
know,
called?
and
The
it's
amp
gonna be
over
its
and-
own experience.
Yeah. Did you know there's 2,712 controllable nullsec systems?
I didn't, but I do now.
Didn't either. I just
How many are named?
I was like, I can't remember the name of this system. Like, did you know that the one is the only name system?
Poita?
One?
Poita is the only name
The only name system in Syndicate.
Syndicate.
Yep. I knew that.
They said the Templar is an Amar fighter drone.
Yes.
Now we're doing the deep cuts, B-sides.
He said, no. We're still in the sovereignty update thing.
And I want to.
Well,
one of the
Dom,
things
I was a little upset about.
Dom,
at
you weren't
first-
here last week,
No,
right?
No, I was not here last week.
Real quick, one of the things, and I'll say, a lot of these fucks, I don't mean to refer to you guys that way. A lot of these
Whoa.
fucks do not
Kidders.
pay attention to Knobs Somnol and the way that the
Nobsol.
yes,
Not
and the
Nobsol.
way that some of these things of this expansion are interacting with it, and I totally get it because it's just not on their radar. But it was like last week, I was like, I really want to kind of dig into some of this, and I was like, beyond me and Skyhook, Skyhawk, we couldn't. Yeah, Skyhook. So,
Raven Haven's a staple.
I've actually tried to get my alliance saying Skyhawks, and I'm using the wrong word for Skyhawk now.
Use all your political capital.
But I did want to talk about it last week, and I was like, but nobody really knows much about it or like has interacted with it much beyond he and I.
So
If
one
you
thing
want to talk about it, though, we
one
should.
thing I was a little worried about with all the new structures, right? Because you have to have the power for everything, blah blah blah. And I know they upped the suns already, but I was like, are we gonna have to go through every fucking system and like have somebody go through everyone just to mark down what star it is, right? To know which ones are gonna be good.
No.
They
Yes
provide
and
that-
no.
They provided the information on this.
Yeah, it's in
I was
spreadsheets
surprised.
already, and it's
Yeah.
on Dotland and stuff like that.
No,
So we
it's
don't-
not
we
on
don't ha-
Dotland. I looked. The sun.
It's not
what kind of sun it
reflected-
is not in there. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I'm
I think if
positive.
you look at the Celestials tab, I think you will see the kind of
it
stuff.
doesn't tell you what kind of sun it is.
It may not. I could be wrong.
I looked. I couldn't.
But the
find it
information
anywhere.
is kind of out there. A lot of
It
people
is
are already
now for sure,
publishing
'cause
spreadsheets and
CCP
stuff.
just supplied
Yeah.
it to us, which I'm
A lot of players have done
Yeah.
too, though.
I know so. Yeah, but I mean, are you
This
gonna
is
share
one of
your
those
information with
times-
me? Right? No.
This is one of those expansions and times in Eve where I'm real happy and impressed by some of the
Data.
data entry and data, porn people where they're like, yeah, I made a bunch of new spreadsheets for it. And like, check out all this shit I'm sharing.
Well,
Look at all this
CCP's been
data.
very forthcoming with some data, not all, but
Yeah.
a lot.
I like it when the people put down their data.
I just think it's kind of because we're seeing these things being made into the Sov hubs now. So soon we'll have at least some. Each group will have their own little secret information about how it's working.
I think so far, and I don't know
Yeah.
how widespread it is. I haven't seen a lot coming out of like necessarily the Imperium camp, but I'm sure they're sharing stuff here and there where they can too. From what I've seen, a lot of people are just being kind of crowdsourcey share, like, hey, let's talk our way through this experience stuff. Whoa, there's a shitload of faces on the screen now. It's Crash Snaps Wario, maybe? I couldn't tell.
What happened?
I don't know.
Where's our cameras?
B-Task
Oh, I
just
probably fucked it up.
on-screen
Right.
celebration
I
does
never
with
found it, Rome.
Crash Snaps Wario, I think.
Tried.
Crash. No, it's a Louis. Wait, it's just as
Crash and
I don't know.
Ouija.
I don't know.
Crash and Ouija.
Fucking sure does.
It was
I missed that.
impressive.
Thank
It
you.
was like
Thank you,
snowing
bro.
opposite direction on our screen, and I haven't seen that happen before.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I couldn't find that when I was looking for it earlier. I was a little irritated. I was like, I'm not flying around looking at these fucking stars. But I don't have to.
Wait,
Yeah,
real
good
quick.
point.
So it is on
He
Dotland.
was on it. Yeah, I looked at it. Yeah.
Holy shit!
I looked at that.
I heard you
screen.
say sorry, but will you say it
Yeah.
again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Like
Okay,
I said,
just make
I
sure.
looked at that
I'm
screen
messing
and I
with
didn't see it. That's the screen I was looking at, and did not notice the star at the top. I'm just dumb.
Yeah,
Sometimes I'm dumb.
no. There's nothing
No, it's
to
okay.
be.
I'm stupid. I
I
won't
didn't.
talk
When you
anymore.
said no, I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm like maybe it wasn't because I've looked at a lot.
Ah.
That's the thing. This is a new expansion, and we're looking at a lot of different resources. We're
Yeah.
looking at a lot of different analyses.
You can call me
or
dumb. It's okay. I
analyses.
get it.
People are putting out their own spreadsheets. CCP's putting out their own spreadsheets. Sometimes their spreadsheets aren't correct. Things are happening. It's fast and loose right now, and I'm
It
here
is,
for
yeah.
it because I like big changes in the game. And it's like, oh, they're being mean to the nullsecers. I'm a nullsecker, and it's like, cool. Like, let's do something different and let's figure it out. It'll be
Well, it would
different.
be mean to me. Change shit.
I mean, I'm not trying to be like, I don't want anybody stepping on my balls or anything, but like,
Oh,
you know,
they
I
do-
like
they
a
do
little
high heels.
adversity here and there to keep things
You can
spicy.
pay people to do that.
I don't like
I'd
it.
do
I
it
don't
for
want
free,
that.
Probably.
That seems not like
awful.
my thing.
One thing I haven't looked into,
But
though,
I
is
do
what
like
the
them
cost
just
of the
shaking
big
it up,
upgrades
you
is.
know? People are scared right now in like a I'm gonna bitch a lot way. And I'm like, that's cool. That's good. You don't know what's around the turn, you know? We're all kind of figuring something out. And that's really kind of fun to me.
Hmm.
And maybe it breaks a lot of our space. I'm okay with it. Space can get stagnant. Break a little bit. Shake things up.
I think that's kind of the point, right?
I think it is, and I hope it is, and that's why a week ago, let's say the 19th, for example, everybody's looking forward to the 20th, blah, 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 blah. We're going to push it back a week. And I was like, please don't dial it back. Please don't give in to where all the loudest voices, the first knee-jerk reactions, all the people are just like, my way of life is over. And it's like, no, it's going to be different. It will be different. But we've been doing this for a while. And like, we know this. We've got this down. This is just, we're a well-oiled machine. That's, it is what we do. We're going to do it every time. But maybe we fuck with things a little bit. And now we got to do something different and we got to learn again. And we got to, experience some of these things I was really looking forward to. And I still am, it's just like, and I really appreciate that they tweaked the dial, but they didn't be like, oh, we're not going to do it. I'm sorry. Like, we were too ambitious and you guys can't handle change and whatever. Like,
You were worried they're gonna roll
fuck
stuff
those loud
significantly
clowns.
back,
Yeah, I really was. And it's like, if it sucks, it sucks. And we'll find out over time and we'll decide whether we just can't deal. But I think in the meantime, like, let's just, let's play it out. Let's see how it goes. Some of it's going to be different, and hopefully that causes us to play different.
But I'm glad that they are getting feedback from pilots. And to me, at least as of recent, they've done a good job of filtering the stupid from the real. Right? Because if you get a lot of people are going to send feedback to, this is
Sure.
dumb, blah, 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 blah.
Nah.
They've done a good
Help me
job,
do it.
I think, of listening to the actual good feedback. Right? To me, it seems like it anyway. I'm happy about it.
Manic, do you have the LB soundbite?
Do I have what?
The sound of nullsecers in Rage.
Oh.
Well, they did
Oh,
vary,
I don't.
quite a bit. Yeah.
He did a real short.
Okay, I'll get that tomorrow.
I can't wrap every system. I can't mine
I
anywhere.
can't turn myself up. I think
Yeah.
we're
Hold on. LB, if you have a stable of
I'm
these,
gonna look,
just
I'm
go
gonna
ahead and like recite them now, and I'll pull them all from the recording tomorrow.
It was like a year ago, but he had some really good ones, and I thought you clipped them.
It's usually when it's yeah.
They changed my space. Ugh. It was like
unsub,
Yeah.
biomass.
Yeah.
Fucking Hillmar.
Is that any better?
that was
That
the
last
dull
one, That
roar.
last one's ironic.
You know
LB,
when you
because
live in
I
like
know
a
I know I've
suburb
heard
that's near the freeway?
Hilmar from the empty cans from you.
Right.
So
That's my fucking
That's your
son of a bitch.
Spend all the time to have the can that's empty.
He has not fixed that yet. He promised.
No, he hasn't.
Wow,
He's
Dre,
just
He
fucking-
promised. I heard him. I was
He
standing.
threw it
there.
right back at you. It was cold hearted.
It's true. I'll
In
give
my mind, though, that's-
Hilmar 193 plex right now if he stops the fucking empty cans.
But that's so. Like I said, that my metaphor in my head is that's if you've ever lived in a suburb or something near like a freeway or a highway or whatever. That's like the dull roar you hear,
What
right?
about train
That's
tracks?
nullsec. Ugh. Some people have something productive to say. Some people have some actual insight, and 87.6% are like, ugh.
But it's just like a constant droning background
Yeah.
noise
Yeah.
of people complaining. Okay.
What do you mean I can't have 2 sanctums in every system? Ugh.
That sounds really fun.
What if I bump into one of my alliance mates?
Ugh.
I can't believe that asshole even came into my sight.
What's the
What is
point of
it?
even owning 4 regions? Ugh.
What is he, a piece of shit? Is he about to AWOX me?
These are all very legitimate concerns in the game.
These are real things that I've
What's-
experienced over the
What's
years.
the point of
Every
owning
one of those
4
things you
regions?
said, I dealt with as a diplomat. Every one of them. Fucking multiple times.
And that's why it
that's
is
the
good
opposite
that they
of Alan
filter out
Rickman.
some of the white noise or
What's
whatever.
even the point?
Some
So
feedback is
funny.
good,
Oh my god.
and some
Yeah.
is
What's
bad,
even the
and
point?
some is loud, and some is useful, and some sounds like you got something stuck in your throat.
What if I want to sino jam every single system? Ugh.
Death to all capitals.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
to
have built
all
this
capitals.
sandcastle if I wanted to play with enemies.
Yes.
Yeah, what happened? Our enemies. Ah, it sucks. I was all excited. We fucking deployed and nothing.
Don't worry. Once it turns out that Delve is absolute fucking dog shit, you're going to want to go take over another region, and there'll be a war.
They've been saying that for
Enjoy.
years. I think
we've
it's just a
made-
marketing
Even
campaign.
if Delve is bullshit, it doesn't matter at this point. Our infrastructure now is. I mean, it just. We're
No.
not making any
No,
sense.
Dom.
Yeah.
Because
You
here's
won't
the thing.
You
So
won't have
the
any jump
20th,
bridges? No
Wait,
sino
wait.
jammers?
real quick,
The
we touched on
1DQ
it.
Sov Hub will be on the sun now. Fuck.
So even if it's in
Ruh-roh.
a place that's fine, you're gonna be blind.
Tom Thumb, thanks for the gift of sub.
Everybody
it makes
hates
more
it when
fun.
somebody
It's
anchors
possible.
something on the side.
Dead after
Listen,
dark.
Tom, you got a lot to live up to, bud. Thanks for the
Yeah,
one sub.
shoes to fill,
Holy
let me
fuck.
tell
Whoa,
you.
don't do that.
Don't diminish that.
You're
No,
living
no,
in
no,
shadows.
No, don't diminish it. No, thanks, Tom, for
We are
Tease me,
very
baby.
grateful for the sub.
On the shoulders of giants.
On the shoulders of giants.
Another
This
anonymous.
isn't your fault, buddy.
God
damn it.
This was
God
never
damn it.
about you.
I still
Oh,
haven't gotten
wait.
one. Jeez.
Those are tier 2s.
Thanks, buddy.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
so-
Oh.
So
I don't
10
even-
tier.
That's a tier 2 sub.
I have to
Holy
assume
shit,
he
so
won
we're-
the
I
lottery.
all of a sudden feel
Leveling
really
up the
bad,
subs.
and
2 levels.
I feel very pressured that I have not actually added a tier 2 specific sub emote.
You don't? So these good people got ripped off.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to fucking work on it tonight.
Dude,
I'll
if we
do
find
that.
out tomorrow he like gift
Look, I
card
just
scammed
want-
a bunch of people from like a third world country, I'm gonna feel real bad.
Yeah,
I'm-
some
you know
somebody's
what?
grandma
But
got
I think
scammed
you're a
out
good
of
guy
lot.
until then.
I'll
not
add
real
the,
bad.
I'll add the
Kind
tier
of
2
This is a
sub.
Jeff-
I'll make it.
It's a Jeff Bezos problem. It's not
I'll
our
make it.
problem.
I'll make the tier 2
Half-
sub
half
like
our problem.
Depeche Mode's face or something. I don't know.
And a bunch of pensioners, you piece of shit.
Whole feels like
Talk to Jeff
people on
Bezos.
Social Security.
I'm sure he'd give you your money back. You're a wonderfully nice retiree.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe.
So
What was I going to say? Listen, I just want to bring up this point right here. We have not shown a single piece of cleavage, and we don't. We're not in a hot tub.
that's
Oh,
right.
Like this is
Hold on.
straight up. This is pure
No.
Twitch
Very, very.
fucking charisma
family
right here.
sport.
This
we're
is a
just-
testament
This is
to the
top
Riz.
tier. This is you don't need to do that, everyone.
We are
Just
raw dogging.
Respect
Twitch.
yourself.
Mm.
respect yourself. You can just grind it out like we do. This is a
Grind it.
successful stream.
Quit
grind
throwing
on it.
Fucking facts at us, Liz. Let us live in our fucking dream. The hell.
I was
So, real
I'm
quick, wait.
Not on camera.
I don't
well,
wanna get
actually,
too
no,
far
we
from
were on
the
camera,
soft
but I
thing.
never
We're on
stepped in.
camera.
I never stepped in it. That was
I did.
Redline was doing all the coming.
You told
Oh,
me there's
shit.
no problem. No, LB said no problem. Just run through it. No big deal.
Come.
Oh, we got promised a
What are y'all
wire.
talking about right now?
He got promised a wire from a Nigerian prince. That's the
That,
canon.
Oh, he's-
that explains it.
That
He's
explains
fully
it
loaded.
right there.
I gotta get
Oh,
ice.
okay.
He knows about what's coming.
Hell
so
yeah.
He knows he's going to get all this
Lord.
money back. So yeah, go into debt for a few
That makes
days.
perfect
Don't worry, the money's coming.
It'll
Yeah.
be fine. You'll be fine.
He's
Ever since I was born, I was trained to serve.
he's now
Somebody
50%.
clear a spot out on your couch for
He's
BTAS.
50% owner of the Burj Khalifa now, so
That's a good place to be.
it's a high place to be.
Do we talk about like
Sure.
how many sanctums a system will hold at which
We
level?
didn't.
From your mom's.
But
all of our
Is it
moms?
going to affect
Goddamn.
anybody except for not even really me and Dumb? And I'm not saying we shouldn't, because I would like to touch on some things that I realize don't touch all of our lives. But
No touch.
I never mind. Touch on it. Just touch on it.
So like,
My problem was
Tell
it
me how-
didn't mean anything to me because I don't rat enough.
how did previous solve upgrades work? Like you had to have level 1 before you had level 2,
That's correct.
right? And it was
They were
dependent on a certain
dominoes.
amount of time. Like you had to hold the place for a certain amount of time.
That was more for things like bridges,
Mhm.
jammers, stuff like that. That wasn't for any of the ratting mining.
okay.
That was for strategic upgrades, which was like the sanctity of your space, which I think is still
Okay.
going to be somewhat the case on some level. And I'm not fully sure because we've gotten a lot of stuff thrown at us in the last couple weeks.
Well, they spoke about it here with the solve upgrades. You don't need to have like the previous level installed before
Correct.
you can install the next level. So you can just slap in a fucking major, what the fuck is it called? Pirate detection array?
Something like that. I think they're calling them something slightly different.
Oh, major threat detection array 3. Throw that
So-
in there right off the hop. Off you go. Of course, it's going to cost you 1450 power and
So that's the thing is now
8700 workforce and
now
no
systems are like
weird
almost like
anything.
fittings.
yeah.
You have your resources to work with in some hard fittings, which is like I think for a lot of ships, let's say CPU is pretty low, power grid's a little bit higher, and if you want to go silly on, let's say, a bunch of smart bombs or something that's like maybe heavy on power grid, you could pull that off with a few mods. CPU is much harder to manipulate or game in like really silly fit ways. Systems now have fittings, so to speak, in what
So like
resources they generate and what can be shared to them, because there is some element of adjacent system sharing
So in a
on
ship,
certain things. Sorry.
if you wanted more CPU, you'd throw in a coprocessor in the loads, right? Or if you wanted more power grid, you'd throw a auxiliary power core in, right? So I guess fitting mods for a system would be like skyhooks on a certain planet,
Sort of, yes.
right? So like, because your sun's
Yeah.
going to give you your base stats. Like this is the base power your
Right.
system's going to make.
Thanks,
And
son.
then you increase the power grid and CPU of your system by installing skyhooks on
Right.
plasma
Gas
et
planets,
cetera.
plasma
Yeah.
planets, all these things. Yeah. Some of them do workforce,
Okay.
some of them do power, some of them do magma, some of them do ice.
And then from there, your high slots would be your solve upgrades, I guess. So like
Sure.
you're gonna make a mining system, you're gonna throw in your old pyrite prospecting array for 1750 fucking power grid and 14,000 workforce slash CPU. Right? So if you don't have enough, you can't throw that in, obviously.
Sure. Or if
But then
you
you
can
can-
throw that in, maybe you sorry, go ahead.
You could set up a system where like let's throw in, we really want a rat here. We really do. It's got good sex status. Let's fucking rat here. Let's throw the major threat detection array in. Level 3, boom. Now it's a ratting system. But we still have a little bit of power grid left over. Let's throw in a sino beacon so we can sino our capitals. I don't know why you would do that. Well, I'm just making shit.
Whatever.
Sinosaural suppression. How's that
Sure.
sound? For 500. And now we have a sino suppressed ratting system for 1950 power and what is it? A bunch of fucking workforce, right? And that's
Sure.
there's your fitting for your system. Done.
Yeah.
Boom. But not every system will look like
Is
that.
there any data out there yet to see how much each planet produces?
Yes. There's a ton of
There
data.
is, okay.
And there
So, like,
has been the
gas
whole
obviously
time.
produced less than plasma, right? I mean, my gas.
There was some
gas
sort of
low.
system, but yeah, I couldn't tell you which direction it went. There's a ton of data out there. CCP's data has, I think, been wrong in a couple ways, but player data has also been wrong in a couple ways because everybody's just trying to pour through a bunch of data and analyze it and share it.
If based on their graphic, like they're showing the planets and the sun in order with an arrow, looks like plasma produces more than a sun does.
I think it just augments it, but possibly. I honestly, right off the top of my head, I don't remember.
They look like they're going in order though, because on one end is the gas, then
But
storm, then the sun, then the plasma planet.
so here's the idea: some systems are going to be able to do maybe a few things, or maybe all the things. For all I know, I don't know if anybody has enough power to do all the things in like let's say a crown jewel system or something. But a lot of systems you're going to have to pick a flavor. You know, you're either going to pick, hey, I want to lean into ratting, I want to lean into mining, I want to do really good at one or the other, maybe just average at both. I don't know. But now it's fitting space if you want to think of it in such a an analogy. And so you're going to kind of tweak your systems and develop and figure out how you want to use either the places you live or the places you want to take over, the places you want to unseat somebody from, whatever.
Well, based on the cost of some of these, I don't think a lot of these arrays are going to be used much.
I don't. Hard to say. And when you say cost, you're talking about the power or whatever. Yeah, okay. Because somebody mentioned that in a Reddit thread earlier, and they said something about somebody was talking about mining, and they were like, "Well, because of the cost, I don't think we're going to see a lot of rollout." And I was like, "We're in nullsec. People are just going to spend money because that's what you like. The money's there." And they were like, that's what they were talking. They were like, "No, I mean like be able to because of the whatever the fitting space."
Because if you put in like a titanium prospecting array, that's expensive in cost.
So, but that's the thing with iHubs and nullsec, we all put a shitload of upgrades in them because one, if you don't live in a very volatile area of space, which we mostly live in the same place for a few years, some of us anyway, you get your money back out of it. Whatever, it's an investment and people make money and whatever, it all creates a little ecosystem. But with these upgrades, as far as I know, they stack. So like while you can put in, let's say, the tritanium one and the pyrite one, or whatever their flavor, however they describe them, you can only have one online at a time, but you can toggle between them. So like I think we will eventually see again where people are like, part of the fun of invading people's space was like, when you burn up an iHub in somebody's space that they've lived there for a minute, it was worth something. Like they did a bunch of upgrades. It was, it's not like, oh, that was 300 million, 500 million, whatever. That was just an iHub, just an empty iHub. And it was like, no, that was a multi-billion. Like, we know you were putting money into that. And the longer you lived there, the more upgraded it was going to be. Hopefully they give them kill mails that show all the upgrades, but we'll see.
Sent me a chat where?
Oh, damn. Now he's gonna lobby. I knew it. I knew it had a price.
Is it a chat in game? Is it? I don't see a whisper, or I saw the return mail because I sent the mail. That was funny, but
he said, "Here's the thing, though.
Mail, yeah.
I want you to.
This and I apologize.
I want you to delete your channel."
If you go to a soft,
he said, "And I paid for this."
Done.
And I did.
I will make open comms with one M.
V2.
I would not do that. So I just linked the image.
He said, we put a Z in it. How do you like
that? That's the side of one of these new soft structures. If you fly to it, you can see what upgrades.
I don't have a conflict.
Can everyone see them?
Yeah, I think so.
How confident are you in that?
Very low.
Okay, that's fair because I have no confidence.
I don't realize. I might be on lists that I don't know I'm on lists. Right? That's the thing. I'm stupid sometimes.
I'm gonna get you to. Maybe. I'm gonna get you to rubber stamp my next delve entries paperwork.
I haven't gone.
He won't do it. Don't do it.
It sounds like he's got a bunch of roles now, though.
No. I not
lots of power.
But I don't know about them, and they can't do anything with
that. Sounds like a real savvy rubber stamp.
There's no fact checking. I don't know. Somebody linked that to me, so I thought I'd share it with you guys because I was like, "Yeah, look at that! I can share stuff." Manic didn't think I could do it, but I did it.
So yeah. Not only do we have this fitting space, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where people want to leave off with where we're going with the structure stuff.
I don't remember either. I just wanted to link that because I feel cool.
I mean, I'm down to talk about it because it is on my radar, but I don't know how many people care or know about it. That's part of what I guess where I'm at.
In all honesty, a very, very
Dom, you and I have had the most thoughts on it so far.
But I think a very small percentage of people in game will ever fuck with that because there's just there's not there's just a small group that are trusted with that shit. Anonymous, what is wrong with you?
We're
not that good.
We're going to FanFest, boys.
We
Just do it.
God,
Just fucking do it.
what
Just
is
commit.
What is
Just
happening?
commit. Just say you're gonna.
You know what? I think it's because Manic's here.
No,
Oh, he's so
sexy
handsome.
motherfucker. I
I've
think
been
so.
here
And he
before,
showed us his
this
hair
has
earlier.
Never happened.
He's
Had
so
a easy
handsome.
leave by now. I think
Man, he's
people
so
are
hot
proud
right
of him.
now.
So happy to
This
hear
isn't
that.
So
no.
hot right now.
You got a
Shut up.
haircut today?
Shut
You
up.
Sexy motherfucker.
And he had the soundboards. People
the
appreciate
soundboards,
that.
yeah.
It's a
Look at
lot
those
of
cool
great
glasses.
production
I love
quality.
I'm gonna leave.
When you're
If
not
you
here,
guys
the
don't
production
shut
quality
the
is
fuck up.
much
Change them up.
lower. You
I'm
know
gonna
it's much
leave and the
lower.
subs will stop flowing
Oh,
if you guys
stop.
don't
Yeah,
shut
do
your
that.
mouth
I'm sorry,
right
I'm
now.
done.
That means you're admitting it's because of you.
Listen, I'm manipulating the market, right? Just by being here.
We're
And
gonna
I'm
get in
here for it.
trouble now. Thanks.
Oh, I admitted to it. Shit.
Admitted to it. Exactly. We're done now. We're toast.
Never
On
admit to
record.
it.
On
I've never had a lawyer, but I think they tell you not to do that.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
I
Anonymous Skipper.
should have kept my mouth
Is that
shut.
really your name in game, or is just am I dumb? It really is anonymous, or that's his name?
No, I
No,
think
it's an anonymous.
you can
I
choose
was
to
making
do
sure.
But, I
was
mean,
making sure.
It's I'm gonna
Well,
I'm
let's-
gonna go
who
out
knows?
on a limb.
Who
I'm gonna
knows?
go out on a limb and say it's
Liz Lizardbreath.
it's Liz Lizardbreath.
Thank you, Liz. You're awesome.
She's
No,
real
I
active
think
tonight. It's hard to.
I think it's B-Task just donating anonymously.
And see, here's the thing, though. If he's doing that
He's gave it
because he's already done a lot as himself, I assume he's drunk, and he's just, you know, how your mouse kind of hovers, you know, kind of how you, you know, you. I'm not gonna say waddle, but you lean, right?
Is it like this is
Gravity
like,
becomes subjective.
like drunk Amazon shopping.
I'm not, you know,
Drunk
maybe
Twitch
you just
subscribing?
click in different places.
I'm just
while
hoping
you think
it's
you're
not going to
clicking
be
the
one of
same
those things where he wakes up in the morning. He's like, "What the fuck?"
He's oh,
Can't hear me
He's
at all.
treating- you wanna be rude.
rude.
But I know Amazon
Oh.
took half. If you could give me half that back, I'd be real appreciative.
I don't even care.
Is that any better at all?
Whoa, let's not bring guns in.
I just hope it's not like a thing where like tomorrow he's like, "Oh, what have I done?" It's like, oh no.
he wakes up to like 5-10 messages, like
The
voicemails from
FBI
his bank.
Knocking on your door.
We've been trying to reach
He
you.
donated
but
to 4,000 different
Extended
channels in the
warranty.
last 24 hours trading. He's one of the most prolific credit card fraudsters we've ever seen in this country.
That's cool.
And now you're implicated.
Nope.
And you're like, whoa, I'm in a
I'm
cocaine.
not implicated. I'm just a recipient.
Is it? What
No,
if
I mean,
this is
that's
just
fine.
Money laundering.
You're going to lose it all, but, you know, they want you to know.
Drayden, do you have me turned down? Because it's not me. I just checked mine.
Do I what? Have what turned down?
Liz says you can't hear me. You fucking muting me? Jesus.
you
Yeah,
are
I
kind
got
of-
Dom. Talk
You
to
are
him.
kind of quiet on the stream. I have noticed.
I'm not gonna talk any louder.
It's weird because on the audio bar on Discord or on the OBS, you go halfway through the yellow. So like
If you
everyone
can't
else.
handle
But
me
you
in
know
my
what? I will turn you up,
quietest,
Dom.
Oh, you
You
know
don't
what? Twitch
deserve
probably
me at
hates
my
you.
loudest.
You want to get like right up to the red.
I mean, I had
honestly.
you at 90% because when I had you at 100, you were going into the red. I liked it to be like when people are talking normally, it's at the beginning of the yellow, and when they talk, because people's inflections makes you go louder at some points, it goes most of the way through. I don't like going red because then it
Man,
starts getting
as soon as he turns
too
me up, I'm
loud.
gonna start yelling.
You don't want to go red, but you
I go
want
like
the
low
levels
yellow
be-
to high yellow, like that. When people talk, that's usually the range I will go back and forth on. So that's
Okay.
usually where I keep people. But you know what, Dom, I will put you at 105%,
107.
106.5,
Or 103. There you go, 6.5. No, I'm
106.5,
good.
no,
Yeah, yeah.
107%. I'll put you there. Why not? Oh.
How's it going, guys?
How do I sound now?
I
Oh, hi,
can't.
Hawk.
Rom, that's not necessarily
You
a
get
good thing. Hi, Skyhawk.
106%. I can't do it.
He said it's better.
Uh,
Thank you. Hey, Sky.
Wait, Scott, do you not have any clothes on? Oh, you have a shirt. Yeah, I thought that's.
We just said we haven't shown nipples in 6 months.
I for some reason
No,
that shirt.
I'm wearing my
Care
my
Bear
Care
shirt.
Bear. Let me show my Care Bear shirt that says "Let me show you how to party," and the Care Bears all have beers.
Yeah, I for some reason when I glanced at it, I thought you like walking around naked.
No, actually, what I am doing, and
It's
I don't
Friday.
Know
He
how
does
much,
that Thursdays.
No, I don't know how much it's going to show you, but here I'm on my iPad, so let me turn the camera around. Oh nope, that's full screen. I am currently out. It's in the middle of a field in Iowa. That's the horse pasture.
It's
so
pitch
too
black.
dark.
It's pitch
Ah,
black.
yes, the
Your
horse
camera's
pasture.
awful.
I can
was
see
like,
the horse
where
pasture
are you getting
so
the
clearly.
Wi-Fi? Where are you getting the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi from?
Turn
Do
the
you
light
have-
on, man.
There is no light to turn on out
That-
here.
You don't have a flashlight.
Not even on your phone?
You guys.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
That's not going to help much.
Oh, he
he's
did
got-
look shirtless
He's
for a
got
minute.
one street lamp for
Yeah.
for like 10 miles.
No, yeah,
Kansas
we're-
chainsaw vibes. Yeah.
I'm out at the old family farm in Iowa. Came back some family stuff this weekend.
Dude, if something crosses between the light, I'm out.
Me
Just
too.
saying.
Yeah, muted, kicked.
Wondering
If you start
Scott-
running and screaming, all of a sudden, I'm going to pee myself. I'm just gonna tell you.
I
now.
mean, Dom, we're in the same state. You could just come save me.
It take me 7 hours to get there.
I can be your hero, baby.
Oh, it's what, it's only 2.5 for me, I guess.
I was like, there's no way 7 hours would give you. Take you, it would
You
take
know what? You don't
out
know
of-
how fast I go. Maybe I only go 10 miles an hour.
No, it would
No,
take you out. Of, I know how fast
If I
you go.
ride my bike.
You've said that you go twice the speed limit, and if people are in
Okay,
your way,
so-
they better move, or you're gonna just run into them
Well, all right.
because
Me too,
I have
that
a, I have a
My
question
breath
because as
away.
I don't know if it's flipping it, but I'm right here next to the
I'm
electric
flipping it all
fence.
right.
don't touch
How
it.
much can we?
Looks
how
like a
much-
Unless
hot
you want
pig.
to.
No.
Don't pee
how
on
much
it.
Can we? How much? I almost did earlier. How much can we get in subs if I touch it?
No.
Don't pay.
Not the
don't
night to
pay,
challenge
don't
You
pay.
can't do subs with like bodily injury.
Yeah, you can't. We can't
It's-
beat that. No.
but
Also, it's
but-
just an anomalous night,
No, it's-
so we
it's-
What do you
shouldn't
want?
encourage
I'll give you some
debauchery in that
skins for it.
regard.
Oh,
don't
no,
bait. Don't
okay.
bait that. Don't bait that.
I have a question. Well,
We've
but
all
here-
done
real-
it. It's
real
not that
thing.
bad.
See what's
I want to
better.
respond
I
to
have
what
done
Manny
it.
said.
Hey,
It's
Billy
not
Jones.
bodily harm if I like it.
Well,
Whoa.
if you pee on it.
I
Pee on it.
understand.
That's not true.
Skyhawk.
That's
I
not true.
I understand you're a kinky sex weirdo.
That's not
But-
true.
It's not
Don't-
true. If it hurts
don't
you,
go
it's still body
touching
harm.
electric fences in the middle of the night.
Just
in the
'cause you
middle of
like it doesn't
nowhere
mean it's
in
not
Iowa.
Commander
bad.
Starscream
Yeah.
Correct.
is
Let's just
already
do it, yeah.
reporting
It's
us.
an unnecessary risk, is all I'm
Well,
saying.
Yeah.
so this
Let
actually
me introduce you
happened
to
last
some
summer.
cocaine.
That's a
My
necessary risk.
my Florida cousin, she
No
got up
kink
here.
shame.
They
Okay,
came
fair.
in late at night. She didn't realize that the fence was electric, and she walked up to it and put her hand wholly around it.
Oh no! Is she okay? She's okay?
Oh yeah, it's
It
seriously,
hurts.
It's
It
not
didn't kill you,
dangerous.
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
they're
You
like
just
higher
feel-
voltage, but really low amps, and amps are what'll kill you.
If you grab
Volts-
on that
Yeah,
fucker,
'Cause
it feels like you're
I've
hitting the
seen
back of a baseball
videos
bat.
of kids like
My-
trying this, and it kicks their hand back. Like
So
there's
did
a-
the rest of us
Ugh.
just do the hand tap? Has
I
everybody
just did,
else
like,
here touched a hot
hand-
fence?
Yeah, like you slap
I've
it quickly.
Never.
So you do the hand tap, but nothing happens a lot of times.
Never.
And then
encountered
you
an
do the
electric
hand
fence.
set because you're confident because nothing happened with the hand tap.
And then grip.
And I don't know how
And-
fucking electricity
and then
works.
you learn your
Joules is
lesson.
different.
But
You learn
then
your
the
lesson.
connection
So
happens.
volts, amps, and joules are all
But
different.
an electric fence pulses. That's why you can
And
pull your
Joules
hand
I
is
back.
think
like
that's what it
force.
is you do it
Joule
quick, nothing.
Amperage, what you need to worry about.
Yes, amps kill you.
Yeah, like,
Volts can kill you
amperage
too.
will,
yeah,
do the
amperage is
real
what
damage.
kills you because like you can have like 50 volts, but if you have like 10 amps, that'll kill you. You can the stun guns
Volts is
like
take-
basically
yourself.
pressure.
Stun guns are 40,000.
yeah, stun guns
Volts
and
is
tasers are
essentially
like
pressure.
tens, if not
No,
some-
40,000 volts.
Some of them are like 150,000 volts, but they have almost no amps, so they hurt, but they won't kill you.
They hurt a
Unless-
lot.
unless
They
you-
hurt a lot.
Yeah, so like lots of volts can be painful, but like low amperage is not probably won't kill you, but like high
And just-
amperage will kill you.
Don't touch an electric fence that has a bowl in it because they'll have it.
Yeah, and
cranked
then
as
just
high as it goes.
Remember,
Sometimes I'm talking about
too,
Joules.
I am the
Joules is,
person.
like,
I am the person that volunteered to get tasered by a cop twice.
Oh.
Why would
And
you?
we're not
ever
saying it's
interact
not
with a cop
shaving
willingly?
Hey, if you don't run from them, they
well,
usually don't
so-
taser you.
So actually, Manic,
That's not true,
my,
Manic, or
my
Dom.
partner
I
at
said
the
usually.
time, one of his friends was dating the chief of police for a small town in Minnesota, and we got invited to their house for a Labor Day cookout. And halfway through the afternoon, the chief of police, beer in one hand, taser in the other, walks out of his house. And he's like, "Who wants to get
Who wants to play
tased?"
taser?
And I was
This
like,
sounds
"Ooh,
like-
pick me,
oh my
pick me."
God. Oh my God! Chief
You
of
don't have these
police.
at your
The
station?
chief of police, beer in one hand, taser in the other. What a paragon of
What a small
social
town.
America.
whatever.
Hey,
Jesus Christ.
don't be knocking Iowa. We're sophisticated.
You
That was
fucking-
Minnesota. That was Minnesota.
Well, no wonder they're morons up there.
Midwest.
That's the
Midwest is all the
tracks.
same.
The Midwest is just
So-
one big state.
It's all just one giant farm.
That's why they call it the flyover state. They don't even
It's
pluralize it. You guys are doing that in your brain.
Oh yeah.
We're not acknowledging that there's more than one of you.
Right? When you're flying over, you're like, I don't. it's all one state because you can't see the lines like you do on
That's right.
Google Maps. So
Excuse me, I can see the line from space because of the Mississippi River and
Yeah.
the Missouri River.
I was easily
It's all in your
identified.
head, bro.
You guys
Was it
want
like
to talk
time?
about this little tournament?
yeah,
I would like to
Wait,
talk about
before
it
we
'cause there's
do,
some funny
little
stuff in
one.
there.
It's a little one.
Before we do, real quick, Skyhawk, I missed you coming on tonight because you were gone last week. We've been dealing with some pretty major expansion changes, and you're one of the
Was I
only
on?
person.
Oh,
Last
no,
week, I don't
wasn't
think
on
so.
last week.
And if you were, it was brief. I could be wrong. You might have been.
I think it was brief.
I've slept
'cause I was
since
at
then.
work.
Anyway, you're one of the few people who's interacted with some of the SOV structures. So you might have been, and I think just you and I talked about it. And there wasn't a lot of feedback from the class. But I wanted to tell you before we swap over to something else. I've already accidentally, but I mean, there was intention, but like I didn't make an effort. I've already started reversing Skyhook and Skyhawk very successfully without putting in any effort. And people called me out on comms and Alliance comms, and they were like, "Wait, what?" Like they thought I was talking about something different than the current things that are happening. And I was like I thought it would be pretty clear, Skyhawk, like that's not even like a real far off, like couldn't you tell that I
It's two
just like
letters.
misspoke? Right. And they were like, "No, I thought it might have been like what I thought you were talking about something else." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like I was enjoying the fact that I accidentally did into it because it's cheeky, but like if it's gonna confuse people, like I'm gonna have to make an effort now. Like what the hell?
Now you
No,
now I have to
don't.
convert
Let
it
them
to
be.
that.
Let them be confused because that's more fun.
Anyway, sorry. You guys were about to start talking about
You.
The
Ooh,
Alliance
should we?
tournament.
Alliance tournament? 20?
AT20.
Is it the 20th?
AT20.
XX?
Holy
It can
shit.
almost drink.
Remember when the Super Bowl did it? Now the AT's doing it. Boom.
So before we
Most
talk
of us
about the
probably don't
specifics
remember
of
the
the
Super Bowl,
AT, did anybody catch you have the AT announcement, then you have the
There's
revamped
like
rules. Did you see
Three,
that?
Revised,
three fucking blogs on it. Here's the fucking first blog.
Here's the thing, Nullsecker's whine. I think AT players are probably super whiny. I can
We've
just
met
assume.
several of them. Yeah, that's confirmed.
Here's the
Super
rules of registrations right here.
It was
Because
bad
they've
information.
changed the rules a couple times, yeah.
Well, the big thing that
Then,
changed with this new revamp thing today, it was being sponsored by
Revamp
Concord.
rules.
Now it's being sponsored by Garistas. So
I
there
thought it was
must be a
Galente.
reason for that.
Oh.
Was it not
That was the
Galente?
last one.
I thought they
last
took
year's.
turns.
So Garistas is.
Are you sure it's Garistas this year?
I'm reading it.
Okay, I'm
It
gonna
was
take a rip for it.
Concord when they first announced it, right? But now
Okay.
they've
Yeah.
Concord's backed out or somehow bowed out.
From the
and
office
Garistas,
of the
yeah.
IGC Commissioner, early this week, we announced our partnership with the Concord Assembly to be the premier sponsor of the Alliance Tournament XX, which will be hosted later this year.
But the check didn't clear.
While
Maybe.
we are grateful for the generous donation of special assets provided to us by Concord for the tournament, a decision has been made to move away from Concord as our managing partner at this time.
Oh man,
We're
This is
thankful
some-
to the team at Concord for their continued support of Capsuleer tournaments and look forward to working with them again in the future as our business relationship develops. Turns out that Concord was messaging someone on Whispers and they turned out to be underage, so that's why they broke.
Oh, I was like,
Whoa.
it was like a Concord
Anyways.
sponsored thing, and now they're
I
like,
do
whoa.
want to know what the reasoning behind
This is some
It better be
FIFA
cool.
level corruption.
Oh,
That was some quick Dr.
FIFA.
Disrespect
That's awesome.
reference.
I
It
love
is
it.
with
Yeah.
great
Oh,
pride.
no. What?
Yeah,
If you're gonna set something like
Dr.
that up.
Disrespect, Jesus.
It is with great pride that we announce our new sponsorship deal for the upcoming Alliance tournament and our new managing partner, the Garistas organization. This partnership and the significant
Like they're
financial
better.
investment made by the Garistas will aid.
They're
the
horrible
IGC
murderers.
Successfully
Yeah.
delivering our they're
Criminal.
fucking solid dudes. They're friendly fellows. They're
I actually really
Pirates.
like-
No, they're not.
I
They're
really
not.
like the Garistas,
They're-
but they are
He's
criminals.
the best
Garistas-
guy around.
Garistas made the
Capsuleers
I
are
like their
criminals.
fucking chips. Yeah. Don't,
Look
you
at the
know.
cute little buddy.
It's a little bunny wabbit.
I wear their
Anyway,
clothes,
The
yeah.
IGC, okay, blah blah blah. There you go.
Garistas
So they switched from
tattoos.
Concord to Garistas. The
But the
Garistas
big-
have a
the
great
big deal-
track record of supporting these kinds of events. They say,
Well-
blah blah blah.
One thing that changed though with this, before the change, marshals and enforcers were allowed. Now they're no longer allowed.
I thought they are. Are you sure?
Yes, with this change, they're no longer allowed.
Okay. Here's the thing, though, real quick, just to put this in a weird perspective. In the hypothetical future, we're living in this future. All the Empire factions that are accepted, known about governments or whatever, and then we have like major yearly event that they're like, and criminal organizations are sponsoring it this year, and it's like, okay, Okay.
They're trying to go
That's-
legitimate. It's like
And they're like,
Corleone, right?
they have a good track record when they
This
hosted
is-
the
This is
tournament.
Michael
It's like,
Corleone trying to
okay.
go legit.
This
Yeah.
is
Okay.
this is a hyper-capitalist society, so they will take money from anybody.
Yeah, they're like,
You're gonna steal it from us. Fuck it. Come on.
yesterday we were trying to enforce the law, but like today they're hosts, so like
Yeah,
let's
they'll
tone
just-
it down a bit.
They'll look the other way.
Yeah. We're sure they're not going to be robbing people during the tournament.
Not during the
They-
tournament, right?
Not during.
You're
Never during.
not breaking a lot of laws.
So in
Gracious host.
that first thing it says at the end of the list of banned ships, the use of the Nestor and Monitor is not allowed. Now with the new revamped, it says
Oh, you're looking at
Nestor,
something.
Marshal, Enforcer, Pacifier, Monitor is not allowed. So that's a big difference. I mean,
Does anybody have any feedback they want to throw out before I rant for like a moment?
Yeah.
I have no feedback. I don't participate in this. I watch it and lose my Twitch points, and that's about it.
Okay, that sounds like
bad
Drayden.
advice. Yeah.
I'm
Drayden's a terrible
Jason.
gambler.
You too.
So here's my commentary, and I've shared it with some alliance mates. I have an alliance mate who's in one of the kind of hot shit teams, and I just have an opinion on things, and I share them.
Ninja Team?
So for many years, AT was an old boys club, and we've seen that in multiple iterations over time as far as who wins them and how they win them. And I'm not saying that they're unskilled by any means, but I think that there was factors that also helped them in an unfair way. And one of those that they did for many years was allowing AT ships in the AT, which I think is extremely antithetical and antithetical. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah.
Antithetical.
Sure. To what the AT should be, which should be an exhibition of skill, not wallet. I think at any of the things we ever do in the game,
I take
the
offense to that.
AT is the one cool thing that a lot of people from every facet of space can get involved in. And it shouldn't matter if you're the biggest space empire or the lowliest dozen friends, whatever. I think everybody should have a chance if they run an alliance, for the, so to speak. There are real quick though, there are aspects of like, Plex entry fees, things like that. Like we don't want bullshitters. We want to make sure people actually want to come and show up because we're putting together a bunch of organization and stream schedules and whatever. But there
That's
are
one of the big changes too, right?
But there are aspects of like in the early days, you had groups like PL, for example, that Drayden's a member of, Bob, for example, different power groups that had won ATs in the past and had a bunch of AT ships, and they could use those AT ships, which are more powerful, even with points tweaking, which I would love to think that you could probably balance them with points, but I don't think you ever could. I just don't. They're unique in various ways. I think the AT should be the most purest level of like, hey, it was never about wallet. It was about who had, buddies to practice with and show up and had good ideas and execution and made it work. It was never about wallet. The lowliest of lowliest dozen friends could still beat the bestest of budget friends because they had a good idea and good execution and whatever. That's my opinion of what the AT should or could be.
And it's not
The
an
last-
invalid
Well, it's closer to
opinion
that
by
now,
any-
right?
It's
Yeah.
it's what I want to say to that though, like, and I think that's a completely valid opinion, but for me, I think it adds some extra depth to the tournament and some extra aspects. Maybe is another way to put it. When like simply spending more money on a ship or flying a more blinged out ship is not going to guarantee you a win. You still need to like actually know what
Yes.
the fuck you're doing.
Correct.
Absolutely. And in the Alliance tournament, that happens on the real server. So if you fly a blinged out ship and you suck at it or things don't go your way, you lose it. It's gone. Goodbye. Just like if you die in space.
Sure.
But if you're really good
the-
at something and you have the blinged out ship, you do have an advantage.
Correct.
The
The reality is the
And I'm
people who
and I'm
end
okay
up with
with
AT
that.
ships
I am too,
are
yeah.
generally the people who are winning AT ships.
I'm
And
glad
it's
they
like,
banned the
at
AT
that
ships.
point,
I'm
it's
fine with
almost like, in my mind, it's like nepotism. Like you're creating a snowball of things.
it.
And it's-
Dynasties. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it
okay
makes
with
it
AT
makes it
ship-
way easy.
I'm okay with AT ships not being allowed in the AT.
I think they absolutely should not. And don't get me wrong, I think the flagship has some overlaps there because it does become, again, how much do you want to spend? But there is a reality of, hey, anybody can buy an officer module, and they're easier to get today than they have ever been in the history of the game.
Right.
There's more ways to find officer mods than there ever have been. Anybody can afford a Balgorn and go out of their way over a 6 months period to find some fucking officer mods. In my opinion, it's not necessarily easy, but it's not unattainable. If and this is more kind of in a reference to the older years where they released less ships, but if they just decided, hey, none of the winning teams are going to sell, then fuck all you next generation kids. You're never going to have these OP ships that even if they do cost a little more points, they're going to be OP. And if you're skillful enough to win them the first time, you're going to be skillful enough to win more, in my opinion. You know,
But you can't bring in
roughly.
T ships now, right? So that's
You
Liz,
can
I
now.
love you,
No, you
but
can't.
God,
Bring it-
no.
Look at the list.
God, no, Liz.
They're bringing them back.
Yeah, they
That's
made-
what I'm railing on this.
They're
for,
made it to where,
is
like,
they
you
went
can
a couple
bring
years
AT ships
without,
in now.
and they're bringing them back.
I think
These ships are
It's
banned. The
not-
current list
All
is
of them, but
the
it's
Minor, the Dress of the Vanguard, Athena, Makra, Chameleon Feed, all
right,
the AT
but there,
ships
there
are
are
banned.
some. There are some
the
that
last
you know,
two
there's,
AT
there's like
Which one?
ships can be brought.
there's a couple
Which
AT
one?
ships that you can bring
The
as flagships.
Sybil, the Besla, the God, what are their names?
Yeah, there's a
Are
few
they
AT ships
balanced
you can bring as a
better and
flagship
less
now,
OP?
so you can bring them as a
The
flagship.
lay laps,
Yeah.
the last 2 years roughly of
Okay.
ATs, those ships
But
can
not
be
the
brought.
old ones, just the newest ones.
Right,
Yeah,
but
but
they're
still, like,
still
but if-
limited.
But so I agree with Akaroth on my thing where it's like, now the one thing is like, you're like officer mods anyone can get. It's like, yes, but there has to be some for sale. That is the one thing.
Sure, it's tough.
So it is. I'm fine. I like the flagship mechanic. I'm fine with that being the thing. But I remember last AT, there was a thing where some people couldn't get the modules they wanted for their flagship because other teams had bought them all up.
Sure.
And
that's meta, and
there
it's
was like
fucked, but yeah.
like what was it, the whatever launchers,
The Concord ones or the officer ones?
no, the officer
Officer.
launchers on some of the flagships and stuff for there was some flag Barghest and stuff like that had the officer. I forget.
To
the
be
name.
fair though, you have an entire year to prepare.
Right,
Well, that's my
but
thing.
the thing is, like, it's not like a ton of officer mods go up, and there were times where people there was groups that they'd buy up like 8 of them, and this group bought 8, and this group. It's like now there's no more Mecha Balls, whatever launchers or whatever
You
they
go there
are.
and fire
Sure.
them then.
And it's like, well,
Here's the
and
thing,
so
too.
now it's like, even if
Sorry,
you
go
have the ISK, you can't get those officer mods, which sets you at a slight disadvantage. But at the same time, like Akaroth said, they are more available as opposed to the AT ships, where it's like the AT ships, like you have to find the few people that have them, and they have to be willing to sell you them. And if the AT is coming up, they might be like, no, because you're a good team, and I might go against you, and I don't want you to have this ship, so I will not sell you one. I will use one, and therefore we might win the match because I get to use this cool ship and you have zero access to it. Even if you have the
I'm
money
going to
for
snowball into more ships.
Yeah, so it's
Well,
it's
what-
not even
okay.
an ISK barrier. It's more of a, you have to find someone willing to sell you one. And if they aren't, then you just don't get that ship, whereas other people you face might get the one. So I liked when they got rid of the AT ships from being
Me
used in the
too.
tournament.
But
I'm
if they
fine with
want to bring them
flagships.
back, this is the way to do it. You put your toe in the water. You don't bring them all back, just a few. And if it doesn't
So-
work, then you don't do it anymore.
I still don't
But
like
I'm okay
the
with
AT
this
ships.
too.
But why
I'm
would
fine-
you even dip that toe?
I'm
Because
fine-
I imagine this change is coming from the people who are
That
involved
it's
in
not
AT.
an unheard
It
of
could
request.
be. That's because they
Some
know when
people
they
like
have-
it. And something
I'm
that I
saying,
think
but-
either LB or someone mentioned on it was like, hey, look, a lot of the draw for a lot of
That's true,
the,
Commander.
I'm going to say casuals, is seeing big, expensive ships blow up.
Yeah, so
That's
my,
an excitement thing. Back in the day when we saw like a Maracha or like an Atana blow up or something, everybody's
I
like,
agree
oh
with
shit,
Commander.
one less Atana? None of us will ever see an Atana or fly an
yeah,
Atana.
no one
most
flew
of us.
Atanas in the wild.
But knowing that there was one less was pretty fucking cool, and seeing a big old kill mail that was basically like a Titan kill mail or like, you know, something severe, like almost like a battle report,
Well,
you know,
it's-
of a large block
Yeah.
battle.
But to me,
Especially
this
Seeing
looks like
something
they're
like
testing
that
the
die in
waters
the
on
AT
that,
was
right?
exciting, but in my opinion, that bastardizes what the AT is.
Okay.
If you want to do that in
I
the
don't
Anger
disagree.
games, if you want to do that in other tournaments that are not the Alliance tournament of like, we want to pit the alliances against each other, and whoever fields the best squad wins. Like, it's not whoever has the biggest wallet. It can have elements of it, and don't get me wrong, we talked about the flagship. In my perfect world, the flagship thing would be way more balanced too, because I don't agree. I don't think it should ever be a wallet tournament ever.
Yeah.
I think if you can find a few buddies enough to fill out a squad, and you fly well, and you execute well, and you theorycraft well, or whatever. Last year was Fret, right? That we saw the
Yeah.
big upset.
Mhm.
Fret's never made it very far in an AT, and they put together a real good squad. They had real
They
good
crushed
execution,
last year.
and they fucking came out of nowhere. Most people did not see that coming, and it was a huge upset, and it was exciting, and it was a
They had
worthy
great comps,
media
yeah.
event.
The
Let's
Eagle
say,
Comp's
you
also
know,
good
like we all
execution.
had
they had
excitement.
flagship, so
Well,
And they did have flagship, but it didn't lean. The entire tournament didn't tilt on flagships, in my opinion. It had some moments.
I mean,
had some moments, and there was
everyone had
excitement.
flagships, but I'm just saying, like, Frat, not only they crushed it on comp wise, but they also crushed it skill wise. Like, they
Execution.
brought good comps and they flew them.
They knew how to fly
super
them well. You're
They
right. Yeah,
executed
yes.
very well.
There was a lot of little things. I remember, like,
Bots fly very well. No, I'm kidding. That's cop out. No,
there was a handful of there was a few matches
funny.
that I specifically saw things happening where I was like, that little thing right there. Like when you get into like these high end tournaments where like it's both really skilled squads, and you just have that one maneuver by that one guy that could literally like turn the whole fight. Like what was I remember one, it was Frat was coming in and you had the interceptor or the tackle ship. I forget what they were flying, but I think it was an interceptor of some kind, but he was flying in hauling ass MWD straight forward, and so obviously the other team, they were bringing a drone comp, and they sicked all their drones. So like, we got to stop that tackle. So they sick like half of the enemy squad six their drones to the guy, and like 10 kilometers before the drones get in range, he just fucking 180s,
Bloop.
and the drones chase him. And after like 5 seconds,
Stratagem.
after 5 seconds, the other team realized what was happening, and they pulled their drones off and sent them somewhere else. But like that gave like
Valuable time.
8 to 10 seconds of time where their whole comp was doing 0 damage. And at that point, by the time they pulled their drones back and sent them somewhere else, they'd already lost one of their tackle, and one of their other cruisers was like half health. It's like that is an instant advantage on the field, and that pretty much won them the match. Like there was other things that won them. I'm not saying that was the only thing, but like that little maneuver by that frigate, just realizing like all those drones are after me, and I keep burning straight into them, I'm gonna just get one shot and die. He flipped around and kited those drones around with him for a little bit, and that thing right there probably won them that match right there. So it's like little skill options like that.
That's not a skill point thing. That's
not a skill
piloting
point thing.
skill.
That's
what I'm saying. Skills. Yeah,
for sure.
right,
Yeah,
correct.
That's awesome.
And there was multiple
Real-world
matches
skill.
where you just saw pilot skill come into play, where it's like,
That's literally what it should.
People can say what they want about.
We've
Frat
got
the
Anger
Alliance.
Games.
People can say what they want
We
about
had
Frat the
Captain's
Alliance,
Cup.
but that team fucking crushed that tournament, big time.
Yeah.
So let's just mention the other quick changes real quick.
Okay.
No more silent auction. So anyone who wants to join gets into the feeder.
No shit.
Yep. So there's no more silent auction. You
So
pay
we're
the
gonna have a
fee.
longer
It's either 3
feeder
or 4,000
period or something.
plex to get in, right?
I don't hate it because I do like a
And
lot
then
of the prelims.
The 28 will come out of the feeder. Yeah,
Prelims are fun.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. But you notice they haven't put out what the rules will be for the feeder because they won't be able to until they know how many to get. Right? If it's if they get 70 people sign up for it, it'd be a lot different if they get 35 people. 35 teams sign up for it.
Sure.
It'd be different. So it'd be interesting.
I mean, if they made it
They've
more
set
accessible,
aside-
they're gonna get more.
And they've said 2 weekends for
Because
it. So.
due to that and the mercenary rules that they've introduced over the years, which are kind of cool, I don't
I like
love them because I like the idea of like an alliance, like in a flag, like you should choose to be where you want to be for.
Well, you can't be
waving the
be a
flag.
mercenary if the alliance you're in has a team. I like that rule. Yeah,
Sure. No, I
that's a
just
good rule, yeah.
they've blurred it a little, but I don't hate it because it's
Like my
realistic
alliance.
and it's accessible.
Yeah, it doesn't exclude people whose alliance can't field a whole team.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can't
There's
realistically
reasons
do it,
to
yeah.
appreciate it for sure. The one thing I'll say is that I like it when you know the household names and they kind of throw a monkey wrench in that because it blurs the lines a little. But
Hidden
overall, it's still
esports.
it's reliable
It's-
enough.
It's funny how
squad.
far off that is from what it used to be. It used to be like you had to be in that group for a certain amount of time before you could even
6
be part of
months.
the team. Yeah.
Minimum
it's
6
merc-
months.
mer-
Now it's, you
Mercenaries-
can share people. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of
mercenaries
interesting.
is.
But-
I like
Yeah.
the mercenaries.
Once again, I would feel
It
that
shakes
probably
stuff up.
from feedback from players, right? And that's
I
just-
assume so.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Because a lot of those high level players, I think, over the years do become, I don't
Friends with
want
each
to
other.
like
Well,
use controversial words, but like a little incestuous. They kind of blur between their groups, and they want to fly with these guys this day and these
I'm
guys
sure a
this
lot
day,
of them
and,
practice together or whatever.
but they
become-
don't all
form
necessarily
friendships.
fly in the
Yeah.
same group or whatever. They just know that they're friends and they fly high level.
I like the mercenary thing, and then I don't like it. Right? I see.
It's pros and cons.
I did like it back when you had to be part of that alliance. It's because it's called the alliance tournament.
Right.
But like you said,
I do think it should be kind of that.
It shouldn't be a detriment for somebody to do the thing they enjoy in the game. So I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm
I'm
gonna
okay.
actually get going. I just want to drop in and say hi.
Hey, we
I'm gonna go
appreciate
back
it, bud.
to
Where's the
my-
bonfire?
Are you going to make it out of the cornfield, or how's that going?
I mean, I'm standing on my
Are you in a
grandma's,
maze?
deck right now. I'm I'm at the
Corn
house,
maze,
bro.
yeah.
I know how corn mazes work. Don't
They're
lie to
scary.
I'm
me.
standing outside the house.
I just
There's
wanted
always
good
somebody
things
that
for you.
murders people in there, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Yes.
didn't want you to get murdered.
I will catch you guys next week.
Thanks for stopping by,
Later,
buddy.
Skyhawk.
Be safe, buddy.
Corey, he leaves right when
Yeah, be
Drayden's not
safe.
here. Can't
Peace.
fix shit. Bye, Scott. I'm teasing you, dude.
Those Iowa cornfields. You can't
They're not
trust them.
safe.
I heard today on the radio it was 94 million acres of corn planted. Not crazy.
What does that even mean?
It means there's a lot of corn out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does.
Like 80 million acres of fucking soybeans. That's what we got. Soybeans and corn. Both of them
Yeah.
stink, and I poop in both of them.
There you go.
know.
You're helping the soil, though.
I am. I
you
think I am.
From whence it came,
If I
right?
step in somebody else's, I'm going to be pissed, but what do you do?
Sure.
Sky.
He left, yeah. He had to go night-night.
Yeah. He was trying to navigate his way out of the cornfield, and we gave him, Godspeed wishes.
Well, once you got up, he's like, oh, I can go now. He won't yell at me, so he ran out real fast.
You just gotta go forward. It gets you through the corn.
He said, all
Just knock
gas,
it
no
down,
brakes.
fuck it. There's a weird movie recently that where people were trapped in a cornfield. It was weird. It turned out to be a sci-fi.
Were there
thing.
children?
No. What the fuck's the name?
Okay. I don't know if I ever saw it, but
It was
I heard
I think
things.
a straight to Netflix movie, but it was not too bad.
Wall strat. Or you could flip it and go right wall strat.
It's something about corn
Maybe.
and fields and people stuff. I don't know.
It's killing us all. Corn is not good for you in a lot of ways.
You don't digest it very well unless you smash it up.
That's right.
Tastes fucking great though.
It's so good.
So fucking good.
Sometimes it's
Dude.
pretty
Dude,
good, yeah.
and I-
roasted corn. Oh my god.
Yeah. I like a little
when
char
you
on.
live when you live where I live,
Char, yeah.
Like
you
you sit on the
literally
grill.
get the freshest sweet corn ever. It's
I
fresh.
do
corn
appreciate
is
some
really
sweet
good.
corn.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally
Cornbread.
pull it
What's that
right
one
out.
song?
I
It's
will
like-
take cornbread with some butter melted on it. Shit,
fuck
dude.
yeah.
So my
I
mom
love
made
corn.
it with like the kernels in it, but also like little bits of jalapeno.
What's Halloween?
Ooh,
Just
It
some
was like a
jalapeno
Southwest
in
cornbread.
there. Fuck yes.
Real
Oh,
good.
What in it? What do you put in it?
So my mother would make it with like, I guess it's it's predominantly cornmeal or whatever, but it had like corn kernels, whatever,
I've
in
seen
it,
that way too. Yeah, yeah.
speckled in it, but it also had like little bits of jalapeno
Yeah,
in it. Like,
I'm out.
oh, it was real good.
Don't make it taste like buttholes. Sorry.
It wasn't like, I mean, we were kids even back. It wasn't
Imagine
like crazy
buttholes taste
spicy.
like
It was just,
jalapenos,
it was
that's my
up
guess.
a
I don't
flavor.
know.
I mean, I don't know. I'm from the South. We like a little spice, but it was good.
Make
That's
my
all I'm saying.
cornbread sweet.
What's a
not
big
savory.
lump of knobs?
Yeah, sweet cornbread is good, and I like it. That's usually what I have.
was gonna say, like, it's corn. Big lump of knobs. It has the juice. It has the juice.
corn.
Was it
It's
like a
corn.
song?
I can
Were
tell
you
you all
looking
about
like
it.
the corn kid meme?
Can't imagine.
Oh,
a
that's
more
right. I
beautiful
remember you
thing.
played that for me. I remember.
He was a sweet
I
kid.
don't want to see
I
it.
love that song. Can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's corn. Corn.
He was a wholesome kid. I
He-
feel
yeah,
like.
Was
he
he?
loved his corn.
Tell
man.
you all about. I mean, look at this thing.
And we
He
When I
probably
tried-
had sex with chickens. That
when I
now.
we
tried
as
to
America
butter
have
everything
brainwashed him into
changed.
thinking it's good for you. So like that's fine.
Oh, yeah,
He
here's the
loves
video.
and respects his corn.
For me, I really like
And his
corn.
grandma took him to
I
the
like
park,
corn.
and he
And
got
my
interviewed about it,
friends,
or whatever it was.
I was
Is
told
corn
that was
considered a
real.
vegetable?
It tasted
is, right?
good.
Did you
It's a
think corn
vegetable?
wasn't real?
I keep
But when
failing
I
on that.
tried it
Every year, I
before,
feel like I
though,
lose more and
Yes,
more
'cause there's
vegetables
seeds.
to fruit.
I don't think
Hey
I've
Google,
ever thought about this
what is
before.
corn?
How's your favorite thing?
Apparently, the avocado's a fruit. I think now.
Oh, that's the.
Tomato, I'm pretty sure. A bunch
Depends
of
on how
things
it
that I never
grows
knew
and
what.
how it. Yeah. What was the answer, Albie?
Sorry.
Oh, I forgot there's actual Google machines in my house, and now there's one.
They're all going, what is corn? What is corn? Cornhole? What are you talking about, cornhole?
To buy cornhole.
Corn is considered a starchy vegetable.
Okay,
Here's what
I'd accept that. Or a sugary additive.
There we go.
could
It
be.
is classified by botanists as a fruit.
Those fucks.
Botanists don't know shit.
Botanists.
I really
fuck
like
those
corn.
guys.
I knew they were going to come out of left field.
They're also the same group. They belong to the same gym as the guys who made Pluto not a planet anymore.
That's right. That's right.
They hang out together.
Also classified so tomatoes.
Wait, Trade's actually playing.
Green peppers,
I mean, look at this
cucumbers,
thing.
I might
zucchini,
restart it.
And other squashes.
All fruits
cons-
now.
They're all considered fruits.
Trade, make sure
Yeah,
we know.
Not going to convince me of
All
that.
right,
They're
I'm-
bullshit
I'm
vegetables.
gonna play the
green
corn.
pepper, cucumber, zucchini. Those are fucking vegetables, man.
One turns into a pickle.
I'm gonna
It
play
can't
the-
be a fruit.
I'm gonna play the corn song.
Shut up and listen to the song.
I've heard it. I don't want to hear it again.
But we didn't know, but until I told him that we didn't know.
Delana, they're calling cucumbers fruit, and I take issue with this.
And green peppers. Come on.
There's a difference between like the fruit part of a plant and what we call a fruit as a category.
There's
of
not
food.
the-
The
I
definition of a
Fruit
fruit,
is fruit.
is the fruit bearing part of a. If it develops seeds inside and becomes fuck, what is it
Does
called?
he have his coat on? No wonder he's
Science
stumbling.
rules.
That's what-
I'm hoping.
I don't want to say.
That's why he's
it's the-
stumbling.
it's
He's
not-
got his
This is
coat on.
wrong.
Okay.
Shut up and listen to
All
it.
right. Song.
I'm not listening to it.
Song time.
Silencio.
For me, I really like cone.
What do you like about corn?
It's cone. A big lump it knobs. It has the juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cone. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I tried it, I don't anything change. But the best thing about cone is the grease. The cone bake can restore your energy. You really appreciate that whole goal when you love something. If you anyone loves corn, if you come to me, I can tell you all about it. If I was surrounded by corn, I would eat all of it. You're big and strong. Look at this, take a lump with the knob. Spread butter on. Boil it and toast it with the grease. That all spreads out the good taste. But the soft corn is disgusting. Everything changed. It's cold. A big lump it knobs. It has the juice. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing. It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I tried it, I don't anything change.
I missed over there. I didn't realize this was like a 4-minute song.
Yeah.
I saw.
I think this is like follow up.
There was
I
like
think
there
it
was
is follow-up
there was a
editing.
meme one that was just like a 30-second one. So that's what I thought I was playing. But I was playing the full fucking.
That one was
Yeah,
way
I
too
just
long. I
found
didn't
the
like it.
full one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talented young man. Passionate.
Pretty good.
Passionate.
He
I'll
was
give you
passionate.
that. but maybe not
Absolutely
talented.
was. He was poetic about that.
I said
corn.
passionate. I agree with you.
How could a man from Iowa not think he was being real poetic about that
It
corn?
seemed like he was being a little fucking smartasses. I don't know.
You think so?
Maybe it was, yeah, a little. I don't know. Maybe not.
Okay. Well,
I didn't listen to it, so I don't know.
these days, the youth, it's hard to gauge.
It is.
He told me he could tell me all about it, though.
You.
He was
Yeah.
trying to be
Alone.
inclusive.
I like the Ute.
The youth.
The you.
Youth? Can you guys not hear my th sound?
You didn't emphasize it.
I thought
Oh,
Dom
really?
said the you.
Yeah.
I was like
Youth.
the Utah.
I said the Ute.
Dom-
Yeah,
yeah, it sounded like the youth,
the Utah
like a truck,
Utes.
like an El Camino.
The Utah Utes. Isn't
Well,
that a
like
co-
in
it's a college
Australia,
team,
it's,
right?
it's a utility truck.
We have the Utah Utes. Yeah.
What's a Ute?
It's a tribe.
I
Is that a
think,
goat? A goat
I
kid?
think they were
No,
at
it's
once.
the
I think
Ute
at one
tribe.
time they were called the Utah Braves, but they had to change it.
Well,
So
but I
they're
mean,
now
the Utes is it's a tribe in Utah.
Right.
And then they were the
Right.
Utah football team, and then
But I think at one time
That was
I'm
Washington.
talking about the football
That
team.
was
I think
a
at
joke,
one
Delano.
point they were called the
That was a
Utah
joke,
Braves.
JPG?
Yeah.
They caved to the pressure, huh?
Sorry, I'm like.
yeah,
no
absolutely
light.
they did. Weak.
Caved.
Weak.
Weak.
If
know
Robert
what? They
Smith or
weren't-
whatever his name was back here right now, he would.
Not
be
passionate
so
at all about
ashamed.
their own fucking their
Oh,
own name.
they
It's a
they
full
landed on
place,
a
but
name.
not-
No. The Braves. A brave is
side.
a brave is a warrior, whereas the Utes is the name of the tribe. So they changed it.
I wanted
from
to say
Braves
they
to
landed
Utes.
on a name for the Utah
Yeah, Gus, should
the
we
Utah
tell him?
hockey team. They landed on a team name.
Oh.
What is
What
it?
is
it?
It's the Utah Hawk Tuas.
Do they just spit on that
You
thing?
are lying.
They just spit on that thing.
Cheers. It's fantastic.
I haven't even watched where that meme came from, and I don't care.
It's
no.
it's an interview. I think it's actually. I don't think it's a real. I think it was a staged interview where some
It's
guys.
one of those TikTok
Yeah,
man on
it's
the
like a-
street
Them
interviews.
Yeah.
damn
Yes,
TikToks.
exactly.
Man on street interview. The guy's like, "What's a move in bed that drives your man wild?" She's like, "You just gotta hot Tua and spit on that thing," and it became a viral meme after that.
God bless her. God bless her.
Sure.
Yeah.
She seems like a giver.
I
She seems like a
support any
giver.
woman
So everyone
taking
now is just
ownership
like
of
hot
her
Tua.
skills.
Like, it is a.
Or confidently speaking about it.
If
Yeah.
you're gonna be good, if you're
Like,
gonna
be
do something, be
confident
good
in
at it.
public.
Yeah. Be confident.
Be good at something. Yeah, hell yeah. Put some
So
effort into
I
it.
have at least one coworker who was like, "Look, no, I don't enjoy any of the memes." He was like, "It's everywhere," and I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't interact with the internet quite that much apparently, because like I enjoy them when they're sprinkled throughout my day, like with the other things that I interact with.
Just little bits.
I
and
get
pieces.
it's a hot viral meme right now. So like if it's all over your fucking feed and you hate the chick or the meme or whatever, more power to you. It's fine.
I'm fine
You
with
just
it.
wait a week or two and then it'll be gone.
I like
Yeah,
creativity.
it'll be
Yeah,
gone.
exactly.
We'll
it's
move
not.
on to
This
something.
is not a long-lasting meme. There's
I
nothing
think
brilliant
it's
happening.
already-
It's silly and it's fun.
It's already diminishing and falling off. This is a quick one.
Absolutely.
This is a
Yeah,
quick
we all
burn.
have like
It's a
5-second
street
attention
interview.
spans now, so.
Yeah. So my thing is like I don't get the original thing. Like I'll see like a meme. Like it's one thing if I just see like one meme, like
You see a
okay.
meme of a
But
meme.
when I see like a meme pattern that
The
is
ones
like there's
referencing.
multiple, I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
this is something. I'm like, but me, I'm like, I can't just be like, oh, huh, weird. I'm like, no, I have to what I want to know. I need to know what's the basis,
What's the science
what's the
behind it?
origin, what's the
researching-
origin. I'd say what's
yeah,
the origin. I need to know
Have
everything about this.
knowyourmeme.com.
Yeah,
Well, meme
like,
was
there's
done
no
on
meme.
.com is great.
And then I go and look. I'm like, what is this hot Tua thing? And I'm like,
I had to
then
do the same.
You find the original video.
Okay.
You find the thing. And like, okay, now I get it.
It's not as fun
Yeah.
when you look up the old memes and it tells you how old they really are, and you're like, oh my god, I'm
especially when you
old.
see
There's a lot
the
of we know
ones-
we're old.
You're like, oh, that's not that old, and you're like, oh, that was when I was in high school. Oh
Yeah, it's
shit,
like,
that
oh,
was
2007. You're like, oh, fuck.
The grown bucktooth girl in the car seat and shit like that, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I fucking hate myself.
It's
for
like,
being like that."
oh, I didn't think that meme was that old, but Clinton was president at the time. Jesus Christ.
Or like the end of the world. It shows like George Bush as president, and you're
Oh
like,
my
oh
God.
fuck the
So-
The world.
Here's the Earth.
I'm just chilling.
Fuck. There's this
Dang,
YouTube.
that is a sweet earth, you might say.
There's this round.
They actually
Wrong?
did a sequel fairly recently,
That's a good Earth.
but it's just not the same if it's not in
Do you
Flash.
remember when we were
Rick
entertained
Flash.
by Flash animations?
Do you guys
Yeah.
remember the ultimate
To audio
showdown
clips?
of Ultimate Destiny?
Ultimate
I don't-
Destiny.
what do I do?
College humor.
This is the
ultimate
ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny.
Possible.
Well, there was
Good
college humor.
guys,
What was the
bad
other one? It was
guys, and explosions.
Newgrounds. Newgrounds is the other one.
Newgrounds is one of
Yeah.
them. Kryptonite for a minute. E-Bombs World, obviously. YTMND.
Yeah. E-Bombs World. That's right.
YTMND, yeah, you're
Yep.
the man now, dog.
You're the man now, dog. I throw that out at coworkers.
That was a good movie.
Here's the thing:
Uh,
Finding Forrester was not a popular movie.
It
A lot of
wasn't.
people did not
I-
see the movie,
I really liked
I've not
it.
seen it.
which
yeah.
makes sense because it was kind of a cop-out movie
I don't
in
think I've seen it
that
either.
moment.
It was kind of Oscar bait a little bit.
Yeah, like let's throw a crotchety old man at like the inner city youth and blah blah blah. You know, it was a theme for a minute. Like,
Whoops. Oh, hold on. I closed the wrong window. I'll bring them back. I've sent them to the ether. My bad. Give me 1 second. I'm back.
Naughty,
My
naughty.
bad. No, my bad. Hold on. I closed the wrong
It
window.
is your bad. We know.
you're bad indeed, sir. What was that from?
All right. I thought I was closing this
I don't
Eve
know.
client.
That
I
was
had.
that was a Zoolander thing.
I thought I was closing this Eve client.
mistake,
I had
Shaka,
open,
your
and
mistake
I
indeed.
just closed Discord. So my bad.
Yeah, so there's not much in this world or in life, I think, that is as gratifying as hearing Sean Connery, a very Scottish gentleman, speak to an inner city, young black man and say as they're having a heart-to-heart moment, "You're the man now, dog." Because it's fucking
the man
garbage, and
now,
that's probably a big reason why that movie didn't do well, but it was hilarious and good. And they made a whole website
And I mean, it's meme
full of
worthy.
gifs and stuff out
What's
of
the
it.
name of the movie again? Sorry.
It's called
Finding
Finding Forrester.
Does that website still even exist?
Oh,
Ooh,
I'm
the
quite
man
sure it does.
now, Dog.
YTMND.com.
What does it stand
yeah.
for?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Well, it's
TMD.
basically now just like
See the Pokemon? All the Bill Cosby
No, it does have
ones. There was so
stuff.
many good stuff on there. God.
kind of.
Did I
The
remember?
early
We got
internet,
lost.
the kids will never know
They won't
what
get it.
early
You-
internet was like.
You
and
show
it
them
was,
the old like classic
Wild
like
West.
massive viral things that were. You show them like Numa Numa, and people are gonna be like, I don't get it. Like, why
What's
is it?
what's the point?
Yeah,
There's like nothing to get.
Kids these days will look at it and be like, okay, Newman, like he's just doing this. It's like,
I think
yeah, but
Newman
you
would
didn't-
probably hit.
You don't
but-
understand. This started it all. It didn't start it, but I mean, it was like that was an early one.
No,
Yeah.
the
Kid,
first-
they showed it on the news. Fucking
first
boomers were
viral
talking about this
meme.
kid.
Yeah, it was what is the first viral meme?
the first viral meme was the dancing baby
A
animation.
fucking dancing baby.
Okay, yeah, way back. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
1994.
It was like Ally
95.
McBeal or some
Ally-
shit.
Yeah,
What was it on? Yeah,
premiered on Ally McBeal.
they made a reference in Futurama, I think, to it,
Yeah, and it
which
like
was 2000 or
people
99 or
people
what.
started sending. Somebody got a hold of the video.
on
I don't know how
Wikipedia
the video was
page.
made.
I mean, it was
Uh,
Bonzi Buddy, but it was a baby.
Oh yeah,
Do
MySpace.
you guys remember Bonzi Buddy?
Bonsai Buddy. Yeah,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You could make him say
The
things.
purple
back in the
monkey
day.
thing?
Yeah, it was a gorilla or an ape or something. Daisy, Daisy.
In
Nice.
1996.
Yeah, we're
Dancing-
old.
The dancing baby was 96. I thought it was older than
Mm.
that.
I'm reading the entire history of it. 'Cause it
Yeah,
has
but
its own
like
Wikipedia page.
people just sent it to each other through email because there was no YouTube. There was no other
Electronic
real-
mail.
Yeah,
the kids.
When did
electronic
YouTube
mail.
start? YouTube was like late 90s.
I just
wasn't
want to go watch You
No,
Got Mail
YouTube
now.
was like 2007. Do you,
Fine.
What?
Somebody
Yeah,
said
that's
mail and he said
fine.
letters.
Yeah,
we
The
called
the
them
very
letters
first
back
video
then.
was like the creator going to the zoo. It was like me at
Yeah,
the zoo
me
was
at
the
the
very
zoo.
Wait,
first
YouTube was
video.
2007?
Or maybe
Yeah, I
like
mean, it was pretty late in the
not,
game.
not 2007.
I was like, dude, I
maybe
swear YouTube was around when I was in high school. And I
2003,
graduated in 03.
Okay, so hold on. Whoa. I know that
2005.
2005.
YouTube got started because of the Janet Jackson nipple incident at the Super Bowl.
That's
Oh,
what
yeah.
started
The
YouTube.
wardrobe,
That's
the,
what started. That's literally what started YouTube.
Whoa.
Because
the wardrobe malfunction.
the guy who
Let me
made
rock this
YouTube,
body.
he was like,
Sexy.
we don't have a way to share this clip. There's no like mainstream way to share video.
And the
because,
world
like,
needed to see that
it is
nipple.
literally
Everybody
It was a
wanted to
pasty.
see the Janet Jackson.
It was a Jackson
clip.
nipple. You can't not.
So
How could you
he
not?
It
invented
literally
YouTube.
says that. It says that on the Wikipedia. Like he said, the inspiration for YouTube came from the Super Bowl whatever halftime show.
From
controversy.
Janet Jackson's
Wow, Janet Jackson made
What is that?
YouTube.
That's one of the most famous nipples.
Well,
38? Yeah.
was it Janet Jackson that made it, or was it Justin
And talented,
Was it
too.
Justin Timberlake that made it? Because didn't he rip off the?
Justin
It was a
Timberlake.
malfunction,
Oh my!
allegedly.
It was not a malfunction.
Of course it's
It
not.
was a plan.
She
It
had
was
a huge
planned
yeah
from
it
the
was-
beginning.
Of course,
Of
it
course.
was, yeah.
And yeah, that's how that was the bridging the gap between we know we're going to be on the news tomorrow and the next week and whatever to we're invading the internet with this shit.
Which is funny that they're like, we got to start this.
These
app.
bitches are talking about it at the
We-
water cooler at
We have
work
to
tomorrow.
start this web hosting video service because of a nipple showing.
Not a nipple, it was a
And
Jackson
It
nipple.
was
He
a
also said
Jackson nipple,
that-
and now it's like
That was a very
you
That
can't-
he
talented
wanted
family
to
tree.
find video
can't put
clips
nipples on
of
there,
that and the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami.
Oh, well,
I
those
mean,
are
I'm
two.
sure
very,
that was big too.
One's a natural disaster, and one's a national treasure. But
Yeah, but it's-
Jesus, Drayden.
It was
I'm
created
sorry.
on February 14th, 2005.
She's a very talented young lady.
But I'm saying, and now it's like you can't have nipples on there unless you're doing like
Oh, there's more nipples on
unless
there
you're
than
doing
there was
like
back then.
wet versus dry clothes trying ons things, and then
It's
nipples
fucking
are
like
totally fine.
trad moms and
That's still
stuff.
yeah. I
There's a
think
lot
that's
of creepy
fine.
shit on YouTube right now.
Yeah,
Jaden. It's
YouTube
not
is
cool.
weird. Like some of the stuff people can get around TOS things with.
I can't believe they all have that. That one's surprising.
We're still pretty close to Eve topics.
We'll get back
Are
to it
we?
because there's a couple things.
I
That,
think
Eve is on
we're in the-
YouTube.
we're in the Eve is on YouTube. Thank you. See,
Look,
Okay.
I would
I guess
In
that's
fact, the
way to
Pulse is on
justify it
YouTube,
that
isn't
way.
I would love to talk about Eve if,
There's a lot
if
of things
people
on
know
YouTube.
about some of these new changes. There's
Did we have a beat? Did we have a beat to discuss?
no.
no,
there's
we
beat.
don't
We did not
got
have a
the
beat
beat.
this
We
week.
don't
Okay.
got the beat.
we don't got the
We
beat.
don't got
You
it.
don't got the
Got
beat.
the beat.
I
Does
can't play
anybody
the song.
It's a tough
No.
kid.
look at those lore posts they do, like the Ashes figurehead calls for violence? Did anybody read any of those ever?
I don't. I'm not a big lore guy personally.
If I'm really bored, I'll read them. But
I generally don't
This one's like
read
long.
the
winded,
English
and I haven't
language
got
if I
through
can
it.
avoid it.
I'll look at them a little bit. I'll skim them.
There's some folks who are into lore
I think the lore's cool. I wish it was
And that's
more
fine.
part of the game, but
Yeah,
it's not
like,
part of
I
my
know-
He's
game.
one of
Yeah.
the folks I think is a piece of shit, so I don't pay a lot of
I
shit
mean,
for
like
him.
the
If you're not nullsec, it's probably kind of cool, right?
the pretty boy that goes to all the meetups, he loves lore so much and now works for CCP doing lore.
Wait, which one?
His name is
Um,
Uriel Delana.
Uriel.
Oh, the guy that looks like the vampire?
I
He's
can
a
never.
fantastic
I,
dancer.
I can
He's a
never.
He's a fantastic
real
dancer.
pretty dude.
I can never remember his
pretty
what's
boy.
His, what's
He has
his
a
CCP name?
I saw
I
him
know
at
actually
FanFest.
his full
He's
name.
so
Demiurge.
pretty.
It's Demiurge.
Oh.
I was like, it's Demiurge. I was like, I just know him
He's
as Uriel. I can
fantastic,
never
yeah.
remember his
Don't
CCP name.
dox
but-
him.
I
Jesus.
literally know his real name.
Very
Well,
pretty guy.
Well, Uriel's his game
His
name.
in-game name.
and
That's his game name.
Demiurge is his
His name,
CCP
yeah.
name.
Is he not a
CCP
dev
name,
or
yeah.
is he a
He
dev?
is.
He is a dev.
So we
Yeah.
met him at FanFest and I couldn't tell because Manic
Yeah.
Well, he
Brid-
wasn't
bridges
out
He wasn't
borders.
publicly
dead.
with
No, he
that
was a
yet.
dev.
Manic bridges borders. He
He
knows
did
all the
not
people. He's cool.
announce that publicly that he got the dev position until after FanFest.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's weird because
damn,
like
good for him.
I obviously recognized him like when he was in New Orleans this year, and then
He's fun to party
I thought he
with.
was from
yeah, no, I like
Interview with a Vampire.
I like Uriel. He's very cool. But I remember
He's a
like
cool dude.
it was like 4 or 5 years ago in Vegas. It's like he looked the same, but I feel like he looks different. I don't know.
That doesn't make any sense at
Timeless.
all. Yeah.
Timeless
So,
classic.
He does look different. I think his face does look different based on whether or not he's got his facial hair grown out.
I wonder if
There's
that's what
something
it
about
was.
him
That
with
maybe he had
facial
facial hair
hair.
back then.
And
think
this
he
year
does.
he cut his hair, which made me mad, but
It's still long though.
Cut his
it's,
hair?
It's a little less. I think that might be it. Maybe his hair went way lower than.
I always
back
threatened
then
to just
now.
braid it, and I just never find the time.
He looked the same to me, but
You
No,
know,
it-
during Eve meets, you're always running around.
I
doing
might have been
stuff.
a
he's Uriel's a very attractive man.
But anyways, yeah, he's an Eve nerd, a big lore nerd.
yeah, Manic doesn't age either. Lucky motherfucker.
Like I traveled with him to Amsterdam in 2019, and he sat there on the plane like the entire time just drawing ships. It was neat.
Yeah, it's weird though because I'm usually like a big lore nerd in almost everything I do, but for some reason, Eve lore I never really got
Yeah.
into. It's like
Well, I
it's
mean,
like the
I
one thing I
read
never
all of the Chronicles before.
But
Like, I
here's
just
the thing,
sat
is
there
if
and
you're
read
into
all of them.
nullsec, it's not important to the game at all. It really plays
Jesus.
no point.
did. Maybe.
Yeah. I just painted my nails. It's a mess. But
Wait,
Did you use like house paint?
no, just like regular nail polish, but it's hard to paint with my left hand when I'm right-handed.
So like a Neanderthal.
hmm.
Yeah.
Dom, honestly, that's a point I guess I never really thought about.
Neanderthals?
No, the nullsec aspect of it is that we don't come into contact with the lore in the traditional ways. 'Cause,
The
like
traditional
we,
way, yeah.
You,
we kind of make
become
our
the
own
lore.
stories.
We become
I guess I never
our
put
own
the
lore.
thought into it because I always just assumed I was like maybe I'm just not into lore. Like,
That's a good.
it's
point.
kind of not on my radar. I guess I never really cared. Now that you
We
say
make
it
our
that
own
way, I'm
lore,
like,
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm like, well,
we
that's
are the
because those
lore.
people don't really write our stories as much,
I think
or
that's-
affect our stories.
Yeah,
as
I
much,
have
maybe.
all of the you know the
That's kind of
history of
interesting.
Eve books.
I'm deep sometimes. Didn't even mean to. That was totally on accident.
Yeah, that's a
Brilliant.
good point. That's a good point because like
I knew you were a philosopher,
I
but
went
that's
to
because we've done
NullSec
drugs together.
3 weeks after I started playing the game, so I've never really dealt with high sec lore or anything, so that makes
Yeah,
sense.
same.
But at the same time, it's like I've always been a line member, so I've never been like in the know of like the bigger workings of things. But I generally knew what was going on all throughout the last 12 years I've been playing. But the thing is, like thinking back on it now, like there's a lot of things I either don't remember or I think I remember, and then I mention it, and other people are like, no, that's not how it happened. It worked like this, and so it's like I misremember
Right.
a lot of the
Yeah.
older like wars and like Sov transfers and stuff like that. So it's I don't know. It's like when it comes to Eve lore, even the NP the nullsec lore stuff.
I'd venture to say, Drayden,
don't know
you're
a
not
lot of it.
misremembering it. You're just remembering it from your point of view. It's gonna
That's
be
fair,
different.
though.
that
Both that each one
That's a
we've
good
been in is gonna be
point.
different for
That
me
is
than
fair.
it is for you, right?
Reality is
Yeah.
subjective.
yeah, because
Absolutely.
Well-
Yeah.
that's the thing is like what you think is happening may not be what's actually happening.
To you, it looks like that's what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're like, because there was times where like there's various wars, like, especially early on when I was in bright-eyed, bushy-tailed newbie playing in Persona non Gratis, and we're getting invaded. I'm like, oh, the war's going pretty well. It's like, no, it was not. We were getting absolutely trounced from day one we had no chance in the world in hindsight, but
But
it's
My
you-
CEO
people
makes
try
it
to
sound
keep
like
your-
we're doing well.
Oh,
Well, but then you got to try to keep the morale up, so you hear
Yeah.
not
It's like,
lies, but
PL
propaganda.
says as long as we keep
Propaganda.
fighting like Vikings, they're like, oh, you guys fight like Vikings. As long as we keep fighting them, they don't want our space, and then they took our space anyway, and we just lost every fight that we ever
They
took.
took
So
our
we
space
did a
and our
Viking,
ships.
we
Yeah.
did a longboat,
Yeah.
and then we did the flaming arrow.
Thanks, Street
and-
Corner.
Yeah, we,
Mickey.
we
Now we're
weren't
sinking it.
we weren't fighting like Vikings. We were just feeding fleet after fleet into them, and they loved it.
I mean, but there is a real element too of like the whole like history is written by the victors, which
Yeah.
has happened. There are victors, very clear victors over the history of this game. There's also lots
Different
of
times,
propaganda,
yeah.
which is a very respected facet of this game.
Mhm.
I've spoken to quite a few people over the years who have things to say about certain spy masters that, you know, maybe took a lot of credit for things they didn't actually do. You know, these things happen. You know, history's a very subjective thing, and it's
Hey, Street
fascinating.
Corner Becky.
But it could be a situation where they're taking credit for something to throw you off who actually did it. You don't know. It could
Sure.
be that deep. We don't know. right?
Sure.
Some of these fuckers are crazy.
It's hard to say, but it's fun.
I love it.
I fucking love it. So I've dipped
love
in and out of
being
this
part
game
of
for
the
20
metagame, yeah.
years now. One of the things that has always kept me drawn in was the geopolitical landscape of like how alliances interact. Back in the day, it used to be very, I don't want to call it like revolutionary, because it was never like, you know, you line up your troops like in my mind it's like, you know, you line them up in lines and you shoot at each other with black powder and whatever. But it felt that way in an element because of the way war declarations used to be put out. They'd put them out on the Corporation Alliance and discussion forums, or what are the KOD. And
SBUs.
and you
Yeah.
as an alliance leader or whoever, you would put out this big proclamation about your grievances, and you'd talk a little shit, and you would do whatever, and you would put out this big, you know, news article, or so to speak, or an op-ed
Why
or
we're going to
something.
war or whatever.
Yeah, and here's why we're pissed off, and here's who's fucked, you know, and whatever. And it was I'm not like, I don't enjoy reality shows. I don't do many of those things that I feel like would appeal to the same kind of things. In this kind of environment, it really did appeal to me in a big way. Like, I think of it almost like if I was trying to make a parallel somewhere between reality shows and soap opera and like wrestling. But like, I didn't think about it in that way in this, because it was like a lot of people invest real time, real efforts, you know, real money, all the, you know, all these things. It was more real to me, even though it was still like space pageantry on some levels, I'm sure.
I'm sure it was, yeah.
But like, I don't know, it's so fascinating that, at least, like I said, the old days were way more formalized, where it was like, we're going to war with so and so because they're pieces of shit, and let me tell you why. And then they're like, we didn't like that they did this and this, and they're pieces of shit for this and this, and honestly they're garbage, and so we're gonna take their space.
the polarity of the sides has been very, very set in stone for a while now, right? There's been really, you know, two distinct, or now maybe three distinct groups that hate each other. You know,
We've homogenized.
there's been changes in between, back and forth, but that's been solidified for a long time now, right? But as the game progresses, either through Eve's changes, CCP changing the game or whatever, and also people learning how to play the game better and better, you notice the big battles now have a lot of strategy with them. Before, like you said, it was just kind of everybody piles in the middle and fights it out. Now you got a lot more strategy with each year. Just like the other day, our enemy was going to, we were informed that they were going to try to anchor a structure. So we deployed our capitals to try to avoid doing that. Well, then they changed their plans because of what we did. There's a lot of that going on. It's interesting to watch. I mean, if you're not a lineman, I guess I can kind of get a little bit of inside info, but yeah.
So I think anybody in nullsec, which again, this is one of the things that I like. I feel like we should have a segment for, because I like nullsec geopolitics. I like a lot of the things that are happening in the game that don't necessarily interact with either faction warfare, lowsec, nullsec, or wormholes, whatever.
Yeah.
At any given time, they don't interact with somewhere where a lot of other people are. But I've been tapped into nullsec for many, many years, and so that's the geopolitics I mostly pay
Well, we
attention
got
to.
people
And
here.
I know a lot of people.
So
Hey.
really, when it comes to nullsec fighting, there's like two different categories, right? There's fighting for just the fun of it, go out there and try to kill each other, not really in any type of
No
war,
objective.
known for it, just roaming shit like that. There's that kind of fighting. Then there's strategic fighting, which
Sure.
is trying to take each other's bullshit, whatever. And those are two different, totally things, right? In each one of them has a different aspect to it, and some people like the warfare, some people like the roaming stuff, right? Because
Sure.
there's different reactions. Like I was just describing about that Forza they were going to put down. There was no fight, right? But that's still very, very important what we did to make sure they didn't put the Forza
Oh,
down.
100%.
That's still a form of combat.
That was
even
a
though there no
strategic
battle.
thing.
Yeah. Some people like that, some people don't. But those are two different things you can find in Nullsec that I don't know, makes the game amazing,
So-
in my opinion.
Here's a counterpoint to that, because I was reading through and kind of defending something on Reddit today at work because it was kind of a slow day that I wasn't involved in.
Okay.
There was that Asbel timer and whatever it was, EX6,
Okay, yeah.
kind of loose on that, but wherever, I think it's in Catch or something, it's a border system or something. Imperium showed up,
Yeah.
big. They defended the timer. They killed a bunch more of PanFam side or Pandafam or whatever. And there was a lot of crowing on Reddit and this, that, and the other. And people were saying, it was a huge deal. It was, strategic, and that's why it matters, and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I appreciate it. Obviously, anytime you are doing structure warfare and nullsec, a lot of things in nullsec
Or
are on some
preparing
level.
for yeah.
They're on
Defending-
some
yeah.
level strategic, even if they can be just fun and kind of nonsensical. On some level, it's strategic. Well, somebody was doing kind of in my opinion, the typical like, I'm waving the flag thing. My flag is always right and your flag is always wrong. And they were saying, those guys never take fights. They never do blah 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 blah. And I was saying, well, it's weird because we're looking at a battle report where obviously both sides shot each other. And we see
It's a
those all
funny
the time.
statement. Both sides say it. It's funny as hell. Yeah.
Well, exactly. That's what I was trying to highlight. I was like, we see it all the time where both sides are shooting each other on battle report. Like, I get it that like if somebody was the first one to turn and run or whatever, or retreat or however you want to look at it, yeah, sure, you'd be like, oh, they don't take fight. It was like, no, they're
run
assessing
from
the
fights, yeah.
battlefield. They're dealing with what's happening and they're trying to either salvage something or whatever. It doesn't always have to be serious, but
Yeah.
sure, any FC is going to try to do. Every FC wants to win. That's the reality. That's all I was trying to drive home. I was like, we're both sides are going to say shit and talk shit.
100%.
Both sides,
Yeah.
FCs are going to do what FCs do, and they're going to try to win because that's what coaches do and that's what teams do and whatever. And so
Yeah.
I mentioned something about somebody saying, well, they try to come off strong, and then like when they see our pings, then they usually kind of fizzle out. And I was like, well, that's weird because like usually I hear that a lot about like when just for an example, when Arcadia's soul comes to our space, and then he ends up running away or something. That's a meme that's developed. And I'm sure he takes a lot of fights, and I'm sure he's a great guy, and blah blah blah. I've heard nice things about him, so whatever. But it was like literally you see that both sides say this, right? Like this is not something. And the reply to that was, well, yeah, but this thing today, this Asbel was a strategic objective, and Arcadios just goes to shoot people. And it was like, everything is strategic. Everything is
level,
strategic. Now,
yeah.
it's not always a set piece battle. It's not always going to be like going to change a war or something. Which we're literally in a cold war right now. Like neither side's actually doing anything greatly active beyond just some exciting battles with like the Amazon and just some one-off shit. But it's not like we're not pushing lines and doing tug of war in a real way recently, anyway.
Coming,
But
I think, though.
But everything's strategic on a level, right? Like you go to their space, you ring the doorbell with the Antiblexes or whatever, and you shoot their people. Like it's all strategic on some level. Like I don't
Well, it
believe
is,
in
for sure. Yeah.
I don't believe in some things are serious and some things are not. Like
Well, even a
it all
Rome
amounts
is still
to
trying
something.
to stop their ability to make ISK. That's really the whole
Right,
purpose
it
of a Rome.
all
It is
amounts to
strategic on some level. Yeah.
It's not always a set piece battle, but it's always strategic on some level. And that was
yeah.
kind of how I felt about it. I was
I
like,
agree,
well,
yeah.
that's kind of a cop out. Like anytime you go and face your enemy, it's strategic. It doesn't always mean, this is 5D chess, but it's I had a plan, or I would like to see something happen, or I know that I'm trying to affect something. And like you said, where it affects the ratting or blah, 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 it's domino effect, right? Like you go start roaming a fleet through enemy space and just roaming. Well, a bunch of people dock up, or a bunch of people start, maybe don't run as many alts or
And then the
whatever they
PvPers start
do.
to form. Yeah.
You're literally having an effect on the strategy of their approach to that night. It's a real thing.
It is. Yeah, for sure.
And maybe, like you said, maybe PvPers log in, maybe they drop on it, maybe they shut it down right away and it didn't really mean a lot, but like it's always about strategy.
But if
You're
I go
always
to
trying to affect the other guy.
your home system, right? If I go to your home staging system, I expect you to blob me. Because if you don't, that's dumb, right?
Oh, I hope so.
You don't want me in your home system. And we'll do the same thing to you. And everybody's complaining, oh, you guys run away. Well, you have 500 times more than we do. Yeah, we're going to run away. You blobbed us. Of course we did. You're in our fucking home, you
Yes.
dickhead.
I'm
It's like the
wholeheartedly
stupidest
behind.
complaints ever, right? Of course we
Usually
blocked
see
you.
it from
Go away.
wormholers because they think there's something special or something. No offense, LB. I know you used to play with those guys, but they're like, oh, why are you being such shitty people? Blah blah blah. It was like you entered my home.
I can't
Sorry,
believe you
like,
overformed. What do you mean you
You
can't believe
literally
you
entered my
overformed?
home, and like my children and my family are here. Like I was not going to reserve the amount of force that I felt about it. Like I'm offended that you entered my home.
I do like to listen to those people
If
say
we
that
wanted
stuff.
a
It
good
makes me
fight,
laugh,
let's
right?
go do it nearby in low sec or something. Let's do it over like, some other goal. If you want to organize it, like I'm not trying to make it so formalized, but it's like if you're gonna be so entitled enough to be like, I can't believe they blocked me. It was like you fucking entered my home.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why that complaint always
It's
makes
the
me laugh.
castle doctrine here in the States. And I can get away with a lot once you enter my home. Please don't.
Guess who likes to win fights?
I don't want you not to, because I don't want my people to be fat and lazy. And
Guess
like,
who
I am
likes
a
to
big
win
advocate
fights?
of people coming to our space.
Everyone who plays Eve. Right?
That's right. That's right.
Everyone. Everyone likes to win fights. No one wants to lose. Right? You got to do what you have to do to win. Sometimes that means getting the fuck out of Dodge.
It does happen. There's a reason for Kaidi. There's a reason for guerrilla warfare. Like all these things have their
There's a
place
reason
in
for
Eve.
blue balling people.
And I respect
that demoralizes
and it's
the other
real.
side. It's
You're
real,
right.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Drayden knows.
Does anybody else have any thoughts on
No,
this?
they're off. We bored the shit out of everybody.
I'm
I know these
actually-
are
I'm gonna-
nullsec thoughts, but
I'm gonna bounce.
Man's like, I gotta
Medic-
go to bed. This
Medic, tell
fucker's
me about
put me-
the-
I've passed out twice
gonna
already.
check
These
out.
dumb fuckers.
I remember that solo cup you used to have.
Thanks
Tell me
for
about the
coming,
times
Manic.
that you blobbed people.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you about
You
all
remember
the
when you were
null
a
fights
blobber?
that I've been in.
Did you blob a lot of people? Are you that dirty
All the
blobber?
time.
He said
Dude,
we
Mhm.
filled up that solo cup.
Yeah, I could see
I
that.
seen it.
okay.
Dirty,
Bye.
dirty
Bye,
blobber.
everybody.
Good night, buddy.
It's
Thanks for
always a
coming.
pleasure,
Bye,
man.
Manic.
We
Good
love
night,
you.
Manic.
Peace.
Oh, Liz
And
is
the-
here. I didn't know she'd come in. You're so
Hi,
quiet.
Dom.
How are you?
Hey, and Sawdeath as well. Who's Sawdeath? Is this a person?
It's
It's Sawdeath.
that dude right there. Yeah, Terminus.
You say that, but that's what I said, and we learned nothing.
He's been here before. He's not talking apparently. You fucking killed
I
it.
believe you, and I hope he does, and that's kind of, or they do, and that's
He's-
kind of what I
he's
was
come
trying to
here
like.
before, yeah.
I was trying to like poke the whole like, hey, who are you? Introduce yourself, because I don't know.
Who did Harvey Fleet?
It could happen. But how are you doing, Liz?
Doing okay. How are you?
I do swell
Fabulous.
often. Have you
You're-
guys done your second episode yet?
Just released.
Oh shit! Did
Finally
you link
processed.
You
for
gonna
us?
link it? Yeah, link it for us.
I did. It's linked.
Link it again because
Where'd
I
you put it?
can't scroll up.
She put it in the Eve chamber. Oh, she did. Perfect.
Oh, and Discord. I
What a
thought you
great
did,
idea
too.
you had.
You're so smart.
You guys have some really nice graphic design.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
It just takes a lot of work to get everything done. So
Does it? So how? If you don't mind me asking, I don't know how much anybody else cares, and if y'all don't want me to go into it, I won't. But
Too
I
late
was just
now.
gonna ask what all goes into it. Like, talk about it a little bit.
it's completely different than live streaming.
Okay.
The production side of it is it's a lot.
It's a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing any kind of video or anything, live streaming. Oh, I can fire that up and just keep going.
Okay.
The video production side of it first you have to record it, then you have to edit it, then you got to put in all the graphics, then they all have to line up, then you got to process it, and then you got to upload it and make sure it passes all the flags.
I can appreciate that.
There's flags?
Yeah, for YouTube you have to make sure that you don't have any.
They don't want Janice.
Well, so there's certain
inject
flags.
some
So
nipples
like,
anymore.
well, there's flags for like videos that get
Copyright?
banned.
It was a pain in the ass to do
There's
the
flags for
audio one.
copyright. There's
Video guy
flags
was
for
horrible.
demonetization, which doesn't disallow you to put it on YouTube, but you won't get monetized, which is usually like inappropriate. That's more just inappropriate stuff and not like copyright.
Even
will get-
as a new channel, though, there are extremes you have to jump through to make sure that you're processing correctly.
Yeah, and then there's also like the age range. Like you can have videos that are marked as adult that you can have like swearing on, but then if they're not and you have swearing on them, they're demonetized, and it's weird. YouTube is
Which I haven't heard you guys cussing any, but it's nice to keep the door.
no, yeah, it doesn't sound good.
I think there was a couple little snafu ones, but nothing major.
Harmless.
So it's like us. We no cussing.
I always find
That's
it
right.
funny, like on
It's a
some of the
family
YouTube
show.
channels where
Family
they'll have like clips of like a show or something, and they'll like bleep out the word "fuck," and then they'll show someone getting completely eviscerated. Like it's like, oh, that person just got shredded.
God.
That person just got shredded into 5 bloody body parts.
And you
But
yell out "fuck" as a response.
Thank God they didn't expose us to the word "fuck," because holy shoot!
I'm glad I didn't hear it, but that was my
man, like
response to that song.
I don't know what I would do with myself if I heard a swear word, but I'm glad I got to see some like ultimate gore. It's weird. Like,
Censorship is important, so that we
yeah,
keep our
it's like
values straight.
what constitutes like allowability versus not
So
allowed.
are you seriously complaining that you want more censorship?
No, I was
I'm
being a
saying
Yeah,
this-
you are. I got censored
Oh,
for
maybe
this, but
he is.
you didn't censor me for
I'm
that.
saying
That's
if you're,
ridiculous.
No, I'm the opposite way. I'm saying you're willing to show this, but you got to censor this. Why don't you just not censor?
You know
any
it
of
never goes that way though. So they're just going to censor
I
more.
know, but it's
They're going to
just-
take more freedoms.
I
They'll take more
find it
freedom.
still. It's
That's
like
the only
I'm
way
fine
it
with
always
them putting like an age, put an 18 thing where it's like, okay, if it's marked an 18 over video, it's like you can put this is now quote rated R, so you should have you should be
I thought
allowed to
YouTube
have,
does that, don't they? Or they do not?
no,
Hey, Swadef.
not really.
You have to mark it.
Yeah.
But they allow, but they,
Most
it doesn't
channels
really work.
don't. Most channels don't want to do that because that's like restricts their audience and their
Oh yeah,
clicks.
yeah. See, my
and their
channel's like that
views.
because my shit's very.
Yeah,
low.
and so the thing is that they're like, if we mark it as 18 plus, less than
We
half
would
as
never
many
get
people are going to
120
click on
subs
it,
in
and
one night.
therefore we aren't going to get as many clicks and views and ad revenue and all that stuff. So
Yeah, it's a marketing thing.
yeah.
All right, hold on. I gotta get my camera.
Those guys
set
ruin
up.
everything.
What is it?
Oh, it's not.
okay. Edited CD but rated R movie. What? They don't do that, do they?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
Oh,
I
you got
remember
the-
because I had an
what's the helmet? Hold on,
Eminem
hold on.
album when I was in like
I like the
middle
helmet.
school that I traded to a buddy for like his PlayStation 1 and like a skateboard or something, and it was a censored like a Walmart.
But it was
version
being
of
done by
Eminem album.
Walmart.
I mean, Walmart sold,
Okay. But
Yeah, Walmart
but it
used
was
to
a
have.
censored Eminem album. You can't censor an Eminem album. Come on now, that's not good. Half of the fun was that he was like, you know, he was pretty potty mouth.
You guys
He's
have
quick.
the helmet. It looks familiar, but what's the helmet from?
Doesn't-
I just was
doesn't
supposed to do my cosplay for FanFest up at Free Vanguard next year.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit! All right.
You gonna throw some LEDs up in that beast?
I don't know. I haven't thought about that yet. I haven't gotten that far.
It's time to think about it. The summer is upon us, and FanFest is nigh. I don't know if that's how that works. It's coming up.
You never know what could happen at FanFest. Could be a cool way to go up there to escape the summer heat, or it could be raining. You never know.
I can accept either way.
I like the helmet. It's funny.
Bro.
Yeah.
I have
It was a
helmet.
little drizzly when we were there, and it was fine. It was good. I'll accept it either way.
Either
Same.
way, accept it. You got to do it.
I will.
But your mask may get damp, so
I will not accept it unless there's at least one volcano in Reykjavik City Square.
Absolutely no exception.
we could probably coordinate that.
We
Drayton.
won't accept anything.
Some of these guys are real well connected with the former president as of soon. I bet we could call that in.
That movie
I think
volcano.
I know you guys stave off the city center volcano most of the time.
I mean,
Can
I've
we-
seen the
can we
movie
just let that one
Volcano.
go this time?
Volcanoes erupted in LA. If that can happen, it can happen in Reykjavik.
Just a little bit.
You just
Yeah,
have to
give it a little bit.
believe.
You just gotta believe. Just
Just give us a
That's
little
all
bit.
it's about.
We should do a drink to the volcano.
bring the
Two
lava.
I will.
volcanoes. Yeah.
I mean, I don't actually want the lava, but bring
No,
the
we
lava.
don't. Reykjavik is awesome. We
I,
don't
mean,
want
I
to.
bet it makes a spicy drink though. It probably makes it pretty.
What
hot.
if we had the volcano exploded?
saying
and
I
it was
wouldn't
just
drink
like I don't know. The only thing that came out of it was like melted caramel. That'd be okay.
I could like. What if I cooked some food on the lava? Like,
Right?
do some like
Lava stones and
local
shit.
local salt bay. Like,
Yeah.
like
Pretty
Marsh-
constant temperature, isn't it?
Marshmallow
steak
fluff.
on it?
I could actually roast some marshmallows from near the Icelandic lava, of course.
I would do marshmallows on lava.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. How about the
I mean, you could
Marsh-
I just
roast.
want you to
Fucking
throw a
crisp
steak
right
on
up.
it and like sear it.
You could
Just, like,
probably
throw it
roast
real
them
quick and, like, flip it.
from
I like my shit
about-
rare, so you gotta do it
You
quick.
could probably roast
Right.
them from about 400 feet away, but
Well, it'd be a waste of fine meat up there, imported, of course.
Nah, you'd be fine. I'm gonna eat it either way.
yeah.
We can use cheap meat even. I don't care.
Volcano meat? You think I'm gonna pass on it? Oh, it looks
Yeah.
a little.
It looks like a trackpad.
Like, no,
Ah,
I'm
it tastes
gonna-
like
I'm gonna
shit
eat
too,
it.
but I'm gonna
Dude,
eat it.
the
It
Taco
could be
Bell
jerky.
The
and I'll
Taco
eat
Bell
it.
volcano menu is my favorite thing ever. So I actually like now that it's gone for the second time. My heart's been broken
What was
twice.
that?
The volcano menu at Taco Bell. Back in the
Yeah, I need to.
I think it was like late 90s, early 2000s. It was
I
around.
remember that.
It was delicious, and then it went away for like 15 years, and they brought it back. I'm like, it's
Just hot
back.
shit.
It was spicy. It wasn't
Oh, yeah,
that
so
spicy.
you know
You
I
would
would
think it
have
was
any idea.
actually lava. I thought it was like mediocre.
I'd probably walk
spi-
in there, I could smell it, and I have to leave. It just-
It was like I thought it was like nacho cheese sauce with some spice in it. It was like I would call it between mild and medium. You would probably call it an ER visit, but you know,
Here's the thing, though. Now it
ER
has.
visit.
it was in there, but it was delicious. They brought it back like 15 years later. I was like, hell yes! It was around for like 2 months, and they got rid of it. I'm like, fuck you, Yum
But now you're
Brands.
compelled to go to Volcano Central.
I know.
To
So
relive the
now
dream.
it's like I am now compelled to like actually cook on a volcano and see how spicy it really is.
Yeah, dude,
You
just
should
let it go a
dip an
little
ice
black
cube in it
where
and rub it
starts
on
to
your
cool
eyes, though.
down,
Yeah.
and then just sear something on
And
it.
it's like, you know, there's jalapeno peppers and then there's igneous rock. They're the
Yeah.
same thing, but
And
better.
thinking about the mineral content, it's probably really good for you.
I mean, you know, you can get a
Well,
pumice.
it's just soaking in some of that, through the.
you can just give
membranes
your
of the meat.
veins a pumice scrub. So
Yeah,
it clears
absolutely, dude.
clears all the
Internally,
most of your body
Yeah.
appreciates exfoliating.
clears
Not
all
of it.
the plaque out of your
he's like a gun rod.
arteries and
Just
stuff. It's perfect.
Rod the shit out of him.
Did it just add another 5 minutes to the bathroom for you?
Time will
No,
tell.
no, it didn't add any time. It just made it less pleasant. But I was fine with that. No, it's probably good it's gone because I ate an unhealthy amount of Taco Bell when the volcano menu was around. So I mean,
Wow.
any amount of Taco
My
Bell is an
brain
unhealthy
doesn't
amount of
know.
Taco Bell. But I mean, like
Well,
an
when you're young,
excessively
it makes
unhealthy
sense.
amount of Taco Bell.
I like their fucking cinnamon
True.
crisp things. Right, they're fried
The churros.
fried grease. No,
Churros.
fried grease with cinnamon on it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Cinnamon twists. They're just fried grease with
They're-
cinnamon on
it
it.
was
they're
the
like,
churro
they're,
thing.
they're like
Oh,
churros.
Taco John's has churros.
I mean, they're
Taco
not
Bell
like
has
legit- they're
cinnamon
not-
twists.
Yeah, I was like, they're not. Yeah,
Okay,
they're
yeah,
cinnamon
I know
twists,
what
but
you're saying.
they're meant to be like churros.
I mean, I
but
know my
Right.
desserts. I
They're
would-
not real legit churros. They're
No.
fast
They're
food
not churros at all. They're
Nothing
called
in that
cinnamon
building
twists.
is legit.
They call it that
Nothing
way
is
because
as advertised.
they call it that way because people are into like Mexican food. Like that's
The
not a
meat is
real
gravy.
churro. It's like
It goes in
it's
dog
not.
food.
You'll never get a real
I don't know
churro
if it's
from
even
fast
E,
food.
right? Might be.
I'm
great tea.
sure it's probably not true, but I remember like hearing
Half
or reading
human?
somewhere that
Yeah.
it's like
It's like- I mean,
grade
like-
E meat, which is like the lowest quality.
So
That's
years and years ago, I worked for FedEx. And I did it right where I picked up packages to whatever. Well, the place that went to was cold storage, right? And they had these freezers in there. They could flash freeze shit like to -12 in like 5 seconds because they did all the school meat and they had weird rules for it. Well, Taco John's also stored meat there. So I went there to like an emergency Taco John's box of meat, super frozen, still leaking grease. Right?
Whoa.
It was
Hell
so
yeah.
gross. It was
Nice.
so gross. I thought I don't eat Taco John's because of that fucking box.
I've never heard of Taco
I
John's,
Don't
but-
eat Taco John's
Ta-
much, but like
it's-
I did like their
Is it
six-
regional? I thought it was everywhere.
It must
No,
be.
there's Taco John's up here. It's sparse, but there's a few. It's gone now, but it used to be one in Coeur d'Alene. I used to go there for a 6-pack and a pound.
His name's
once
not
in a
even
while.
Hispanic. Why would you eat his tacos?
Street, it was Taco because it started as Taco Juan's, but that didn't fly with the white
As
people in the
it
Midwest.
should.
Is that what it was?
You're gonna
I-
trust.
no, there's
Taco
something
Juan.
like that. They have like a history of where they started. It is something
That's-
like
Oh,
that.
man,
It started as
that's-
Taco Juan's in like Tucson or something.
And it's
That's
in the
John's
racist fucking
somewhere,
Middle
yeah.
East or
That's
Fucking
so
racist
bad.
motherfuckers in the Midwest.
Yeah,
we
that's
gotta change it
bad.
to John's.
No, it was
It's
Taco-
probably Idaho where that happened, actually.
Yeah, I went
Get
down.
Juan out of
There's-
here.
There was
I
a
want
Taco John's in
now.
Coeur d'Alene. It's closed now. Now it's like a some kind of.
I've heard some bad things about that.
So they're awful, yeah.
Satay sandwich bistro or something like that.
Like I said, the grease box, fucking disgusting. Nothing that's frozen below 0 Fahrenheit
bed.
should leak
Bye,
grease.
Albie.
All right,
I'll
Albie.
be-
Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
It's,
The
Good
grease
night,
talk
Albie.
did
Talk
it,
to you soon,
didn't
buddy.
it? It was the grease talk.
it's
Later.
funny when see
Be
Albie,
safe.
it's
Night,
funny when
Albie.
you mention like 0 degrees though, because man, there's this
Fahrenheit, yeah.
there's this place out in Washington that we have coolers with. I'm not gonna say because customers, but so they're like a cold storage warehouse. Basically, they places ship stuff there. They keep it cold and then ship it out when.
Oh, there's
when
only
needed.
2 in the state.
No,
dude,
oh shit. But it was funny because I went there. I was like he was going to show me around where the coolers were because my brother installed them. I didn't know where they were, but so he's like, there was one in the office and there's one down across the whole cold dock in upstairs in the break room. But he was like, this guy was like showing me around and he was like excited. I don't. He must have been like a new hire. I don't know, but he was like super excited about the place. Like, yeah, so we keep everything cold. He was like telling me about the whole place. I'm like, I'm just here to change the filters on your water machine, man.
Yeah.
Like I was but I obviously didn't say that, but I was just like, dude, I don't want the grand tour. I got 4 other stops here, and then I have a 3-hour drive home. I just want to get the shit done. Like, and he's like, oh, and he's like, in there, and he like gave us this look. He's like, in there, that's 0. I'm like, what? He's like,
what? Bodies are.
He's like, that's 0. He's like,
I want to change.
He's like, most freezers we keep it at like 15 degrees. That's 0 degrees. That's real cold. I'm like, yeah, that sounds cold. He's like,
real shit.
And
Thanks for sharing. Yeah.
He does. It does this like almost like movie animated thing where it kind of looks and he's like, "You want to taste a 0?" I was like,
"You want to feel it?"
I'm good. He's like, "I'll give you a taste of 0." I'm like, "All right, dude, give me a fucking taste of 0. Let's go." And we walk in. We walk in, and I'm like in like just jeans and a t-shirt. And we walk in there. And yeah, it's fucking cold because it's like freezing is 32. It's 0 degrees. This is like
I was gonna
really
be cold either way.
Cold. And he goes in. He's like, "This is a taste of 0." I'm like, "Yeah, it's pretty cold in here." He's like, "Yeah."
Here's what it's like when I lock the door.
Like he was super excited. I'm just
Oh,
like,
he's a psychopath.
I was like, "Dude, it's fucking cold in here. Can I just go change your filters and get?" It's like,
this is the night
not until I get your skin.
He's like, "Oh, you want to taste the 0?" I was like. And so
if
now,
anyone ever says that to you, Ian Drayden, you say no and run.
We always joke every time now, like when it's like, "Oh, that place is doing." It's like, "Oh, dude, you can go get a taste of 0 over there if you want."
Hey, girl, I got some 0 back here.
I bet I can wear you real fine.
I was like, dude, Coke Zero would love that statement for an ad or something. Like, you want to taste a 0? Like he said it.
Some creepy guy in a van. I don't think they'd love that.
He said it all dramatically and everything. I was just like, what the hell am I in? Like, is there
I see
a
you
camera
stalking
around
0,
here?
but have you ever felt 0?
It's like, dude, I've been in negative degree temperatures. I know it's cold. Like I
You
know.
should have said, we live in Idaho, dumbass.
Fucking Idaho.
Yeah, it's like, dude, I know that 0 degrees is really cold. I don't need to walk in there to know, like, yep, it's fucking cold. You know.
He said we didn't need a building at all for this.
It's like, oh, there's a swimming pool there. Yep, it's wet. You want to see? No, I trust you. Water's
Are
wet.
you sure? Water's wet. I can show you.
Dip your toe in it.
Oh, it was. Although that being said, it's hilarious because now I have that experience.
True.
Absolutely.
You were almost killed by a serial killer.
Yeah. You made it out by the
He would have got me.
Skin of your teeth. Yeah, because you
There
went in
was
there.
a secretary that was like watching as you
But here's
walked
the
in,
thing.
and he saw it. And he was like, "Ah."
It's
How do you
easy
get
to talk
everything
Drayden into
clean?
doing stuff, right?
Yeah.
Or
No one,
super nice
You're like a serial killer's fucking wet
no
dream
one
for
would
a
ever
victim.
catch the body in 0 because no one wants to be in 0.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's the perfect.
He had
place.
damn near the perfect crime. It was the
Perfect
fucking
place.
secretary that
What-
watched him walk in there with you.
Wouldn't decompose in 0 either. Not even bacteria or fungus like 0. So
I don't think
It was
so.
the
Yeah,
perfect
Not-
crime.
Would have been the perfect crime. Put me behind a pallet.
Well, somebody might have come
For-
looking for you
forever.
eventually.
No, not really.
No.
Oh, your parent.
His brother
no,
would have.
my-
Hates,
my-
well,
my
his
brother-
brother hates him, trying to kill
brother
him all
would
the
have
time.
usurped
Yeah,
the
no, my
company. His dad would have just like sailed off
Put him
into
out, fucking wrote him
retirement
out.
sunset.
My brother would have been like,
They'd golf. They'd be like,
You can spend a little more money. I have to worry about giving it to
Yeah,
him.
"Train's
brother-
not slowing us down."
my brother would have been like, no, well, he didn't show up. More shares for me.
He must be high. That drunk fucker.
I bet he's fucking hungover. Let's
I'll
just keep
bet he's
going, Dad.
hungover.
Yeah.
3 years later, and they still haven't heard. And he's like, it's just not looking good, Pop.
What do you do? He's fucking drunk, probably.
What are you gonna do? It's a free country.
What's up, Sergey?
They just assume you're off to no good.
I like him.
Yeah.
Train's like, let me out of this fucking cooler.
This guy be thinking, what in the hell are these
I
guys
just wanted
talking
to
about?
change
These
the
guys
filter.
are crazy stupid.
The funny thing is that this is in a desert. Like Eastern and Central and Eastern Washington is a desert.
High Plains Desert.
Like when people think of Washington, they think of like Seattle area, which like by the Cascade, like in and west of the Cascades, it's like almost rainforest. It's fucking gorgeous, beautiful.
Isn't that what they call it? High Plains? Right, yeah. Oh,
No,
You say desert
no.
though. What does
It's-
it look
it's
like?
High,
Does it
high
look like a
desert. It's high desert.
High desert. There you go. High desert.
Yeah, it's high desert.
I know high in it.
I mean, it's not like Sahara where there's
No,
sand
that's the
everywhere.
dumbest thing I've ever heard.
What does it look like?
It looks like
Fine powder. It's awful.
yeah. Well, no. So it's basically just a bunch of dry dirt, Now it's kind of like rolling hills out there because it's high elevation. It's about 2,000 feet, maybe 1,800, 2,000 feet, but it's
Like
desert
sparse
because
vegetation.
it's between the rain shadow of the Rockies and the Cascades. So there's a rain shadow there. And well, and actually even before
It
the
just
Rockies,
doesn't
you have,
do
you have
well.
like the Bitterroot Mountains in Idaho.
That's
So
true.
Idaho has a
That's
bunch of
funny.
water and stuff there, but like Central and Eastern Washington, it's basically like it's not like Sahara sand desert,
Sure.
but it's just a
But
bunch
they
of
have that in Michigan. So
It's
now
a fine
I don't
It's
know what to
powder.
believe.
It's
It's just a
awful.
bunch of
That
dry-
fucking. Oh,
dry-
I hate
it's a
it. I
bunch
was
of
in
dry-
Yakima for a bit, and it
Yeah,
sucked.
yeah, it's
That
just a
was
bunch of
rough.
dry dirt with a bunch of sagebrush and like low water needing like scraggly bushes.
Tumbleweed-esque
Tu-
shit.
yeah, tons of tumbleweed and stuff like that, and just
The dust is awful.
Slightly
right? It
rolling
just
hills.
Is
yeah.
it depressing if you were to venture to?
It's
you know,
not
put
fun to
emotions on
drive
it?
through. Like there's times like the nice thing about being a manager, it's like, oh, someone's got to go to like Tri-Cities, which is like Pasco, and that's like all through the desert, and then someone's got to go to Butte,
There's roads, right? You don't have to
Montana.
drive
It's
in
like
the desert.
it's like a 4.5 hour drive to Butte. It's a 2 hour
You guys
drive
got roads
to.
up there, right?
It's like
You
a 2
sound
hour
like I'm
drive
driving
to
through the
Tri-Cities.
desert like fucking Road Warrior.
But it's like I would rather drive 4 hours to Butte through like the nice mountains and rivers and lakes of
Sure,
Montana.
beautiful scenic.
Unless it's a
opposed to
blizzard.
the 2 hour
I'm
drive
gonna
to
send Bob
Tri-Cities,
to the
which is
desert.
just
He's
ugly
not a
as
BP.
fuck.
But you don't. You do. Drayden's too nice of a guy. He takes all the hard assignments
No,
I
it
do
sounds
take
like he
the longer
takes-
trip.
he
I take the
takes-
longer
he takes the
trips.
trip to
because
Butte.
you're better at it. You can't trust those people.
Well, it's not that. It's just more like trying to get. It's like I give them late days and short days. Usually, I give them like an average 8 hour day, but like it's like every week someone's gonna have a long day. So someone's gonna have to do a 10-hour day, but then I counter that with like, okay, you do a long 10-hour day, 11-hour day. I'll give you a 6 or a 5 hour day the next day.
Echo out through what we just did.
So
you know what we just
I
did?
like to balance
What's
it.
that?
We got Drayden to admit he's the boss.
I am the
Yeah.
boss.
He's
of-
telling
yeah.
about, yeah, you're the boss.
I'm the
Fuck
boss
Look,
of two
Drayden.
other people, but
yeah.
but it's like I give them long days.
I
I
tell
give
them
a
what to
short.
do,
I give them a
yeah.
short day the next day because they're on salary. So it's
After-
like I got to make sure it
After
balances.
your stock
but-
is bought out, do you think you're gonna dwell on the fact of like, hey man, you know, you get me from this time to this time, and that's it?
no.
Like, I'm not Mr. like, you know, blanket salary anymore because I know I'm gonna
Yeah.
have a taste.
Eastern Montana is not great straight, but like
he dodged that question.
Wow,
well,
really?
I'm just
wow.
going straight to the
That's-
chat.
It's
No,
controversial.
no,
It's
I
like
get it.
Trump.
I'm sorry, Dre. We'll ask this after the stream. I apologize.
I don't think Akaroff.
was-
I
Okay,
didn't
this-
understand.
Dodge.
I didn't understand the end of Akaroff's statements, and I don't think he understood the end of his statement.
That was that was a real callback, and I respect it.
Dude, that was the wittiest thing I think you've ever said. That was fucking
Um,
brilliant. Brilliant. Loved
Oh
it.
God!
And if you didn't watch the debate, then that's fine. But that was
I
a great
didn't even
callback.
You
watch
didn't
the
miss
debate.
much.
I've just seen
Not
clips
you.
of it.
I mean the audience. 'cause that
I've
was a
seen
great
clips of
callback
it.
you
It's a
just did there.
fucking shit show. I don't even
It
want to
was.
get into it. I don't want to get into the politics of it. But, like,
But
holy shit.
you nailed the landing.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
it's,
sure.
it's like
That was
both
Perfectly
both,
timed and well executed.
Peak
both
comedy.
sides of
You
that
don't see this
debate.
often.
Both sides
But
of that
I'll
debate
drink
was
to
a shit
Drayden.
show.
Drink to
It's so
Drayden.
bad.
Great
It's
job.
just bad.
It was well done, Drayden. I respect the shit out of it.
Fuck guy did. That was amazing.
But
I would like an answer to my question, but if you don't, that's fine. I respect
I
it.
actually don't
What was
remember
it?
what your answer was.
Dude,
I'm
it was
having
a long
s-
question, dude. It
I'm
was
having
long.
a senior moment. I'm having trouble staying upright. So
Goddamn, it was something about. Oh, so he's. This goes a little personal, but you've talked about it on the show plenty. When Drayden sells his stake in the company,
oh
his potential
yeah.
stake, are you going to become just an employee of the company in the sense that you're not? I don't think you'll ever
I'm
not
still-
feel obligated
You'll still be a
because,
supervisor,
I'm
right?
still an
because it's a
employee.
family company, but it's one of those things of like when you have your your quill in the ink or whatever, you know, your pen in the company.
But that's the thing. I don't have a quality.
Um,
I am a 0% share owner. So is all my brothers. My dad is 100% share owner.
Currently, right? But I'm talking about the hypothetical of you mentioned one of your brothers being, you know, maybe going to spearhead it and run with it, and you
My
being able to
older
sell it.
brother's gonna. Here's the thing. So when my older brother buys it, our positions in the company aren't going to change. My role isn't going to change. My
Sure.
responsibility
will-
or
But
none of
will
that's gonna
your
change.
attitude change?
No,
Because
that
you
won't
go
either.
From being a
Uh,
stakeholder to a
I
non-stakeholder,
was
and when he
not a-
says, "Hey, I want
was
Bob
never a
to go to
stakeholder, though.
Butte, and I want you to drive 6 hours because fuck off and blah
No,
blah blah," and that's
I
how
was-
salary works, and you'd be like, "No, fuck you. I'm not a cog in the machine anymore."
No, No, so here's the thing. I was never a stakeholder.
Fuck
yet,
you, I won't
and
do what you told me.
So I would go from a non-stakeholder to a non-stakeholder. So my thing wouldn't change.
No, but
also, here's the thing. I make
in that
my
transition, you would go from a stakeholder to a non-stakeholder because once your dad steps out, you are a stakeholder, right?
my dad is retired already. He just owns the company still.
Right, but at some point, you guys will become. You will have
Here's the
equity.
thing. Me and my brothers are really close, and we all just work together.
I'm not trying to.
None of us
divide you
boss
and your
each other
brothers.
around or anything like that. My older brother doesn't boss me
It was
around.
mostly for fun and jokes.
Yeah. But also, I'm saying like,
But you will be a stakeholder for a minute.
I
and then
make my own
you won't.
schedule, so when I do those super long trips that are shitty, that's me giving myself that trip.
It's
That's
because you're a
not.
VP
That's not my.
and you run shit.
That's not my older brother
you
saying,
carry
"Hey,
that on
you
your
need to go
shoulder.
do this." That's me saying like, "This needs to be done." I don't
a
want to
great
send
guy.
my other guys because like
He's a
the thing is
great
like
guy.
they're both on salary. The guys under me, they're on salary.
A lot of people are saying it.
But the thing is like I don't like. I'm fine giving them like because like I said, it's salary. So like I'll give them like a few 8-hour days, and then I'll usually like every week one of them had like both of them. I was like generally every week you're gonna have a long day, and then I will counteract that with a short day. And I try to do the short day right after the long day. So you have a long day, and like, it's okay.
Sure.
You had a 10-hour day.
You're a
Don't worry,
benevolent
tomorrow.
boss.
Tomorrow, like you had a long day today, 10-hour drive, not 10-hour drive, but like 10-hour day.
They almost don't blame you for
And then
being up to
tomorrow I'll give you like a 6-hour day, and then so it's like I balance it out, and I also do the thing where it's like they're on salary for 40 hours. I try and get them around 40 hours, but I generally will try and actually shorten it a little bit. So like they probably actually
Drayden, I
usually work
believe in
about
you.
38 to
You seem
39
like a
hours a
great
week
boss.
and get paid for 40. So it's kind of like having a slight raise over what they're technically making.
I worked 9 hours this week.
And then you drive for 48 hours a week and still get paid.
But and the thing is like
it's
so
fine.
the
It's
long
fine.
trips where it's like okay, it's like a 5-hour drive and then 3 hours of work or 4 hours of work. So
You
it's
said
like
I carried that on my
the
shoulder.
like 14, 15, 16-hour days, I take those because it's like I make way more than they do. Now that doesn't mean
Yeah.
Now one of the reasons why I
Yeah.
make more than they do is because I've been working there for 16 years and
And your dad
they've
owns
been
it.
working there for
That's
one of them has been
a
working
lot
there
of,
for like
a lot of contributing factors.
one's been working there for like 2.5 years, one's been working there for like 8 months. So it's like
He should get all the bitch duties.
it's like I
He's
will
a
take
fucking
the
low man.
super shitty long days because I'm fine doing that, and then I make
I
sure
get
like
that you don't
the
respect
next
your
the next day
newer
I'll take a
employees.
shorter day. But like, the thing is like I don't want them to be on the road that much.
Sure.
So it's like
This
I
is
try
real
to
deal serious
I
stuff.
try to balance it to where it's like
Do
one.
you make him take defensive driving
I
classes?
don't want to
You should.
overload them. I don't want
would hope
them
so.
to. I don't expect them to work more than what they're getting paid for. That's the other thing. It's like,
But
you
you
guys are getting
would,
paid
right?
for this. It's like I don't want to sit there and be like, oh, well, we're paying you on salary, so I can take
Drayden.
advantage and make you work.
They're
45
hourly,
hours
hourly
this
or
week.
salary? What are they? Hourly or
Drayden.
salary?
Salary.
Oh, even your employees are?
Yeah. Everyone's on salary.
Drayden, but
No
you
overtime
would-
then?
There's no overtime, and that's what. But that's the thing is like, so there's no overtime. But the thing is like, I try to keep them right
shield them
around
from
40.
that.
But I tell them like occasionally you might have
But
to have a
you
week where you work
wouldn't
like
shield
42 or
yourself from that,
43
right?
hours. But I'm like, if you work a week where you have to do 42 or 43 hours, I will make sure the next week you get about 35 to 36.
Sure.
I
Why don't you
it's
just make them exempt and then pay them overtime when they happens? Or do you don't
no,
you
because
worry about them
because
going
the thing
over
is
too
like
much?
with our line of work, it's the
You go
amount of
over too
drive
much,
time and what you have to do it's too hard. It's not like a job where like you go to the office, you clock in, you clock out at 5 or clock out at 4 or whatever. It's like, hey, you got to go here, and that could
Do
be.
they keep their truck at their house, or do they have to come to an office to get it?
They have to come back to the office. So,
Well, then what do you mean? They have to clock in. They go to the office. Get
but
the truck,
both of
clock
them
in,
live
pay
so
'em.
close. Like, both of them are like really close to the office. But
He's making it sound real cush.
I mean, well,
So, but
Because
here's
the way
here's what I'm
way my
saying, 'cause
schedule is,
I
Drayden.
like them to not
Drayden,
feel
I
like
do
they
wanna
have a
circle
shitty
back.
job. I don't want them to like
No,
hate their
there's
job.
nothing wrong with that. You're doing a great job of managing these people, and
For
I
sure,
believe
yeah.
in the way you approach it.
I mean, I make sure
Here's
that
what
they
I'm
get work
asking.
done that we pay them for, but I don't want them. I
Absolutely.
don't want to be like, here's the job I expect you to do, and then I need you to do this
Absolutely.
extra shit. I don't want to be that boss that
Yeah.
makes them
So the
do
concept
more
of
than what they're
salary
getting
is-
paid for. That's fucked up. So
The concept of salary is you work until the work is done. Let's just loosely say,
Right.
just for fun. And you are a little bit more vested than some people, so you will more likely feel comfort or just no problems or qualms with, hey, we work till the work is done. Is that
that's
inaccurate?
generally what the job is. So the job is like, here's
And
the
it
stuff
sounds
have
like
to
you
do today.
shield some of your other employees from having to deal with that because maybe they're not in the same situation.
Well, not
By half-assed
And
it,
it's
you-
also
yeah, you
it's
force them
also
to do
shit to have to work more than you're getting paid for.
It's,
You
it's
get
not that I shield them from, because sometimes they have
It
to do
sounds
that,
like
'cause
it 'cause you
sometimes it's like,
scheduled
here's the thing where it's like, it's a 2-hour drive each way, so that's 4 hours on the road, and then like here's about 3 hours worth of work, and so it's like that should be a 7-hour day as long as everything goes according to plan, but sometimes it doesn't, and they encounter stuff where like, oh, they gotta fix this, and then they go somewhere else, like, oh, they gotta fix that, and like now their 7-hour day turned into a 9.5-hour day.
So
Now,
where I work is
now I tell
I
you,
get paid 40 hours a week, no matter how many hours I work. If I work 25, I get 40. If I work 39, I get 40. If I work 40, I get 40. But if I go over 40, they do pay me overtime.
Yeah, so that's the, we don't do overtime, but that's the thing is like I tell them like, hey, let me know when you got home. Like if I am not there when they get back, I'm like, let me know what time you got home, because if like
You
if
are wild.
If
Yeah,
you got home
I
later
get it,
than
yeah.
I thought you were, because I'm generally like, okay, this is about a 7-hour day, and they're like, oh no, I had this, and this, so I got home, you know, at
So in
5.
lieu of overtime pay, you're
I
giving
got home
you
at
take
5
away
instead
from
of
the next
3.
week.
Then
right?
I take that into account. Like, okay, well, you had a 9-hour day. Then let me give you a slightly shorter day the next day.
I think like you're just taking away money from them for working overtime.
You're making sure to never
because they
pay
didn't get paid for that overtime, and now you're going to take away 2 hours because they worked 2 hours over. They get 2 hours less pay.
I'm doing you a favor.
No, it's
Oh no, they're salaried. Never mind.
They're
Sorry,
salary.
never
It's
mind.
salary.
They're salaried. I'm stupid. Shut
yeah,
up.
No,
I'm
it's
drunk.
like, it's like they work 9 hours, so
I drink and
that's
take
an
them.
hour
Leave me
over
alone.
an 8-hour day. And so if I give them a 6 or a 7-hour day, that's an hour under. So now they've evened out to 8 hours on both days. So now that's the thing. So I'm like, if something came up and you had to work longer than I thought you would, let me know so that I can take that into account, because I want to make sure that I'm not going to work you 45 hours and pay you for 40, because that's bullshit. So
The greatest system. Oh, sorry.
I try to make sure that I keep in touch with the fact that it's like I want to now, and that's the thing is like sometimes it's like, hey, because of circumstances, you got to work a 42-hour week, you get paid for 40. But generally, when that happens, I'll make sure that you get a 38 to 37-hour week the next week and get paid for 40, so it balances out over time. But generally, I try to like keep it right around 40 every week. But sometimes extenuating circumstances rarely shift things, but I balance it because it's like, hey, and they're both fine with that because I've talked to them. It's like, hey,
The greatest overtime system I've ever worked in was if every hour, if you work overtime, you can either take it as overtime pay or you can convert it to PTO. So let's say you worked 4 hours of overtime, that would be 2 hours of PTO if you would. Oh, I had like 300 hours of PTO saved up
He
at
said
that place. It was
He
fantastic.
said I went away for the summer.
well, we give PTO, but
Did I took 3 months off? Yeah.
So we don't do like our system is like instead of
I know
like
most places don't. That's usually
giving
medical
PTO
field.
based on time worked. we
PTO
just-
is not a common thing.
Yeah, well, we give PTO, but the thing is like we don't give PTO based on like, oh, you worked this many hours, you get this much PTO. It's like we used to do like a from when they started working, it's like you get each year you get this much PTO, this many days, and we assume like 8-hour days. So it's like you get like 2 weeks of paid vacation. You can use them when you
No,
want. And it
okay, but
resets
do
at the
they
year.
have sick? Do they have sick days, or is that part of their 2
We
weeks
give
of
sick
vacation?
days as well. Sick days are separate.
See, that's PTO system is all the same pool. Right?
Oh no! We do like 2 weeks paid vacation. Well, and then you get more as like after 5 years.
Yeah, you get more. So PTO does that too, but
like
all of it comes from your PTO pool, whether it's sick time or vacation, right? So you got to if you're a fucking piece of shit calling sick all the time, you have to get vacation.
That's kind of fucked, but I mean, I guess I get
But
it.
that's the way they do it. Most medical
We
places
give
do it,
4
hospitals.
We
and
give
things
4
like
days, or I don't know if it's 3 or 4.
Those people are
3 or 4 days of PTO or paid sick days, and then it's like 2 weeks of PTO. But then after 5 years, it goes to 3 weeks PTO. So
they change the what you accrue per hour, right? That's what goes up. It's not a flat 2 weeks.
We don't do accrue per hour. We just do like.
But it
when
technically
you-
works
when
out
you-
to 2 weeks the first year, but
Yeah,
it's
but when-
accrued per hour. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just like you get 2 weeks of PTO. You could take 2 weeks right off the bat. Well, that would not look
Within
good.
reason, sure, yes.
Yeah,
Most
within
places make
reason.
you be there 6
But-
months first, don't they? Yeah.
But the thing is, like, you get the 2
They've got
weeks.
a 2-month employee and
But
an
then it's like
8-month
once you hit your
employee, you know they
year,
fire
and the thing is,
whoever
like, we do this.
takes
It's like it's
Yeah,
not
for
like
sure.
so you can like save your PTO up until like right up
Till we
until
fire
right
you, you don't
before
have to
the
use it.
year mark, and just use like your week, the
Do,
last.
do you
week.
let them cash it in?
Oh, can you sell it?
Can you sell it back to you? I don't want to take the week
Oh, my
vacation.
company
just
won't
don't
let me,
pay.
but I
no,
wish
it's
they would.
it's kind of like a use it or lose it, but at the same time we
Last
will.
place did that for me
if
too,
they
yeah,
don't have
yeah.
a chance
What
to
is
use
this,
it,
my
we
virginity?
do allow carryover. So I
How
think
much?
we allow like I think we allow like 3 or 4 days worth of carryover.
That's why I had to sell to back to where I was working for the city. because I got to the point where I was going to lose it. Right, I cared so much. The carryover.
Yeah, it might be illegal.
You're going to lose 2 weeks. I'm like, well, I'll either sell it to you or take it. I didn't have enough time to take it, so I just sold it.
But
back
we
to
generally
them.
tell them
That's
it's
kinda
like,
nice
hey,
little-
you're gonna get paid. Like, if you're getting up close to
Is it-
the
yeah,
year,
some say-
if you're
you're
getting
right.
close to the year and you haven't used it yet, like you don't have to go somewhere. It's not like you have to go somewhere with vacation. It's like if you're getting close to the year and you haven't used a vacation time, take a fucking week off and get paid. Like just
I agree, but some people like
stay
don't do
stay
that.
home and
Some
get
people
paid.
want to continue to work and also
I
bank
want money.
that.
Yeah.
But well,
That's-
we don't
that's
really do
bonus
it.
money,
Now we
essentially.
will allow like
That's the
about,
thing is you were gonna pay them either way, and they're giving you production.
but now they can
without-
stay home and get paid. And we told them that we allow like some
I'm
days
not saying I don't
carryover.
enjoy it from the other side. I'm just saying I'm a person who doesn't often use all my vacation time.
Yeah.
I don't. I live far away from a lot of my family at this.
If you are not able to roll it all over, and you get to the end of the year, and you still,
if I don't just burn time, which
Yeah.
sometimes, like you said, that's just me hanging out at home. I do that at least probably once a year. I spend about a week just hanging out at home.
but if you're given the
cleaning-
option to
cleaning the
sell
house,
it
playing
back
video
instead
games,
of
drinking
being
beer.
forced to take a
the-
week,
also
right, yeah.
the
But
nature.
yeah, if I did, I would continue to work and I would sell it because I like money
Here's the
and
thing.
I didn't have anything better to do.
The nature of the work where we are, it's not like office work. Like, oh, you have to get this done. And if you take a week off, now you're behind.
You could drive and
That's not
replace
how,
more filters.
because now you still have to do all that same amount of work, and now you have like less time to do it. That's not how our business works. It's like our business is like
Anyway,
you have to go service.
I'm taking
the-
off. Take care, guys.
All right,
That-
see,
but-
Sorry,
see,
Simon.
Soneth.
We were kind of on a tangent tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Have a good night, buddy.
But see, but so my thing is, it's like our work is like you show up to work and you do what we need to do for the day, but we can take care of this stuff if they're not there. And so the thing is, like, it's not like if you take a week off that you now have more you have to do when you come back. You still are just gonna work an 8-hour day, give or take. So
So your customers just suffer.
it's like
no
it
one
just-
goes and delivers.
It's like
Kinda what it
no,
sounds
it's like
That's what it
just
sounds like,
take
yeah.
the time off. But we do, like I said, we do allow some carryover. So it's like if you sometimes because people
But you do limit. You can't keep carrying it over,
because
right? You do limit it.
well
correct?
it's about we allow like a 3 or 4 day carryover. So like if you have like you
That's
know,
it. Not even a week. Wow.
Well,
They're
I
tough.
mean, the thing,
Tough.
but it's like if you don't like if you have a 2 weeks of paid vacation and you don't use any of it across the whole year, it's like take the vacation, please. Like just please.
Well,
take
but what
some
if they
days
want to
off.
save it up so they have 3 the next year because they want to have a big thing they have
No,
going
yeah,
on?
like just a,
What-
just a
But
real
we'll-
good
You never
trip.
know what they got going
Well,
on. Get out of their business.
It's
Well,
a Euro trip. They're gonna
yeah,
ride
Euro
trains
trip.
all over the
Maybe they're
place.
gonna go to
Because
FanFest.
the
I
thing,
mean,
the thing is,
that's
like, we can allow people to take time off, but we can't really, like, the way our business is set, like, we can't really allow one person to just take a whole month off at once. Like, it's just
Exactly.
Why not?
Why not?
because we would get way too far behind, and then our customers are gonna start.
Oh,
calling
so it
you
is all
pissed.
about you, not them. All right.
Well, no, but
what are
the
the what are the rules in Idaho? I mean, there's
getting
got to
a
be
lot of
rules with that,
conflicting
I
right?
don't know what the
messages.
rules are.
I
Sure
don't-
there are, right?
There probably
You
are.
gotta let-
The
you gotta-
Trovere Water Company sounds real cryptic, and I feel like you guys make it difficult
But
so that your
but my
employees
thing,
don't get the
my
best.
thing, is, it's like okay, you take like let's say you take a week off, and then you have like a week left, and it's getting close to the end of the year, and you haven't taken it off.
How
yet. It's
often
like,
do you like?
we'll be
whip
like,
them
hey,
with
okay, we'll
sticks?
and like it's not set in
Do you ever
stone.
beat 'em?
It's like
You beat 'em pretty
anywhere
often,
from like
yeah.
a few days to maybe we might allow 5 to carry over, but we would be like, hey, take them earlier if you can. I don't know. It's kind of
Do you
like I
beat
said,
them if
it's-
they don't use it all?
We're not a big corporate thing that there's like
But they-
shit
you're-
set in
you're also in a
writing.
They
position
definitely
where
beat
It's a
'em,
family
there's no
business.
cameras.
It's a
you
family
have
business.
sick days
will
and
talk.
vacation, so that
Yeah,
makes
we-
it different.
It's a family
We're
business.
not
we talk
corporate
with
means there's no
people.
cameras.
Well,
I always
it's-
try to
definitely
save at least
beating
40 hours in
we'll
case I
talk
do get
with our
sick or
employees, and
something
if they
like
like, hey, can I I was gonna take a vacation, but we have this thing coming up, and it's after my year mark. Can I use these 5 days like over here? Like, we'll be like, okay, yeah, fine. We'll work with people. It's like we're not. There's nothing set in stone in writing that we're like, nope, the rules, blah blah blah. It's like no, it's
It's nice to not be corporate.
yeah,
It's
it's,
nice to
it's
have that
like people are
flexibility.
fucking human beings. You can work with people as humans. You don't have
So
to.
you
be
sign
a
them numbers and
fucking-
that's what you
don't
call
have to
them?
be a fucking heartless corporate monster. And
He says I haven't called
I
him
like
Bob
to be assigned.
in years.
I like to be assigned a number and just
He's
call me
number
that
12. And that's just the way she goes.
but yeah, like
Jesus, 10, get your fucking ass in gear. Sick of yelling at
Get it
you.
together,
Oh, sorry,
buddy.
sorry. I thought you were 10. 8, get your ass in gear. Because they don't look at their faces. I don't
He
care
said, I'll be
about it.
honest, I don't remember any.
Yeah. So then you make more shirts with their numbers on them. So you don't.
Yeah, well,
you
also,
don't have to remember.
if they
It's a
expect
little
an-
twisted, but I get what you're.
It works.
going
if they
for,
expect
yeah.
an
I mean,
emergency,
It's a
actually,
memory thing.
so straight. There's the obviously.
I don't think it helps productivity, but whatever.
We work with emergencies too.
Or morale.
Or morale.
Not gonna name it. Like there was a guy, one of the guys that works for us, his son fell off a ladder and like shattered.
Sounds like a klutz.
Well, his
Why
son
are you on ladders for water?
No, this isn't our.
coolers?
No. Our
Oh, family
employee.
member.
Our employee. His son was
Okay.
working at his other job and fell off a ladder and like
You pushed him off a ladder? Jeez.
cracked his femur in like 2 spots, and he was in the ER. And he's
How
like,
tall was the ladder? 45 foot?
I don't know. I don't
Holy
work there.
shit!
He
He cracked
works.
his femur.
He worked for some other company, but
That's rough.
and we're like,
That's
oh, he's like,
rough.
yeah, my son's in the ER. We're like, oh, well, then go to the ER. And we didn't take a vacation day or take a sick day from him. We're like, hey, go to
No
the
company
ER. And
should.
we gave him the rest
But
of the
you
day
made
off.
him clean out the gross shit, didn't you?
No.
You have to now
Oh,
clean the
God
gross tank.
Damn
We
it.
gave him the rest of the day off, and we didn't.
He had to catch it
we
all
didn't dock
back
his
up, didn't
pay
he?
or take a. It's like, hey, you got a family emergency.
Listen to the
go,
language.
Go
We
deal with your
didn't dock
family
his
emergency,
pay.
and we'll see
And
you
he
tomorrow.
said, and we could have.
We could have. We
So-
should have, but we didn't.
I don't know. That's the thing. It's like
We didn't
I,
even.
I'm
We
not-
didn't even make a big deal
I'm
out
not
of it.
trying to toot my own horn, but I'm saying like, we don't run the business
Can I toot
like
your
the
horn?
bullshit.
I'll toot
He
it.
knows that the only way he feeds his family and rescues his
We-
injured son is
Based
by
on Drayden's
your,
whims.
is by your benevolence.
No, I'm saying
He
like,
gets that.
We all get it.
We run
I'd work for
the
you.
fucking business with common sense and not heartless bullshit
And,
corporates.
and
crap,
a
so-
ruthless.
You're still in
fist.
business. Wow.
Yeah, we make money. We make money, and it's okay if we like,
Step on
Yeah,
a,
right. You
you know,
guys
a few
kick
little
it.
people
You got to
along
step
the
on a
way.
few little people, right? That's what they're there for. A lot of them. That's
They're
what they
stepping
want.
stones.
That's what they
That's how
want.
gardens work.
It's kind of more like a family. Even the other people that aren't like in the family, like we have family events.
You said they were there for like 2
My
and 8
brother was
months.
having like his 40th
Don't
birthday
tell those
party.
people
My
they're
brother
like
had his
family. That's
40th birthday
corporate
party
pizza
last year,
party
and he like
bullshit.
got one of those like big old like water slip and slide castle shit. Big old barbecue block party. And we had
And you know what those people would have rathered? A bonus, just real money in their
Well-
pocket. They're like, "Oh, you giving us a pizza party?"
They didn't have to come. But like, hey, if you want
We
to come,
having a
that's
good
cool.
time?
Is your mom okay
they
now?
both
It's
showed
never
up.
mandatory, but it's always
They
mandatory.
both showed
Drake.
up.
Don't
They
act
came in,
like
had
it's
some
not.
beers and shits.
They said
Mhm.
it's a family business, and if anybody that's not the brothers show up, they're gonna notice.
If you're not in the family,
We
get the
have to
fuck out of
show up.
here.
I just like
We
I,
like to tease you, Drayden. You know
I
that, right?
know, I know. I'm saying
He
like,
said,
I,
"I'm so sweet to those people, and I wish you."
I'm
feel
such
bad
a
about
good
it."
boss. These guys are jerks.
I'm
making me
not-
look
They
bad.
really like me, and I feel like you guys don't.
Oh,
don't
I imagine
acknowledge
it's going to get
that.
very stressful.
No,
later.
I'm just saying like I am the boss, but I like to
But you don't want to be.
I'm fine being the boss. I just like to make sure that when the people
You're
that work
fired.
under me are like, it's like I'm not gonna treat them like garbage. It's like
When I was a manager at FedEx,
kinda
I was
feel like
I was the
Drayden
guy
is
they'd bring in
tyrant.
to fire people because I was a jerk.
I
And I didn't care about people's feelings.
it's like, hey,
Here's the
this-
thing: you can't be this nice on the outside without having a tyrant within.
For sure.
I think
That's true. Yeah,
I think we're seeing the best side of him.
Yeah, I'm like a Homelander. Like
Absolutely.
like look nice and then like have like psychotic. No,
Just stomp you down behind.
no.
the
It's like I
So
like
what,
to.
what do you? What do
because
you?
The thing is like
Go
I
to the
know
hospital,
I can,
check on your wife that's almost dying right now. Like, yeah, we're gonna get that back out of you.
The funny thing. That
Have you got
makes-
all your deliveries done? Oh, come on.
The
That's
thing
what I would
that,
said.
the
Are
thing
you
that
done?
blows me away though is like
So,
I know that
I'm gonna have to finish your shift.
like
Oh,
us
okay.
us running our business the way it does is like you can treat your employees like actual people and not just like cannon fodder.
Well, it's weird that how it
And
actually
you can
works out
still
better
make
usually.
money, but you
It's
have
weird.
these bigger corporations that treat their employees like absolute dog shit, and it's like you don't have to do that to make money, but I guess you do have to do that if you
Well,
want to.
what about my billion?
You have to show growth,
stock options?
right? That's the thing, you have to show growth on the market each year, and that trumps any
What if I
kind
don't
of
cut
like
enough jobs
actual
to save us
competent business practice when it comes to people or production either. Like it's like
It can, you're right.
sacrifice
Yeah.
quality of production, sacrifice treatment of your employees
For
because
profit, yeah.
of the bottom line on your stock options.
It's one of the
and shit
most
like that.
sickening things when you see
It's
a tech
fucking
company or something
stupid.
do layoffs and then their stock price goes up,
Yeah, that's the.
and it's like,
fucking
okay, fuck you.
worst. I think I hate that shit.
I get
You're
what you're
kinda
saying,
being
Ackross.
shitty
I
right now.
get what you're saying, right? That is a fuck you. But honestly, the reason that
The
happens
fundamentals
is
make
that's
sense.
what they needed to do to be,
Well,
to be a good company.
not necessarily needed,
Not
but
necessarily.
What's
but
the
it is a
ESOP?
direct
that
correlation. You're
means.
not wrong. It's that we lowered our overhead and we increased our profitability because we had less bills to pay.
and possibly
made more money.
improve productivity too. Who knows?
Afterwards,
Sometimes you could
afterwards,
be,
hard to say. Whether those people were integral,
Yeah,
whether
yeah,
they
I
were
agree.
helping out, blah 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 blah. We'll see that.
You don't fire the
manifest
good ones.
over-
You fire the dickheads.
a lot of people do fire tickets, but
They mostly
we'll
want to
see
make the
that
most money,
manifest over multiple quarters. But right now we're talking about this quarter, and so
Yeah.
I lowered our overhead and I raised our profitability, and that's important to some people, and it sucks.
These tech companies.
I will
agree.
say that
It's not all those, but I mean that's
Oh, but
an easy
that is
example.
a
It
good
is
example though, right? Because
it's
that's
an
happening
easy
a lot in the tech.
stereotype.
Yeah.
Right,
tech
you'll
sector.
see them lay off a bunch of people, and then their stock price goes up, and it's like, well,
6 months later,
are
they'll
you
hire a bunch of
producing
people
more?
to do the same
Probably
thing.
not, but you did lower your overhead, and it's like, well,
The one thing that I will say that we got lucky on though is both the employees that we got that work under me, solid employees. So I have not had to experience. I mean, like you see a lot of the
haven't had to
stuff where like,
crack the
oh, the employers and the company and the corporation is like shit, but there is the not saying that it's always the case, but like there is the opposite side where like there are employees that are just not good. There's
Oh yeah, I fired lots
there's
of them.
employees that are just like, shitty attitudes, shitty.
I think I might be one.
everything. Like
Poor
luckily, the guys,
production, yeah.
luckily the guys that we hired, they aren't like that. So it's made it super easy on me in the fact that both the guys that work for us are just like, I was like, hey, here's your stuff for the day. They're like, cool, and they go and do it, and they do a good job, and they come back and they're done. It's like,
that does make a big difference.
It's like I don't have to deal with the people that are just a pain.
Quality of your employee is a huge thing. And there's the
it's a
variance.
give and take. You want a good
huge.
quality employer, but you also want a good quality employee. And like when you get both, they just mesh well and they work well together. And it's easy. It's so easy.
So when I left FedEx, I became a manager at Walgreens for just a short period, right? And the difference in the employee between a minimum wage basically employee and what FedEx made, which was they make good money. Right? The couriers make decent money, right? And they know that, and they work hard, and they're like, hey, I got this guy calling sick. We need somebody to do a little extra. Tons of people would volunteer every day. There was never, oh yeah, because I'm going to get $38 an hour for working 2 extra hours. And when I was at Walgreens, fuck no. No, right? I need somebody to stay for 10 minutes. Nope, I'm leaving. The attitude is just hilarious. They're all nice, but they just, to them, that was a job they didn't really like. They didn't really give a shit about. And it was crazy, the difference in attitude between those two fucking employee pools, right?
Sure, no, that's real though, and
It
the
is,
reality too, and that not a lot of people reflect on as much, and the sad reality because of some facets of capitalism is money buys loyalty. Money drives so many things.
It does.
I mean, I'm not saying nothing is hard and fast trading. There's always nuance to everything, but
I could be the nicest boss in the world. If I pay you shit, I'm probably not keeping people.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
But if
Also, if the
things
work
are
is
well
shit, then you might not
compensated,
keep
you
them,
will find that a lot of people will do the things that need to be done when they need to be done.
Yeah, and that's
that is the
like,
thing.
it's not just if you pay them shit, but it's also if the work is shit, you might not keep them around.
But if you
And
pay
also-
well for shit work,
right? The more the things like there's jobs that fucking suck, but if you get paid enough, you're willing to do it. And
Money
so
makes the
there
world
has
go
to
round.
be
How
that,
you're treated affects how well you do your job.
That's the thing is like you, if you're paid fairly for what you're doing, I think most people are willing to do the job.
Right.
And so that's the thing. It's like
nobody wants to work
and
anymore.
that's my whole mentality. It's
Yeah.
like, and I've told the people, it's like you don't have to like. I'm not expecting anyone to come in and love their
It's
job.
called a fucking job.
It's a job. It's like there's a reason we pay you money because this is not something you would do in your free time. This is something that
If you loved it, we wouldn't
this
have
is not
paid
something
you.
that
Well,
you
even
enjoy
those
doing.
Walgreens
This is something you're
employees,
willing to
right?
do for the money we're paying you. I just want to make sure that they don't hate their job. It's like if you hate your job, then you shouldn't
Shouldn't
work
be doing
there.
it. Yeah.
Right?
You
Oh,
spend most of
absolutely.
your life at work.
It-
You should at least like it a little bit.
It's like
right?
if you absolutely hate your job, like sometimes I guess for some people, like I hate my job, but the money's worth it. It's like okay, I guess, but it's like
Eventually, that will
I just don't-
not be the case, right?
It's like,
Eventually,
Right.
that will flip flop to where it's just
Yeah.
not worth it anymore.
So
It
my
will,
thing-
'cause,
my
yeah.
thing is
Or
like, I
you'll
don't-
just be
You can only hate for
a
so long.
hollow shell of a human.
A dick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That
you're right.
has
Yeah,
its
yeah.
own-
I don't want them to hate
You're right,
their
that's right,
job,
yeah,
but I was like,
exactly.
it's like I also don't. Not even
If
just
I didn't
don't
have
expect,
to, I
don't-
wouldn't.
I really
But I don't hate
expect them to not love their job. It's like this is something that it's like it's not fun, but it's work.
Tolerable.
It's work. It's like as long as you're okay
Tolerable
doing
money.
this for the money we're paying you, that's cool. So it's like that's why we pay you money, because we're having you come in and do something that you don't necessarily want to do, but you have to make money. And if you're willing to do this for the money we're paying you, cool. That's kind of like that's what a job is, right? So I just
the
don't.
level
I
of
just don't
pay
want them to
and
come
the
in and be like, I
treatment
hate
will-
it. It's like if they're like, I hate this job. It's like, well, that sucks. It's like either one. I mean, like, the job is the job. It's like if the work that is required, they hate that. Then it's like then maybe this isn't the job for you. But like,
Sure.
I
It becomes a
also-
problem though. Once if I hate this job and now I'm doing a poor job.
But it's like, why do
Right,
they hate
that's
the
what you
job?
have to-
It
Do they hate-
manifests to
do
that.
they
It
hate the
does,
job
eventually,
because
yeah.
of what's necessary for them to do in the job? Well, then that's the wrong job for them. But if they hate the job because of the way they're treated, then that's where I would have an
It's the
issue
backlash,
with
yeah,
the way
sure.
I'm. It's like, okay, then that's an issue. It's like,
But like you
so-
said, I hate
Try
the
to do it.
job, but you're paying me enough that I'll do it, right?
Yeah.
But then you're still riding an edge there because I'm going to do the bare minimum if I hate it,
Right.
unless you pay me enough to where okay, I don't want to lose my job, so I'll do a little bit more bare minimum,
Sure.
right? So there's a fair,
Yeah.
what do
It
you call
is a
it?
tightrope.
Not a fine finesse. There's a finesse to it, yeah.
Yeah,
There-
you're
it-
doing a little tightrope.
for sure between pay and how you treat them, right? You pay them good, treat them well, you'll get a better class of employee, or you like Sergey says, you'll turn them into good class employee.
Yeah.
Maybe there's always exceptions.
And it
of course.
sounds like
Right.
Drayden
You
does
pay them
pretty
shitty,
well
treat
with
them
that.
well. It's still
Well-
hard. If you pay them well, treat them shitty. You know,
Haven't-
it's a balance.
haven't had anyone quit. Haven't had to fire anyone. So I mean,
You said your newest employees were like 2 and 8 months.
no,
12,
that,
mo-
no,
12
the,
years.
The
and
newest
2
guy,
months,
the
8
newest
months.
guy's like 9 months, and then the other guy's I think about
2 years. Yeah, that's what he said.
He's either close.
pretty new.
He's like close to 3 years or just over 3 years. I can't remember. I think he's like almost at 3 years.
He's about to blow.
What's
his
the
lid, Drayden.
probation period? How long?
3
7
months,
years?
3
Oh,
months.
3 months.
Yeah, 90 days.
You're on probation for 4 years,
Do that in my
motherfucker.
sleep.
Yeah,
Can I
it's
sleep through
It's
the
a
first
90
3
day
months?
probation thing, and we even give them PTO in the probation period too.
Well, okay, with the
Oh, that's
probation,
really nice of
is
you.
it 90 days before like insurance kicks in? Is that like how it works? Because that's a lot of places. It's not
That's
really
almost
it's not the
everywhere.
business. That's like usually the
yeah,
law, right?
yeah. So after the 90 days, yeah. So
That's
we
when
do
insurance
we,
kicks
we
in.
do provide medical insurance, but you have to get through the 90-day probation, and then you get the
Right.
medical insurance. That's to
Yeah,
prevent
that's
people
You guys-
from
you
just
guys help pay for it
starting the
then?
job, getting medical insurance, doing their medical thing, and
And
then
doing
quitting.
like a liver transplant or
yeah, and
something.
then quitting. Yeah, so it's a 90-day
day 3.
probation, then you get medical insurance. And I think during the probation period, you get a couple days PTO. I don't know. It's not much, but it's like
How do you not know? You are senior
because
manager.
I don't do the administration.
You make the schedules. You told us.
Just
this.
told us that.
But Russell,
You don't know how
Oh,
vacation
sorry.
works.
It's just docs. My brother.
Nobody knows.
Hey,
My
bud,
brother
you know
does
what?
all-
You've
my-
doxed things
My
thousands
brother
times.
does all
on
the
here.
admin stuff. He does all of that stuff. So I just tell people where to go and what they need to do when they get there.
You're the scheduler.
And then I
Oh,
also
you're the
or-
enforcer. it
I
kinda
order
sounds like.
products.
He's using you to be the
I order
bad guy.
product. I do warranties. I do. I handle all the calls.
gonna buy you out of
I'm
your
also like
stock,
I'm also
and he's gonna make you be
the
the bad guy.
receptionist because all the call-ins.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I carry the.
You're
phone
the
with me.
receptionist too. You don't even have a cool secretary.
I carry
Oh, wow.
all. I
I'm
carry the phone with me,
disappointed
so
now.
all the call-ins.
For
for
the service
customer-
calls or all the install calls or both.
all of it.
All of it.
Dom,
yeah.
do you ever feel
Wow.
like Drain gets exploited a lot?
If they
Yeah.
call, if they call,
This is called trafficking,
if
isn't
they
it?
call,
Sometimes I
if
feel
they
like
call
that.
the company, it goes to me. It reverts to the cell phone I carry.
Wow.
Not my personal cell phone. Luckily, a
Are you
work cell
allowed to go
phone.
outside during the day?
No, because the sun will destroy me. So, no.
Good answer. Good answer.
That was
sir.
good.
Good
That
answer.
was
But no,
really
then I have to do warranty stuff. I have to order product. I have to enter
Run the business.
everything.
And
in-
drive like
enter the
72
stuff in the
miles
computer,
an hour. right?
Drive. every-
While
yeah.
while you're driving.
I mean, like I make
That sounds unsafe.
I
I
make decent money.
don't think you're supposed to be on your phone that much when you're driving.
It can't be safe.
Well, no, I don't work on. I have it Bluetooth on my phone, so when someone calls,
Oh.
I can push a button on the steering wheel and I can talk.
How do you enter the
you're
information
still
in your
distracted.
laptop? Yeah.
That's when I'm at the shop. There's no
You
laptop.
just remember everything? I don't believe that. I've
No,
tried
no.
to tell you things before and you don't
No,
remember
we
them.
have work orders, and I
Acting like you
enter.
never
I
said
enter
it.
the work orders after the like we carry the work orders all, and then at the end of the month, I just enter them all in the system, in the maintenance file. So.
Doesn't sound like a good
What if
system at
you
all.
forget that somebody got some
Yeah,
new water?
I got a call on the road.
Well,
I didn't write
no,
it down because I'm
okay,
driving.
So if someone, because well, the thing is, like if someone calls, like
Oh, you do write it down when you're driving.
He's taking it way
there's
too
usually
serious.
about like 2 to 4 calls. Well, it depends. 2 to 6 calls per day. And
But you took all of them.
But he's like, when someone calls,
Your brother
if they call,
didn't take a
I'll
single
talk to them while
call.
I'm driving on the Bluetooth wireless, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, I got a cooler here that's like not dispensing any water," and I'll ask them some questions so we can better figure out like what it probably is. It the
Dude, you
solenoid
tried turning it off
valve?
and
Is
on
it the
again.
water's off to it? Is the filter plugged?
Did you
And
turn it off and on?
And I will talk, and they'll be okay. We'll get there.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah, believe it or not,
These are real
that's been a-
questions.
Believe it or
I
not,
believe
that's
that one probably
Those are
happened.
real
That's been a
questions.
thing. There's been someone's like, "Oh, we aren't getting any water," and then we finally get down. We drive
Said,
3 hours.
Is it anywhere
and
else in the
get there,
building
and they're like,
water? Well,
"Oh,
no.
plug it into the wall." It's like,
Because you
Now-
didn't think
now
that
it
these people
works.
are that stupid that I'm going to ask them if it's plugged in. Because they're
Well,
not that dumb. There's got to be something wrong, right?
That-
That's what you thought.
now I always ask, but that
I would
happened
too.
one time, and I was like, I never thought to be like, "Did you make sure it's plugged in?"
The reason there are
As
stupid
he did
rules
it, he
and
was
stupid
like,
questions
"I
is because
regret
those
trying
things
But
to
happen.
ask so
after
Yeah.
I drove 3 hours to
Yeah.
plug a power
One way,
cord
yeah.
in.
OSHA's
I was-
entirely.
So now, I'm like, is it plugged? Now I always ask, is it? I know it's a dumb question, but is it plugged in?
Did you give them a like
Is
a,
the water
the
turned
look?
on?
Please
Is the
do
water
not-
is the water turned on? Are there lights on the machine? Like,
Did you push the on button?
Yeah, please
Yeah.
do not feel condescended to, but I have to ask.
Yeah,
Did you put a cup underneath the thing
Can
and push
you
the button?
check that the plug is
Yeah, but
firmly
the
in
thing-
the wall?
but the thing is, like, so I will talk on the phone. I'll be like,
Okay, we're good. Okay, I'm on the way.
I got it. It's like, okay,
have to
okay,
ask
we'll
now,
get
yeah.
there tomorrow morning. Sounds good. And
I
then
have to
and then the
ask.
next time I stop, either for gas or get to a stop that I'm doing service, I'll write it down on a notepad at that point, and then I'm like, cool.
He said
That's-
he
so-
jots in his
He's
journal.
lying. He's,
It's-
he's
These
writing.
motherfuckers
He's
had
road.
me
You're
drive all
driving
the
down
way
the
out
road,
and
writing
couldn't
it
find the
down,
power cord.
eating a sandwich, probably your foot out the window. This is
That's-
I see it.
Like I said, it's like a couple.
He's got
calls-
some
ironing
like-
some shit on the driver's
He's
seat
got-
or the
it-
passenger seat.
It's like 2 to 4 calls a day, and they rarely come back to back. So it's pretty easy to remember like a single call for like 30 minutes to an hour to where I
You
make
need,
the
to
next
get, you need
stop.
to start working on sales then. You need like 10
Well,
to
no,
50
we
calls a
have-
day.
Pump those numbers.
We have
Pump
two
those
sales.
numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
We have two
That's
salespeople
right.
already, so and they're
Are they killing it?
they're selling a lot of shit, which is good for
Here's
us.
the thing,
but it's
Traden. I'm
bad
not trying
for
to be
me because
depressing,
the
but
more
if
and
you
more
don't
that they sell,
get
the
some
more
of
and
your
more
customers-
service and maintenance is going to be required. And
Yeah.
we just hired this last guy like 8 months ago, and I think next year we're going to need another guy or girl.
So
I hope
are
they
they- are you
sell
guys
the shit out of
expanding
that
his-
water.
Are you literally expanding your territory? Because I know you guys are just kind of like a tri-state area,
Regional,
kinda.
We're
Right.
we're
Are you-
we're
are you guys
pretty
going
big, we're a pretty
east
big
now?
area. If it's east of the Cascades, west of the Rockies, and North Idaho, North Oregon, we cover it. It's like the entire Northwest minus the coast
You
west of the
don't
Cascades.
you don't cross the Rockies, but you'll cross the Cascades.
No, we don't.
Now,
really
is
cross
that a
the
bad
vice versa.
neighborhood thing, or
No, we don't recross. So we don't do Seattle. Well, we do Portland actually. So
Yeah, that's why I
but
said
that-
tri-state.
that's one.
area.
That's once a year. That's not much. That's like so most
Technically,
of
you can advertise as tri-state area
our stuff is it's actually quad state.
because you do go to
Ooh.
Montana.
We
Damn.
do central and eastern Washington,
He said
northern Oregon,
4.
North Idaho, and west and central Montana.
Wyoming, though.
Well,
That's too
more
far south.
western Montana, but we do have a few things in
They count?
Bozeman and Billings. But man, we're hoping that they want to cancel so we can just get rid of them.
What's that
Those-
About 10 hours.
I really
Bozeman
enjoy
is 7
Bozeman.
hours. Billings is like 9.5-hour drive each
That's
way.
I mean, I
each
enjoyed
way.
it when
One
I was
cut for
visiting.
one.
Well, no,
client, that's a
Billings
rough drive.
has
He said
Billings
this
has
is a water cooler, dude. I
Billings
could
has
talk
3
to you
clients
this
and
on the
Bozeman
phone.
has 1. And I don't know. I don't know.
Try to do them
why.
all one time.
They're old clients. They're clients that are like 14
Dad
years
got 'em?
old,
Yeah.
and they just refuse
Right, yeah.
to cancel. And they're
We sure
basically
do
one of
like
those.
that water, though.
It's like no, they're one of those ones where it's like if they cancel, we're not selling anything out that far away, and if they cancel, we're getting rid of it. And
They're not gonna though. They're good friends with your dad, probably.
They
That's
love
how you
him.
got him, right? They love him.
You've
they
always
love him.
taken care of us.
They've
young
had the
Jaden.
things for
Forever.
14
And you're
years.
so handsome too.
You guys been in business for what? 20?
Like 26, I think. I've been
26,
working there
okay.
for
16, you said. Right?
no, this last year was 15 years.
Damn.
Last November was 15 years for me. December, sorry.
awesome.
So I'm like 15 and a half
Congratulations.
years. But
He's fully vested at this point.
Fully
yeah.
vested.
But my brother has been doing it for like 23 or 24 years. And my dad was doing
Yeah,
it
he's
for
older
28
than you.
years.
I mean,
Dad
that's
just did it
cheating.
by himself for a while when he
For like
started.
the
it?
first few years, yeah.
Wow. What a successful, you know what? What a
Self-made.
successful businessman. That's awesome.
Self-made.
It was funny how he got into it too, because he was working for another company that was doing, it was more water softening as opposed to water coolers, but they started getting into water coolers as a thing. And then, but the guy that ran the company
He tried somebody's water and hated it, right?
got into some financial trouble, not with like loan sharks or like mob, but got into some trouble with some off the wall debtors. And
he took accounts in Bozeman, but couldn't afford the gas.
no, he didn't have those weren't there yet. But it was all
That's what it
local
sounds like,
around
though.
here.
He's
But
like,
no,
it's not like-
Yeah.
it wasn't
no,
mob,
those were
but, like,
sold
he
by
couldn't
my
do
dad
his job.
and my dad and a friend of his was the sales. It was like a contracted salesman. It wasn't like a salesman hired.
So your dad sold that guy.
But they built the company by those two. But no, like this
Is he
guy.
not with you? Is the other guy not with the group anymore?
No, not anymore. He used to be a logger. Both his knees fucking gave out. He's had like multiple knee
Like with a
surgeries.
log rolled on top of him? What?
No, he was just a
dangerous.
logger for a long time. His knees just got all fucked up. He was one of those like, I'll walk it off. He didn't really get injured, but it's just
I could pick this log up.
Did he rub some dirt on it?
he's
Spit
had
on it?
surgery like twice on one knee, once on the other, and he had one of his entire like kneecaps replaced. He could barely walk, and like, so he eventually just was like, I can't be running around selling shit.
Can't be
walking around.
hustling.
I'm
water
gonna
no
do a
more.
little public service announcement.
But
Just if anybody's listening to this, we are now in the after party. Just FYI.
Sure.
So there'll be no.
2.5
and
hours.
when I say no, I mean no Eve talk.
Yeah.
There ain't
People still
no
talking about Eve?
pertinent Eve talk. We may talk about Eve, but we won't know what we're
I
talking
might.
about, and it might be stupid.
I might just to spice it up, but I'm not going to guarantee that. Why would I commit to that?
but no,
You just did, didn't you?
So the
No,
guy
I
that,
told him that I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
the guy that my dad used to work for, he got in some financial trouble. Not with, like I
And
said,
your
not
dad
with,
was a
not
shark,
With, not with
and so he
mobsters.
stole
It's
the
not like they were
company.
like threatening physical harm on him, but there was like a bunch of like lawsuit and
He said, but
it
they
wasn't
did
with like
not
traditional banks.
threaten
It was like,
physical harm.
and
It wasn't your dad's partner though.
There
just
was some
somebody he worked
legal
for,
potential things, and then he just closed
He
up.
stole the
he
business.
like closed the business. Like my dad showed up to work, and the guy's like,
Did Martin
we're
Mull
out
pass
of
away?
business. I'm going to
Yes, he did.
Seattle.
All right, I need ice. I'll be right back.
And my dad was like, what the fuck? And so the guy's like, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. So that work van, you can have that. Here's the keys. And he signed the title over to him. He's like, you can have that, and you can have the customer
He
list.
said, we can't make right your last paycheck,
Yeah,
so let's
it
give you
was
some
one of those
assets.
things where like the owner of the business was like,
Let's start your business.
I'm in a financial shit show, and I'm leaving town, and you can have that work van. You can have the customer list. Best of luck to you. And my dad's like, guess I'm starting my own business, and he
He
started.
said,
it
this
up.
has been real.
Yeah, so my dad was like, he just fucking started taking care of the customers, started taking in money. Then he got a hold of his friend, and his friend started selling things for him.
First
and then
you
they
get
just-
the water,
That was how
then you get
that's
the
how
power,
the company
then
built.
you get the whip.
And it went from a company with like 50 customers to now we have, I think, about 1,600 customers with
Wow.
about 3,000 coolers out there. So
Wow.
we've grown a bit.
It's a lot of water.
Yeah.
And you know whose water that is? It's God's water, Drayden. So
Hmm.
don't take credit for it.
It's Ethan Hawke.
Those people would have
Not
found
Ethan
the
Hawke,
water
it's
one
Stephen
way or another.
Hawking's water. It's Ethan Hawke's water. Oh my god, I have to pee again. I haven't peed
So
all
that's
night.
God's beach. Nobody owns the beach.
I own it. What do you mean?
I'm just being silly with Super Troopers. She can sue me. Sue me, sue me.
The opening
the
scene of
thing.
Super Troopers probably one of the funniest scenes ever filmed.
Yeah, nobody in the chat's seen it. I believe that. One of my
What? Nobody
so,
here's seen Super Troopers?
No, I was being facetious.
Oh, okay.
My next in line at my company, the way you work up through my company is you like have to kind of stair step. So the guy below me, who's following my path and I'm following other people's path and whatever, he's a younger lad. Yeah, I think he might be 24 at this point. He's not seen Office Space, which is not a huge deal. Like I try to not be one of those people who's like, you've never seen blah blah blah, because like there's a million bajillion fucking
But there's a few.
there's a million bajillion fucking songs, whatever. But that's the thing is, not only is there a few, but it's like we work in cubicles, so I'm like, it's not that you've never seen it, it's that you need to see it.
And it's pertinent to what you do. Yeah.
It's that you'll view the world differently after you see it, and you'll be like, fuck the man and fuck bosses and blah blah blah, whatever. You'll think differently about your interactions
yeah.
in the world after you experience a few things, a few token pieces of media via Idiocracy, Office
sure.
Space, potentially Super Troopers. There's various things that I think permeate like pop culture in such a way that you really deserve, like you owe it to yourself to make sure you
may not love all of them, but it's still there'll be
but
parts
there
of
should
them
be
that will
something
be
to
great.
take away from it.
For sure. There you go. That's
and
what
if there's
That's
not,
the way to say it.
then it just didn't work out. But that's fine.
That
But
happens.
you should take the old college try. And
Expand
I
your
want to
horizons. Yeah.
I want to share it with them so much because I work for a fairly small company that is, I'm not going to say luxurious.
In the tech?
Nobody's getting rich fast. Yeah, exactly. We're actually in a trode.
True.
But nobody's getting rich fast or anything. But it's a comfortable place to be. It's very familial in a lot of ways.
Sorry, did you guys do a drink to Martin Mull? I didn't. I'm doing now.
I didn't, but I'm gonna now because I do like the
respect
hell out of that
Hell
guy.
yeah.
He's done so.
He was
cool
the principal from Ferris Bueller, right? That's Martin Mull, correct?
No, that's a different person.
Who is that then?
Ed Rooney, but no, I don't know what his real name is.
Been drinking straight vodka
That's a different
for
actor.
30 minutes.
Martin Mueller was my most recent thing for him was Arrested Development because he was Gene Parmesan, the PI. I'm trying to think what else he's done. He's done quite a few things. He's done so many things over the years.
I knew Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill were the same person, but Office Space and Idiocracy are the same guy as well?
Yes, that's Mike Judge, yeah.
It's all Mike Judge. He's a brilliant mind.
Amazing. They're all good.
I love this guy.
He's a brilliant mind. Yeah, Martin
I only
Mull
like that other dude.
has done quite a few good things.
I really
But
like
so
Office
long story
Space
short, I
and
want to open my younger protege coworker, guy coming up after me, to I'm not gonna say what the world is, because everybody can take their own take for what the world is, I think those things will open your eyes to a lot of what is in the world via Office Space, via Idiocracy, via various forms of media that you'll be like, oh, I see it now. Like I see some of the bullshit, or I see some of the silliness, or the ridiculousness, or whatever.
But you have to be in that
I really want to
headspace,
share
I
that
think.
with him. No, and I think he is. Because
There you
it's
go.
not-
Yeah, so that's
it's not hard to be because I don't know. So like I said, again, just to give a little context, small company, we do work in cubicles. We deal with some silliness, and that's I'm being
printers
very
that don't
generous.
work, or copiers don't
Why
work.
do printers always
Just
suck?
for an example, and computers that are too weak and things like that. And it's like, look, and that's a funny paradox for me. We come home from work and we get on these beasts of machines because we're enthusiasts and we like to play games and blah 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 blah. And it's like companies try to make money. If you put me on the fastest equipment possible, I would knock out the things that make the money faster.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Significantly faster, you think?
I think
Based on your equipment, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And not to say that I won't. Absolutely, I will not say that I can't scale sales based on a speed coefficient or anything. You give me 100% faster equipment based on like bullshit Dell versus like gaming equipment or whatever. I can't say I can make 100 times more sales. That's not how that works. But I can be more efficient at my job, and it's like we increase our efficiency for hobby. Why don't companies that rely on the money and the efficiency give us decent computers?
Basically, it would speed you up after
Well,
the sales,
it's
right?
funny,
Getting all the other that
even
stuff
with
done,
like new
right?
new computers and new laptops that they'll sell in like chain stores. It's like here's a laptop. And it's like, and you're like, okay, and the business buys it, and you're like, oh, new laptop, and it's like a Gen 1 i5, and like onboard video card. You're like, this is gonna fucking suck forever. And like 3 years down the road, when it's even worse than it is now, based on what is out there today, even just surfing web pages is gonna be slow as fuck. They'll be like, you're like, this computer's slow, and they're like, but it's brand new. It's like, it was a brand new piece of shit when you bought it.
It was a piece of shit when you bought it brand new.
It's like,
I get
it's
that
like,
a little bit,
man,
right?
like,
I kind of
it's
understand
like,
that.
don't, if you just, I know it costs
Here's the thing.
more,
You
but
got it. You have a budget. Everyone has a budget,
quote,
right?
you
gotta
gotta
get the best
spend money to make
bang for
money.
your
You
budget.
gotta spend money to make money.
Well, and that's the funny thing.
But you have to have the money to spend it. Right?
The budget.
True, there's
I
that,
can.
yeah.
I can rationalize my budget, which is a fraction of what you make because you determine what you give me for an enthusiast level piece of equipment. I get that not everybody's an enthusiast, not everybody needs, high-end video cards, blah, 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 blah. But like the idea that companies across the board in most facets of industry outside of tech just let people run on bullshit ancient machines, and it's like,
Most
look,
places hold on to it till it literally
Yeah.
stops working.
Look, I understand that I can't scale up sales based on the investment that you make, but I can crank things out quicker. And if my quality
you,
of
Liz.
life is better with those things, then I actually can get more things done. Now, I can't do it at a 1-to-1. Just because you make me 100% more, more efficient, I can't get 100% more sales. It doesn't work that way. But there's no good reason that a company can't pay $1,500, $2,500, whatever for a good computer, when I, as a person who makes the results of the company, whatever they determine to pay out, because almost every company could pay you more or whatever. They're going to pay you what they can get away with. I can afford to do this. I make my plans and my life choices or whatever, but like I can rationalize this. You can't rationalize this when this would do better for the company, help. It's so mind-boggling.
I know, but that graph has got to work out, right? If it takes me 8 years to make the money back I spent giving you a better computer, that sucks. Well, if it takes 1 year, kick ass, right? They got to be able to quantify that before they pull that trigger, right?
I don't think it could ever be that much disparity, but I'm sure
probably
somewhere
not.
it
But
is.
I was trying
But
to
I
give
get what
an
you're
outrageous example, just to
But so
it's got to be there, though. I mean, that's what number crunchers are there.
absolutely. And so like
I'd like a 10K fucking PC though. Goddamn.
Reflecting on my kind of enjoyable enough job, we've got okay equipment, and I remember, so I asked for an ultra wide at some point. I do online order entry as part of my sales job. People put in an order on a website, and we're not that cool, so like our website doesn't talk to our order entry software.
You got
put
to
in an order,
input it all.
I look at the order, and then I put it into our order entry software. So it's still manual, but having slow shit not only slows me down from those things, which I'm not always bogged down. So like I have and find free time within my day, which I'm of the belief most people do. And I've been in industries where you don't, but I have and find free time throughout the day. But if you make things quicker and more stress free, or less of a headache, I have an easier time wanting to do more or work harder or whatever, because it's not uphill kind of thing.
I understand your point, but like I said, there's.
I don't.
I
hear what you're saying too, but like I know the companies make plenty of money because they pay me, and I do okay.
Yeah.
And it's like I do okay with what they can spare to pay me. That means they make much more, and they divvy out okay.
Have you ever talked to your boss about this?
Not directly.
Not directly. Okay. Just curious. I mean, some places have easy way of hey, and it's blah blah blah, but some places make it difficult, right?
But what you're saying is not unreasonable, because I did mention that at one point. I was like, hey man, like, and I mentioned to them, I was like, right out the gate, I told my sales manager, I was like, hey, I'm into spreadsheets. I'm not savvy with spreadsheets. I can't make spreadsheets do magical things, because I've seen people who are talented with spreadsheets, and it's like, okay, you're a coder.
They're
in
cheaters.
my mind.
No, they're cheaters.
Like, you can make them do things. I like to log data. That's what I do with spreadsheets. I just log data and reflect on data. You can make it do things, but
you don't do a lot of building of them.
Exactly. Well, I mean, I build 100 of them. They just don't do much.
Not lots of macros
they
and different
track data.
formulas
Exactly.
and shit. Yeah,
my shit just tracks data.
Can't do that shit either.
But I like to track data and analyze data. But I did mention early on, one, that I'm real into spreadsheets, and two, I mentioned some of the things that, because of my gaming background, because of my internet background, whatever, I coaxed my IT guy into giving me an ultra wide at work, because on one screen I do the order entry, on the other screen I'm looking at the order that came in, so I can not tab back and forth.
No, you said ultra wide, or is it two screens, or you have the screen split?
A lot of people in my company do have two screens. Mine's just an ultra wide.
We'll split into two things.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Exactly. I tether one half and one half. Yeah. So one half is my internet browser, one half is my order entry software. And it does help. It absolutely helps, and it makes me go through my job quicker. Sure, I can't make the phone ring faster, or I can't, make sales fly off the shelf quicker, but I do my job faster as a result. And like that was tangible, and I think they did see the value in it because they did it. And
So you
more
should
peop-
suggest to your peers because they've also
And more people did it
prove
afterward.
to them that your ideas can make be
Part of the problem with that is that I have one of the most newest computers, so like I
Oh,
can't
okay.
really bang the drum too loud because my computer is actually kind of fast.
If you
But
trip on the
here's an
carpet
example.
and drop a
My
big bucket of water on
protege,
it.
whatever the guy behind me, he took a week of vacation this last week. And when he's out, I have to fall back and cover his position too. Not a big deal, whatever. I was the
Okay,
last guy to sit in that chair or whatever, at that desk. And because it's actually like a real progression. You do like move desks.
Just gonna ask that. So you move desks, you're doing something a little bit different.
Right.
Okay.
So like I went
Makes more
back
sense.
to my old desk or whatever. I did his job. I did my job as well. Whatever. That's just how our company works when somebody below you takes vacation, depending on what the position is. And
Because shit's got to get done. That makes sense.
But here's the thing: is that was one of those like real funny, like your parents already moved past it or whatever. Those moments where like when I sat at that desk, I was like, oh, this computer is fucking garbage.
Now
I
it's
haven't
even
had to
worse.
experience this in a while. My computer is much newer, much nicer, whatever. This is tough. And I do remember that back then, but I haven't thought about it in a while, that like I'm dealing with this piece of shit machinery that they've given me. And this is not an unimportant position in the company. Why is he running on a piece of equipment?
When you say piece of shit, like literally it's so slow it's almost unusable, or
No, it's not
Just
quite that.
it
takes-
shocks you when you touch
takes
certain
takes
keys.
longer to do everything.
Not that
Takes-
much of a piece of shit of it. Okay.
So-
Just trying to get the idea of it.
Takes longer than reasonable.
5 hours of work takes you 8 hours to do because you have to wait for.
I'm not even
Not
gonna
knowing,
stretch
not
it
knowing
that
what you're doing, it's hard. Yeah, it's like I'm trying to imagine.
It's annoying.
'Cause I
It's
think
annoying when you're
what-
like.
I think over
click
time it
and
would
you have to
scale
wait,
to that.
and then
but-
click and wait.
Exactly.
Click and wait.
There's okay, just
And for a
It's
similar
annoying.
example, the main printer that we use, which prints great quality, it prints very slowly. And if you ever like run out of paper or sometimes it gets a little, wild hair, it plays catch up for a little while and it just prints so slowly. And it's like,
Printers are notorious.
We're
kind of
for
buffering.
shit.
It's whatever.
we
yeah.
do millions of dollars of business every year. You can't just buy us a couple $100
Even a super
printer or
high end
something.
printers
and,
aren't
and I
that
know
expensive.
you could,
Yeah.
and there's reasons why they wouldn't for this, that, or the other, and blah blah blah. But it's like, but this is bullshit.
Or
And
at
this
least
is-
one. That's what
this is
most
up-
companies do.
It's like
And we
our-
also we lease nice ones too for different tasks. So
Not
like
for
it's
you.
just the printer that I that position interacts with is a piece of shit, and that's where I think about to Office Space, and I'm like, this kid doesn't know about taking a baseball bat to a printer, but I'm gonna make him watch this movie at some point, and he's gonna know what that feels like. He's gonna be like, oh, I do want to murder a printer, like, yeah.
The,
I'm so dumbfounded. Like I said, we all play with what they give us. What is extra, what is left over, what is the labor cost. You have to be making profits to stay in business long term. You don't have to make profits every day, every year, whatever. You can kind of ebb and flow. That's how companies do. Sometimes, anyway. Some
Well,
companies
you
just
want to
constantly
flow
move up.
more than ebb, though.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying that if I can rationalize a nice computer every few years or something, you certainly can fucking rationalize a decent computer to get business done on. This is
Or
how
at least the printer.
the
thing.
business makes money, so give us just some decent average equipment. Nobody needs to be running on bullshit ancient equipment.
I agree.
From a business standpoint, and that's been the case ever since I've been in the workforce. Computers have been a thing as long as I've been in the workforce. They've obviously come a long way, and we've changed. But even back in the day, we're talking about like DOS, machines at like
Yeah.
AutoZone, and it's like, but we're not on DOS. We're using Windows. Come on, don't be a piece of shit. You're a
A lot of
major
machinery
company,
still runs on old, like very old equipment. Or
and that's
operating
fine
systems,
that
yeah.
it can. But I'm just saying, if it's needed to be interfaced with, and it's slowing down the job, then it may not make or break your company, but it is punishing your employees and or your
Any type
company
of
unduly.
maintenance, you can't get it right because they don't support that stuff anymore. So it does slow down your company. If there's any issues, It's more of a big
It's
deal if you got old
unnecessary.
operating operating equipment. Okay.
And on the other hand, though, too, I get it from like a little bit from a management standpoint of like, hey, if everybody had really good computers and they just didn't realize or didn't think about it, they'd find something else to complain about. I wholly get that. I'd rather complain about other bullshit than the fact that you don't want to invest in equipment that makes everybody's job quicker and more profitable, more, whatever, more efficient.
But there's some bean counter somewhere who has to be convinced that those computers will make you guys more productive. That's that's one of the things. You have to convince them of that, and that you have It sucks. The process sucks sometimes, right? It's just sometimes the
It's
wrong
like I don't
people
need a
in the
video
top.
card in my work computer, but if you gave me a decent modern machine that just
With
did
more
everything
RAM
quicker,
or whatever, yeah.
exactly,
Yeah.
and then I would just knock out things quicker. I would have more satisfaction at work.
Better
Wouldn't get
networking.
frustrated as often. Whatever. It all translates to good things. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I'd find
Every
something else
place
to
has
bitch
this
about,
problem, though,
but
right?
I'd bitch less.
Once I had a cryo machine break down on us, and it like rebooted. Like it was like.
He said, "I'm never gonna freeze a guy again."
No, it booted up into Windows 95. I thought, are you fucking kidding me? Windows 95? No wonder 7-bit isn't working. I mean, come on. Fuck Windows 95? Fuck off.
Apparently, they still run some of the like NASA space program stuff.
They don't want to switch it because then like the cryo program itself would have to be updated, and that's
it's
too much money.
postcode.
Yeah, it's postcode. It's fucking
Exactly.
It is
Real life
absolutely
postcode.
load bearing fucking code. It's ridiculous.
Which is such a wild and fun, applicable thing to think about.
It really is. It's fun. Yeah.
Load bearing.
The thing is, it's been not proven, but close to proven that absolutely postcode was load bearing to the game, right? When they
but
we're removing all this. Oh, wait a minute, we're not gonna now. Why not?
But even in the real world, load bearing facets of life are very much a real thing. Whether you think about them often or not, there are things where it's like, well, if we changed it, that sounds great on paper, kid. Whatever. But like, we might shake society in such a way that we were not prepared for because that's load-bearing code. Whatever.
That cryo machine still works, and to either replace it or upgrade it, you're talking $500,000, right? I mean, we're gonna literally use that thing until it doesn't work anymore. And you can't upgrade it because it doesn't have the computer that runs it doesn't have the ass to handle the better operating system.
And that's the thing is, I will drive my vehicle till the wheels fall off.
Yeah, we do that. But also, we put like 60,000 miles on each year on each vehicle, so we kind of have to.
Me too.
Yeah, that's a respectable amount of mileage.
Yeah, like by the time it's funny because like you do a 5-year.
We're breaking ball joints; they're falling off.
Well, you do a 5-year auto loan. By the time the vehicles get paid off, they're right around like 250,000 miles, and it's like
now worthless.
This vehicle is about dead, and we basically just ride it until it dies.
Yeah.
And when it dies, we just get a new vehicle.
Well, it's one of those things. It's not worth putting a lot of money into it at that point, right?
Right. So it's not worth selling it for $1,000.
You should.
You guys do have like no.
All it's worth.
No. Demolition Derby. Demolition Derby. Save them up and have a Demolition Derby.
No, because the thing is, like, when it gets paid off, we can
corporate team building.
Because most of our miles are highway miles, so you get a little bit more than you normally would on a normal vehicle.
Yeah.
So most of our vehicles last until about 300,000 miles. So you pay 5 years on it, and then it's paid off, and then you usually get about half a year to a year more before it just kind of dies, and so that's just like free money. Free time, right? And so we're
beating them.
Yeah, so we just basically be like, when it fucking dies, it dies. And then like my van right now is like on the edge. I actually like want to videotape it too because I'm at like I think about 296,000 miles. I'm like I want to catch it taking over to 300,000.
They took my Sprinter away because I had 226,000.
Because most of them don't tick over that. Most of them are like 250 to 280 and they die. And like this is like one of the few times where I'm like, this is get over 300,000.
You're in a Transit? What are you in?
This is Nissan NV200 van.
No, way better. Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're nice vans. They're actually like really solid vans. They last pretty well. We've got.
I had said that I might want to buy that.
We've got two
NV200s.
We have an NV2500. And then we have one of the newer like Dodge Ram vans, like the Ram 2500 or the big bulk vans that Ram has.
That's what I'm driving now, and I hate it. Yeah.
Dodge and Mercedes.
No, not this
collaboration.
one. I think you're talking about the newer ones. The Ram.
maybe.
The
new
Dodge
Rams.
Mercedes, that's the Sprinter. We don't have a Sprinter.
That's what I was saying. Okay, maybe
yeah,
not.
The,
Okay,
the Dodge Mercedes is a Sprinter one. We used to have one of those,
The
but
Dodge, the Freightliner, the Mercedes. And
no,
my
this is like-
company had one, and I wanted it so bad, and most of the people in the company
Yeah, no.
talked me out of
This
it. They
is
were
the
like, "No."
Ram. It's like Ram 250 or Ram 25. It's a Dodge.
2500, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a Ram 2500. It's a Ram Dodge Ram.
That's what I'm
van.
driving now. Yeah.
It's a big van. It's nice.
Oh,
that's,
this one, mine,
that's our
how tall is it? You know,
tall
mine's
enough-
short. That's
tall
why I'm at. Like my Sprinter was tall as fuck. This one's short.
Tall
now.
enough where I can almost stand. It's shorter than a Sprinter inside, but it's still pretty tall.
Mine's shorter than that. I can't stand.
We
double
use
F,
that one
so.
for our main install van because it's nice. It's like even our big ice machine, ice water and hot
Fits
water
in there,
machines,
good.
they can fit in there, which are like pretty tall. They're almost the size of a refrigerator. They can fit in there. So
2019 Sprinter with 226,000 miles books out at just under 20 grand still.
yeah, we had a
then they-
Sprinter.
That's what they think they'll get.
We had a
for it. I'm like,
Sprinter.
I'll
but
give like
we had
1,000.
that thing for like 15 years, and like we eventually sold it for like I think $1,100. But it was
Ours
the
was
point where-
early 2000s, and I wanted it.
but this was the like
But
it was
they
having
wanted it too
engine
much.
troubles. It was dying. The battery was fucked up. The fuel pump was fucked up. Everything was fucked up. And the sides of it was so old that the sides of it had holes that were rusting into the frame of the van itself.
You got salt the roads. though.
It's like, there were holes you
Yeah,
could like
they did.
almost put your whole arm through into the inside of the van. So
That's easy. That's actually a premium feature.
yeah.
Oh, I finally got my
quick access.
booster.
So we
Yay.
eventually were like, we're gonna get rid of the brother's like, we're gonna sell it for like $2,000. I'm like, no one's gonna pay $2,000 for that. He's like, yeah, they will. I'm like,
It's
dude.
somewhere.
And
Almost
I
instantly, didn't
literally
they?
did that. I was like, look at this. And I like stuck my arm through. I'm like, this is inside the van. And he's like,
And then some fucking
I was
products
like, I
like
don't
sticking
care
a
how
fishing
well
pole through
that
it. He's
engine
like, nah, this
runs.
is awesome.
No one's
I
paying
got that canned foam.
I'm in the
hole
AC, but I'm
fixed.
fishing.
No one's paying and that was one of the holes. There was a
It's
bunch of other
absolutely worth
rust
it.
holes.
They
all
did
over.
though, didn't they? How much you sell it for?
$1,500.
Well, close to 2,000.
Absolutely worth
Anyway,
And the funny thing is, I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe the guy paid that van." It was having engine issues all the time. Like, we actually had to get picked up in Omak, which is a 3.5 hour drive. We were out there. Me and my brother were out there working late, and it was like 6 p.m. and we weren't going to get back till like 10 p.m. if we left right then. And the van wouldn't start, so we had to call our dad, and he had to come pick us up. And like he came pick us up. He got there at like 9:30. We got home at like 2 in the morning, and it's like he's like, take tomorrow
Just
off, you
homegrown
guys.
water.
He's like, we're closed tomorrow. Just take tomorrow off. We're like, oh, cool. Thanks, Dad.
That's a real boss, Drayden. You
Yeah.
should take lessons from him.
I've done that. But no, I mean, I've never had anyone get back that late, but I've had people they got back
That's
at like
pretty rough, though,
9.
yeah.
And I would have them come in and be like, hey, sort this, do that. And they were like off at like 11 in the morning. I'm like, have a good one.
Get
Take
the
it
fuck
off.
outta here.
Yeah, it's
You
like,
got
go,
to
go
do
home.
faster,
It's
go
like,
faster.
come in, work for like 2 or 3 hours and go home. Like, you're good. So,
Yeah.
but but no, it's like the Sprinter, that Sprinter van was shit. It barely even drove. And I was like, sitting there, I was like, oh, okay.
Remember what year it was? If you didn't, you might have said already.
I want to say it was like,
2014, 15.
no, it was like between 2010, 2015, somewhere in there.
So those sprinters were awful.
Yeah.
That,
They were
from like
bad.
2011
I did-
to like 2014
It
or
had
15.
fuel
They were
pump issues.
I did
it had
research
engine
into it.
issues.
Did you?
We had,
Yeah.
I think
I
we
wanted to
spent
do
like
the-
20,000 in repairs on the thing over the course of its lifetime. It was bad.
I kind of considered the whole like live in whatever convertible
Yeah,
thing.
those are cool.
Because before I moved into my current house, I lived in my best friend's shed and whatever, I was in a transitional part of life. And I was like, I could live in a van, whatever. I could start converting it over and whatever. My company had I think it was about an 03 Sprinter.
Okay.
And it was turbo diesel, blah, blah, blah. And they, everybody at work talked me out of it. They were like, we've had a lot of issues. It's been in the shop a bunch of times. Something's recurrent, it's angry, whatever. It doesn't.
Flywheel
But I
issues, I think.
did a lot of reading on it, and it was like those were some of the best years outside of X, Y, or Z, whatever the problem they were experiencing. And I really wanted to buy it for quite a while, and do a little like live aboard. I don't know what they call it, van dwelling. I think that's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to think of.
I just know the first set they brought over, like started selling in the United States, had like the really, really thin metal in places, and that like would
Rusted through and stuff.
rust
yeah.
through or like corrode through.
Yeah.
because it was aluminum. I think like aluminum panel. It was crazy.
Or just
And
like
they have
real
flywheel
thin
problems with
steel.
one.
Yeah.
It's weird. A lot of weird problems every year, and some of them more expensive than others. Right?
Sure, and that's the
The
thing.
newer
Is it
ones
was
are
a very
better, right?
compact engine, had a very compact engine bay. Anytime you had to take them in, it was going to cost you. You had to drop the engine, kind of thing.
You only buy fucking parts from Mercedes.
Actually, I wonder
right?
if that
Yeah,
was.
and it was and it was like when you looked at it, it was like it was Mercedes through and through. It was a Dodge Sprint or whatever, but it was a Mercedes product, and
Oh, yeah.
whatever.
So basically, they bought them from Mercedes, brought them over here and assembled them.
It was older than I.
It was a
said,
partnership,
because
yeah.
like they had that van when I started in December 2008, and they already had that van, and they'd had that van for a few years at least. So it actually was probably like early to mid 2000s when they got that one.
Well, the ambulance was.
you guys-
It was a 2004 Sprinter, and it was a.
Do you guys know about like Econo lines, like the old school van?
greatest
like
van
the
ever
truck
made.
van
We
or
never had
whatever?
one, but I knew
Greatest
about the
van ever
So
made.
my company has an Econo line as well, that we got for maybe $1,500 to $2,500, like a
Yeah, they don't
bajillion
make
years
them
ago.
anymore, yeah.
And we loan it out all the time. Like all the employees can just take it or use it if they're moving or if they got something to haul off or what. Like it's a share. The company's very generous with it because they have nothing in it. And it is a fucking horse.
They're beasts. Yeah.
And I borrowed it one time, like when I was moving some furniture or something. And I was like, empty. The thing's got power for days. The steering wheel, real loosey goosey. It needed an alignment like a motherfucker. That's not. I don't hold that against the vehicle.
It's old, yeah.
It just needed some, some updating. But
like
like
loose steering
power for
wheels.
days. And I was just like, this thing is so fun to try. I was like, and my boss is like, we will never sell that vehicle. He was like, we will drive that company. That will be a company vehicle until the wheels fall off because we have nothing in it. And it never lets us down, kind of thing. It was like that was one of the best investments we've ever made as a respectable company. And I'm like, I see it.
Those things
I
I
see
don't
it
know. I don't know why
all
Ford
day.
stopped making those. That was their workhorse for several decades.
The funny thing is, like,
Beast of a van.
Great, yeah.
It's funny because with the
It's a
NV2,
piece of shit,
the
but it's a
Nissan-
beast of a van.
the
Could beat
Nissan
that,
NV200s, they're like just a small mid-size, like 4-banger van, right? So it's like
70, 80,000, no big deal.
I don't even think they're not that much. They're cheaper than that.
I would hope so. Goddamn.
No, they're just a 4-cylinder, small, mid-size van. But like the fact that like the space they have in the back for how cheap they are and the power they have, and it's like, and the gas mileage efficiency and everything, like they and how long and solid they last. There's been every time like any of our customers that are like auto dealerships, I've gone there and they're like, I saw the van here outside. Are you guys looking to sell that? And like,
Yeah,
no.
they want.
They always want to buy. Like every time I go to an
Yeah.
auto dealership to like
That's
service a cooler, they want to buy the
They
van from
know.
us. It's like, no,
we're
not selling
like,
it.
that thing's so reliable.
And it's like even like now,
Literally keeping it.
not now, but like, this was like back in the day. But like, it was like back when it's like that van has 150,000 miles. They're like, that's fine, we'll take it. It's like because they know that those vans, the NV200s, like
They still make them, or they no longer make them? Do you know?
I don't know. I would assume they probably do. But for some reason, the like late 20 teens and early 2020s, like they were just fucking solid. They were.
But Nissan makes a good quality product.
yeah,
right?
you see
most
these-
shit they
yeah.
make are pretty
You
good.
saw them everywhere.
Those
It's like
Japanese.
any small to medium sized work van. It was always the NV200. Like they were everywhere. They were such a good van. And still, like I said, like
I
mine,
don't know what they
it's
look
got
like,
it's,
honestly.
it's almost at 300,000 miles, and the only thing I've had to do for it, aside from like tire and just standard like upkeep, like brakes and stuff like that, it's like the only thing we had to like expensive thing to replace on is like this last week, the AC went out when I did that long like 20-hour Portland Seattle and back trip. The AC died.
Luckily, you're in the north, but still.
And it was hot as fuck. And I was like, when I got to the place in like north of like Mount Vernon, it's like this. It's like an hour and a half or an hour north of Seattle, and
where
I got there.
Washington's from.
Yeah, I got there and I was like sweating my ass off. I'm like, I'm here to work on your cooler. It just looked like a fucking like just sweaty, like ugh. And,
Martha comes out trying
They
to
are
offer you iced tea.
discontinued. They stopped making them in 2021.
Okay, yeah. So
Look up, see what it looked like.
Oh, then we must be, yeah, because I think the one I'm in is a 2019, and the other one we have is either another 2019 or a 2020. So we got like towards the end of it, and that's probably why they always wanted them, because they stopped making them. The people in the 2022, 2023, they're like, the vans were solid. I don't know why they stopped making them. They were such good vans. The engines
My
were solid.
company is hot on
Everything about them was
Toyota
really good.
minivans right now, which are apparently like real fucking aggressive. Because everybody who works for my company is, I work in motorsports adjacent anyway.
Yeah, sweaty ball. I was sweaty balls.
And so various people in my company have company vehicles and they're Toyota minivans. And at a glance or at a thought, you'd be like, okay, like, yeah, that's what you're doing. Sure. They're actually real fucking nice inside and real fucking quick.
My only problem with
To where
one,
they like actually enjoy them. They're like, yeah, the minivans are kick ass.
the gear shift sucks.
I
The push button thing.
apparently
You seen that?
I think these ones are maybe a little bit before that, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're-
They're doing
they-
Toyota vans. that, like,
Everybody's
it's like
tickled by
oh,
them.
I hate that. Otherwise, I'm fucking that's comfortable.
all the
rides
guys-
great. Yeah.
All the people I work with are very purist as far as buttons, as far as gear shifting. They all want manual vehicles, stuff like that. You know, it's motorsports. But yeah, like these minivans, like people want to hate on them because it's like, you know, growing up, I think everybody had an idea in their head about like what a minivan is. It's like, oh, you're settling down, you're starting a family, and it's like these are company vehicles. They've got a lot of get up and go and cargo space and whatever, you know, like they're
Yeah.
company vehicles, but
Pretty
like
nice. Yeah.
they're really comfortable as well. Like they're just like
They're
they're
a
winning
smooth
on
ride too.
multiple
yeah.
levels. Yeah, they're like real impressed by these Toyota minivans.
Toyota, once again, is another company makes good
I
products.
fucking love
Yeah.
Toyota.
The
I might
one,
get a Toyota tattoo.
Can't think of a Toyota that I know of. That people say, "Oh, that's a terrible car."
I'm sure they've made one.
I'm sure there have, but I can't
The-
think of one right at the top of my head.
The
but
one
I
thing
like
with our
all the ones I've driven.
with our big
We
Ram
haven't done
van, the Ram 2500 or whatever. I've only driven it like once because our install guy, he's like super short. He's like half my height.
Does it have a bulkhead between
Whoa,
the driver's
Trey.
compartment and the back?
I mean
Is it a wall?
that's actually not an insult. Like half my height is like a normal human.
Right. Yeah,
so-
people like me. So whoa.
I'm just saying, like
He's really short. He's like half. my
Really
height.
short.
But like when I sit there, here's my biggest issue with that big Ram van. That
Make
the
sure everybody
windshield
knows
is
Trey's
so
like-
short, and it's a
He's
box
8'2".
seat. It's a box seat, so you can't lower the seat down. And so I'm sitting up here, and it's like the top of the windshield is like here. So I'm basically like this. I'm like sinking my neck down the entire time I drive it to see.
You look like a vulture.
As
yeah.
comfortable as the Toyota is, the opposite with these fucking
Yeah,
vans
no,
we're talking
it's-
about.
it's like
the
the-
most
the Ram-
uncomfortable drive ever,
I love all the features.
even
of-
for a
it's-
short person.
It's an awesome van, the Ram one, but like
I don't like it.
I can't
Rattly
see out.
and
I can't
smells bad.
see out the windshield. And the thing is, like, if I could pull up to now, I have to do this in a normal vehicle anyway. Even in my
because he's
car,
8'2".
You got a scrun.
even when I come up to my car, if I'm
You look like
if
Santa
I'm at a
Claus, Carl. We get
stoplight,
that.
I
He's
can't
got to
just
crunch
like,
down when he gets into a
I
fucking
I
semi
can't just look
Oh,
up at a
it's
a semi-truck.
stoplight. I have to like do that to see what if it's gonna
Well,
turn
you could
green.
stop a little sooner. That would fix that.
No, I'd have to stop like 3 car lengths
He's a
back
Lincoln
from the
Navigator,
stoplight.
and he still like needs headspace.
And everyone would honk at me. Like I'd have to stop so far. If I'm like
oh,
the
you
front,
piss people off so much. That would be a blast. Dude.
yeah.
You should do that.
If
I
I'm
would
at
do
the
that.
front of a stoplight, I just basically have to do this to see
That's
if it,
funny.
when it turns green. That's just and
You
it's
watch
like,
the
I
people
don't.
next to you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like all the people are like, oh, you're so tall. It's like you don't know how.
You don't
Is
know
he
my
seriously
life.
complaining about being tall? He's seriously
know
about
my
complaining
struggle?
about being tall. It sucks to lord my height over
No, no,
everyone. Look
no,
at my
it is-
giant
Trey's got a
everything.
and then Johnny's like,
Bruh,
I'm
this
no,
is
walk in.
terrible that everybody
It
has to
is.
look up
No,
to
here's
me.
the thing. It's like being slightly tall is fine, but like being excessively tall is just as inconvenient as being excessively short in
I
different
disagree.
ways.
But different, but I don't think as
I've not
no,
seen a Ram
no,
700.
it's no,
different,
no,
similar, sure.
no. You do
Oh,
not
it's awful.
understand.
It's awful.
You
I
do
mean,
not.
I feel so bad. There should be a fucking charity for we can give money for the woes of the tall people.
You know the friggin' top shelf grabbers that it almost looks like the things they pick up
It
literally.
hurts them
You know,
actually.
it's
It
a little
causes pain when they
claw.
do that.
No, no,
yeah,
It's a
yeah.
claw thing.
Okay, that
Trey
is
needs one to like reach down with.
that
and I
is
get
one
that.
of the few. Here's the thing. There's benefits to being really tall, but there are definitely
Absolutely.
some very.
I'm not saying it's all sunshine and
The
rainbows.
world is not
It's
designed.
mostly sunshine
The
and
world is
rainbows.
not
Mostly
designed for
sunshine.
excessively tall or excessively short people. If you're very short or very tall, The world is not designed for you, and it sucks on
If you
Is
both
want
the
something,
world-
if you want something to raise your hand, are you taller than everybody else? You'll get picked first.
Drayden,
Tall.
is the
No.
world better for you if you're extremely
You can
short
reach over me and grab
or
my
if
shit out
you're
of my ass.
extremely tall? Which one is
I
the world
think
better
it's
for?
about the same. It's
Do
just
you really?
It's
Do
bad.
you really?
It's bad in
Do you
different.
think
it's
women
bad in
go
different
after
ways.
the
Because here's the
extremely
thing.
short
All
over
the
extremely
Tinder
tall?
girls
Ackroth-
saying 6 foot
Ackroth,
plus.
you
Better
are
for
not-
tall.
Ackroth,
Drag
you,
is correct.
Ackroth, you are not extremely short. Dom, you are not extremely short.
I
I'm
am
not extremely
too. I'm average. You're right. I'm
Yeah,
average.
you're
I'm
both
average,
average
yeah.
height. You like
And you're not extremely tall, Drayden.
So
Yes,
you
he
don't have
is.
and
He's
you
got
don't have as
37.
many of the disadvantages. Okay,
8'4"
the very
is
top
is
shelf you can't
the
reach
new
it.
7'2".
It's like yes, I can reach the top shelf, but here's the thing: showers are not designed for you. You have to crouch and kneel down and like to shower. So every
These
time
are
you
some
God, I
shower,
gotta hit my
These are
pits.
some first world problems.
I can't tell if the water can hit my ass crack.
driving.
I can see
it's
the
hard,
driving
it's-
one and the showers, I guess.
Not only
Cars
is it
is
hard to see out the
different, I
windshield,
believe.
but also when you look out the left side window, think about it. I have to sit I have to lean my seat all the way down, lean it back, and now my head,
Like
where
a drug dealer.
the
Now you're
divider
getting pulled
between
over.
the front and the back window, that's where my head is. So now I
The-
can't see. So if I want to look to change this, I have to constantly lean forward to see out the window. It's like I cannot sit
He's
comfortably.
got like the
and
A frame or the B
see.
frame or whatever beam
So
like in his
basically,
way.
I have to
Do
constantly.
you
be
literally
sh-
listen to gangster rap all the time when you
I
drive?
I
cannot-
hope so.
You
I
should.
cannot-
You
I'm
pull it
saying
off.
I cannot comfortably sit in a vehicle and see where I need to see. I have to constantly shift myself into uncomfortable positions to drive safely.
And
And
now I
that's-
feel bad for you. See, being
shoes-
I have to
average height,
sit on phone books. So what
being
are we
average
talking
height,
about?
guess what I do? I get to make fun of both tall and short people.
I cannot.
I'm the perfect
I
type.
cannot shop for clothes like normal people. I can't go to the store and get clothes. I have to order them online because no clothes store is going to have
You
clothes
live in
that
the
fit me.
sticks, though.
No clothes stores.
Big
gonna
and
have
tall
clo-
stores exist in
There
real
are a
places.
few,
So do you have to get like
but the thing
extra
is that
long
it's-
when it comes to shirts? Is that what you have to do?
Yes.
To order that?
Ex-
Yeah.
Extra large talls.
You don't want quadruple X because then it won't fit across your
Then,
shoulder.
then
You
it's like
need
a
extra
giant,
long,
it's like,
right?
It's
Yeah.
long enough, but it's a sale. Yeah, so I have to get extra large talls.
I
Because
don't-
those they won't-
Ackroth, do you have to buy extra large talls?
No.
I don't either.
never
It's
have.
great being normal
Yeah.
size.
I never have.
And the thing is, like,
I agree. No, it sucks.
I can
it's
shop
awful.
right
I feel
off
bad
the
for you
rack.
now.
now some big and tall stores will have shirts that'll fit, but the thing is, like, most tall people
make
are
you look
extra
like
large
a
talls. So like when you go to a big
giant.
and tall section, it's like all the XLTs are taken. So you're basically looking at like XLs, which are like big enough up top, but not long enough. They're gonna be
He
like
said
belly-
when you're
belly
macking
shirts.
on chicks and you're towering
Or
above
you're gonna
them,
find,
it's
like-
important that you're well
You're
fitted.
gonna find like 2 XLTs or 3 XLTs or 4 XLTs. Like, okay, well that's too big. I don't. So and also
$300 for 4 pair of pants? That seems a little
pants.
pricey.
Pants is the biggest thing. Pants. I need
Go to a
36.
fucking tailor, dude.
No, I
It's
need
easy.
36 waist and a 72 length.
No, 36 length, and which they make 36 length, but most of the time you go to a store and it's 36 length, it's like 52 waist. It's like, okay, that's big stress on the and tall.
Oh, I got those numbers.
Dry
wrong,
cleaners
so.
will tailor your clothes. Like this
Yeah,
is not
but then
hard.
you have to pay a bunch of money.
It's
and
not even
Learn-
a bunch of.
know what-
and here's
Greg,
the-
you know
not
what you
much
do?
money at all.
I can solve it for you right
But
now. I'll
here's the
solve
thing,
it for you.
Tailoring.
Learn to sew. Learn to sew. Make
no,
your own clothes.
No, here's the thing.
It's
You,
not hard.
you cannot extend
Nah,
length
neither
of
do I.
pants. You can shorten length of pants
No,
by
you go
hemming
too
them.
big and you hem them.
You can hem them shorter. You cannot hem them longer.
Yes, you can. If you
You
Yes,
cannot
sew
can.
extra pieces onto
You
it.
can
It might
let
look
them out.
dumb.
That's
but you
not
can
It's
do it.
called
hemming.
letting them out.
That's
But
not
yes.
hemming. But you can
I
only
understand
let
what
them
you're
out
saying.
if they've already been hemmed, and most
I
things are not.
Or
So
just have extra fabric, which
90%
Why
of
don't
the
you just
time-
special order them?
90% of the time, you cannot make things longer. You can make them shorter. And here's the thing, yes, but
I'm
here's the
not
thing.
saying you don't live in
Different
struggles.
companies make things
Oh,
different
huge struggles
sizes.
now.
So my
Like
thing
you
is,
said, I'm
I
falling
have
in
to
a fucking-
order clothes
He
online.
said being a giant is tough.
I have to order things. I have to order clothes online, and I don't get to try them on first. I have to order them and
People
hope
fear
they
you,
fit when they
they
get
run.
here.
The irrational desire to climb
You
beanstalks.
break women.
Diff-
It's tough.
Different different
That's not from
manufacturers
being
make
tall,
clothes
though.
in different sizes. You would think that men's like size would be the same. They're not. Even the numbered waist size, like like 42 waist
That's
and
brand
36
specific,
length.
come
You'd
on.
be like, okay, 42
That's
inches. That's an exact measurement. But some companies
not.
do vanity sizing, which they'll say a 42 waist,
European.
or they'll be like, oh, it's a
It's
30
actually a 56.
it's a 38 waist, but or no, it'll be like they'll basically label it smaller, And so it's like
we call it like European or like slim and things like that, where it's like, oh, you
Yeah.
just call me fat. No, thank you for that.
yeah, it's like
I don't have that problem.
it's
I
like
can go
I
to the store and find
don't
easy fit
it's
me.
like don't flatter me. If especially when the measurements are on inches, they should be. If you say a 42-inch waist, it should be
Everything should be
42
exact.
fucking inches around.
It should be
Like
exact.
it shouldn't be any more or less than that. So it's
Can
like,
we standardize the
But
fashion
what if they don't?
industry?
Maybe they just
Yeah,
don't know how to
is that
measure
something we
shit.
can
We just-
rally
it's
on or like lobby?
I don't want to be flattered on my waist size. I want shit that fits
Yeah,
me.
don't bullshit.
Like
bullshit
just
me.
make it fit
Yeah,
me.
you
I know
got the
where I'm at,
bullshit me.
But so the thing is, like, I will order
I bought and
clothes,
paid for it,
and
right?
sometimes they fit well, and sometimes like this is too tight. I didn't want this.
Maybe you just gained weight.
And it's like
Oh,
now you
no, we
can't-
cannot hear you, Liz.
Well, she's not in here.
She is.
But she was asking
Oh.
in chat.
I'm looking at the
Yeah,
wrong
She's been in
Discord
here for a
channel.
long time. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Oh
I just heard
no,
that.
she's not in here.
She just was. She just left
Yeah, she just.
Oh
seconds ago.
there she
These
is.
things happen. Oh, she's back.
Oh, she's back.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Can you
so
jump?
I'm just saying, like, and these are a few of the problems. So it's like showers don't fit you, clothes don't fit you, shoes don't fit you.
People don't
I
fit-
cannot go to a shoe store and find shoes. No one carries 14 extra
not hear me,
wides.
Liz.
No one carries
Drayden-
14
hear me
extra
now?
wides. Yes, we can.
When the Greeks were writing their mythology around giants, they weren't consulting with the fashionistas or whatever of Italy or France. Like that wasn't on their radar.
Because
Just
most people
wear
are
a
short.
toga.
Exactly.
I'm
Come
thinking.
on.
I'm honestly thinking you need to learn how to sew, take it up as a hobby, make your own clothes. Solved.
Also-
Everything's solved.
Drayden, you
Drayden.
could still become a millionaire.
Over-
You might even
crafting
get good
big
at it.
tall
Yeah.
clothes.
Yep.
Leg room
Because
is
you
another thing.
know the problems. You know what it's
leg
about.
room is another thing. Like leg room, I never have enough leg room anywhere. Back of
but
a car,
you know how to make it
in a
happen.
plane. It does not matter where I go. I will never have enough leg room.
Well, no one has leg room in a plane, but
um,
yeah, it'd be worse for you. I get
That's
it.
yeah. At this point,
I
no,
have
yeah.
zero leg
It's not
room.
about you. That's
Like,
about everybody.
This is why
I'm
when-
short
if-
and
if-
I don't get like.
on a flight that would normally be like a 3 to 4 hour direct flight, I will intentionally find a layover and do like an hour and a half flight, a layover 3 hours, and an hour and a half flight because that's more comfortable. So I can get out of the plane and stretch instead of being on a flight for 3 hours straight. That I will be like my
I
ass
get-
will
that's
be
fair.
numb, my
It's also
legs,
because he has VP.
my ass will be numb, my legs will be numb, my feet will be numb, and like
If
Why
they're
don't you fly
numb, you
first
can't-
class? You got VP money.
because
if they're numb,
that
you can't
costs
feel
like
them.
$1,000
So
more
stop complaining.
dollars.
Yeah, that's what
So-
we're saying. It'd be
I'm just saying, like, if you're not 6'6" or taller, like you don't realize how many inconveniences day-to-day life is for someone as excessively
I don't know that I'll
tall.
be able to get to sleep tonight. I'll be crying and thinking about this.
Yeah, and so
It's upsetting.
and also
It's
it's, like,
gonna keep me up.
I don't
Yeah.
know what it's like to be excessively short, but I'm
You
assuming
don't.
there's just as
They can
many.
fit in boxes. They got all
into-
kinds of advantages. They can
I
fit
can-
in
I can
boxes, right? They
stow
can
away.
hide really well. Yeah,
Yeah, people that
You
are
know.
people that
the
are
clothes
very,
are cheaper.
I could be the inside man from like Ocean's 11, hiding in the thing like a little Asian
people
What did I
contortionist.
do?
All these benefits, sure.
people that
Hey,
are very,
Drayden.
people that are very short have massive inconveniences. I don't know all of. I'm assuming they're
And you
very
don't
opposite
know
of what
our
I got, but-
problems.
But like they have
The
just as
opposite.
many problems as I do.
They have
just
too much leg room, right?
just-
The cars are too comfortable for them.
They can't see over the dash of a car.
They can't see over the dash of a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I was next to a lady today that I was like, this can't be safe.
They can't
It
reach
was an older
anything.
lady.
Like, I'm
But
saying,
she
like,
looked like she was eye level with the wheel, and I was like, come on, like how
Can
can
you?
anybody
Yeah,
let
that's
you do
how's that not super dangerous?
she won't
right?
run
That
into an
can't be
airplane.
safe.
But the I'm saying like
She was eye level with the wheel.
being very short and very tall are probably just as inconvenient for different reasons and
Don't
different
you-
situations.
That's why I make fun of both of them.
That's what
Don't
I'm
you
saying,
try to
I'm perfect height.
dampen the
So
struggles
everyone's
of
like,
the
"Oh, I
ultra
wish I
short
was tall."
with
It's
the
like
ultra
you wish
tall.
you were taller than you are, but you don't wish you were super tall. I can
Just
tell
a
you that.
modest 6'2".
I wish
just-
I'd like to be like 9'7".
I wish I
That's
was
right.
6 foot.
Then
instead
I'll
of
make a
6'6".
car, my-
6'6" is.
He said nobody's gonna inconvenience me now.
Like,
I'm as big as it
if
can.
I
I
could,
could beat everybody up. I'm
I'm saying,
9'7".
if I could remove,
You will
6
design this
inches,
car to
if I
my
could
need.
remove 6 inches of my height, that would be amazing. But I can't.
Which part would you remove?
Oh, you could, Drayden. Don't say that. You're an
It's
American.
fine. Yeah,
Jack.
not, what do you mean you couldn't? I
I
mean,
mean,
that
the
is
The
true.
sad thing about all of this,
I
you
could
have
cut the shit
bitches
out of your
about
shit.
clothes that women have been bitching about for decades.
I
I
know.
wasn't.
mother-
I want to be clarify
but
this. I was not.
Women's
Drayden.
clothing sizes are terrible because they're like size
Terrible.
Oh, they're
3.
outright lies sometimes.
It's like size 2 petite. It's like, what the fuck does that even mean?
My
How can you
mother's
be a
kinda
size
tall,
zero?
and she's
How can
had
you
that
be a
struggle my
size
whole
zero?
life.
That shouldn't be a
Yeah,
size.
well, it's
That
like,
shouldn't be a size.
So,
Zero. That
one.
means there's nothing there. Zero.
Start at 1.
even
Yeah, that's
even
not
like
right.
also even men's clothing like extra large, it's like, can we just get rid of arbitrary numbers and like
Give me
actually just
numbers
use like
that mean
like
something.
like. But that's the thing, like even with men's clothing,
Exact
with
measurement.
pants,
They're not
like, it's
arbitrary.
like men's pants clothing, it's like you have a waist size and a length size, which you would think would be like, oh, well, that means waist size, length size in those inches, but they're not exactly that
But
because
then
like I
the
said,
Europeans.
there's
fuck
some
with
Quit
companies
buying
do, some companies do vanity sizing, some
the off
don't.
ones. What do they call that? The
And
misfits?
it's like you could buy pants that are 42 waist and
He's
36
going to the
length,
fucking.
and they're
He's
like
going to the
40
outlet
inch
mall.
waist and 33-inch length. And it's like, but why are you calling it?
Because of the slim fit,
Why are you
the
calling
regular fit,
Yeah.
and then you've got the relaxed fit.
It's stupid.
That's
It's-
like the
yeah.
3 choices men have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
it's-
do have
a
it's
pretty good, don't we,
depressing.
Liz?
When you
We have
have
a pretty good.
when you have
Yeah,
a,
we get all the choices.
but when you have a numbered measurement,
All
it
three of
should-
them. We
it
got all
should-
three of them.
It should be exactly that. If you have a 42-inch waist, it should be fucking 42
Dress-
inches around.
Dress shirts are a
period.
little bit better about that. Right?
agree.
Where you kind
I-
of get
no,
your
Greg,
actual
you're not
neck
wrong.
and
Like,
chest measurement.
You're not
It's like,
wrong.
if you
But
get
those numbers
something-
still are important. But
If
they
you
just
get
should be
something tailored,
standardized.
it's going to be more exact. But that costs,
And I think you're right, Akra.
You shouldn't
The
have to
shirts seem to be
spend
on the
$40
ball
on
usually.
pants and then spend another $50 to get them tailored. That's stupid.
Drayden, just go to the tailor right out the gate, dude. You're
No.
a VP.
And women shouldn't have $80 tank tops.
That's
Well,
true. Yeah.
I-
Also, like,
But they don't have to buy 'em.
tank tops. And
I
like, also,
personally
like,
don't know a woman who has ever spent $80 on a tank top.
Oh,
I'll bet
I
my
do.
wife
they
has.
exist.
That,
Also,
that
like,
sounds awful.
I don't understand like the cost of like undergarments. Like bras costing $70. It's like that's
Those are
fucking
crazy.
dumb.
It's because you're not a woman. You
Granted,
don't
they
understand
last
the
under the right
bra
conditions,
thing's got
but
some
still.
crazy.
But
And if you find a good one, they're like, no, you
it's
don't
it's a
understand. I
small
found a
amount
good
of
one.
fabric, some padding, and a clip.
There's a lot of
How the
cost
fuck
to it.
does that cost that
Don't
much
wear
money?
your wife's favorite bra on your head. That will not make her happy.
Or-
I
not
want to take Drayden to the lingerie shop and have him try on bras now.
Oh,
do
I
too.
understand they
Makes
cost
sense.
a shitload of money, and I understand that they're
That
very
makes sense.
particular in fits. I just don't know why they cost
Yeah, but
so
Drayden,
much money.
maybe you need a little support. And, just
No,
give it a
no. I
try.
just want you to have to try one on and just to find your size.
Oh,
She's trying to mask it.
No,
Mask it.
I know.
Training bra.
I mean, I don't know personally, but I know that like
Oh, we might have
find-
caught him in a
find-
slip.
finding a fitting
I know it feels
bra-
like. I mean, not personally, but yeah.
No, I'm saying I know
Oh, I've been there.
from word of mouth that finding a bra that fits is a fucking nightmare because the sizes. It's like
Fair.
you'd be like,
fair.
oh, 34.
He said when I tried it, it was
34C. It's like 34C does not mean really shit because 34C
No.
between 5 different companies mean a different thing. Same with men's pants. Like it's like measurement numbers don't really mean shit.
It's almost like the
anymore.
fashion industry is fucked. I
Yeah.
think they
Yes,
play
sir.
by the rules.
Exactly correct.
It's like
These are
you get-
very
You got underwear.
logical
You got
rules
underwear
we
that are
figured
like,
out for engineering, for design, all these great things. And it's
like,
like, don't fuck around. I know that, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Some fabrics stretch. I get it. When I wear a pair of jeans today, and if I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah, sure.
I didn't do anything, I'm going to wear them again tomorrow, they may fit a little different. But, it's the way fabrics go. It's not
It's like-
Oh, I see
illogical,
what you
though,
mean. Yeah,
to
yeah.
stand.
Through wear. Yeah.
Right,
And the fun-
exactly. Like, that's how clothes work.
The
But it's
funny
not
thing-
illogical to try to find a real standardization
The
where
funny
it's
thing
like,
is,
I
Or
feel like
if
you
it
guys
says
are
it's 42
lying.
inches around, it should be
I
42
feel like
inches
you're
around.
lying.
Yeah,
Use
yeah.
an actual measuring tape. Let's knock this out. Let's standardize.
yeah, I
What they
would
do is they use cubits and then convert
like-
those into inches.
It's important
Please-
we integrate Cubit.
please get rid of vanity sizing. It's like don't flatter people. Tell them
But
the
how am I
nu-
going to feel good about
tell
myself?
them the number. It's
Right.
like, here's the thing. It's like
Drayden, fashion's
If
all I
you
You
have.
want me
have
to
a-
hate myself?
if you
What
have
the
a
hell?
42-inch waist, you have a 42-inch waist. If you feel bad about that, that's
Do something
sorry,
about
like,
it,
That's
right? Yeah.
what it is. That is what the reality is. Like I don't
Do
care.
better.
Don't
don't-
lie to me, Drayden. I'm squeezing
Like,
into
if
a
I have a
36
42-inch
still.
waist, I want to buy 42-inch
I'm not
waist
gonna accept
pants.
I can
that.
muffin top myself if I want.
Don't
That's right.
tell me it's 40 inches because
I squeezed into this. I
that's not
know
what
I rock
it
it.
is.
This
It's
is
like
my size.
it's like tell me what it really is so I can find it that fits me. I don't want to be flattered by a waist size.
No,
It
I'd rather
doesn't
find clothes that
fucking
fit
matter to
me
me.
comfortably. You're correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you try
also,
shit on before you buy it.
comfortable underwear. I know
And
that
I don't
some
understand the
people.
internet.
I used to
Buying
laugh at
clothes.
it. It's like, why would you spend so much
Me
money on
neither.
underwear? It's just underwear. But it's like, man,
Because my
Oh,
balls
good
like
underwear
comfort, bro.
makes a difference. I'm sorry.
It
It
really
does, it really
does, and that's the shitty thing is that
I
it does. Because
I didn't used to think so, but
I
it
used to
does.
buy shitty, cheap
Fruit
Walmart
of the Loom,
boxers.
baby.
I still do.
Just Walmart boxers, and they're like
But I think about it more.
$8 for a pack of like 6, but they're so uncomfortable. And now, like,
And my
I'll
balls
get the
and my
ones.
thighs chafe.
I'll get like the buck naked underwear from like Duluth Company.
Or you just go buck naked?
Well,
Commando.
they're like
That's what
box.
the kids call
Well, actually, they're called Dang Soft now. So like Dang Soft boxer
Does
briefs.
your
Dang
dang feel
soft.
soft?
Yeah, they're called Dang Soft boxer briefs. Man,
I
they're
don't
like
like it. I don't like that name.
they're like $25 to $30 per underwear, but fuck,
Whoa!
they're like the
What
most.
do they last you 10 years?
Well, I've not had to throw one out yet. I've got like 8 pairs of them
25,
now.
30.
I don't throw mine out till they're super holy.
But
Those
dude,
better
they are
exactly. Come on.
they
That's a
are-
guy
Good
thing.
mileage.
They are so
And then you guys will
soft.
use them to clean the windows.
Yeah, right.
Well, of course,
Hell
it's
yeah.
great fiber.
Yeah, before I put them on.
It's tight knit.
Engine oil.
Yeah,
Mine don't go away
they
until
are
the wife
s-
says,
they are
"Get rid of
so comfortable. They're so comfortable, and it's like, you know what? Yeah,
These sound great.
One of those underwear costs as much as a whole pack of the other ones, but I'd rather wear that one underwear than the rest of those for a whole week.
Quality of life is not to be.
Yeah,
slouched on.
it's like
And
it
I know you
sucks that they
appreciate 'cause
cost
you're a
that
giant.
much, but at the same time, it's like, man, for
With
the
all those giant problems.
for the comfort,
Lots of giant
I-
problems.
it's like
I hear there's way more than short men.
That's
Way
one of
more
the-
than short people.
That's one of the
problems.
few times where I'm like, dude, the price is worth the comfort. I'm willing to spend $150 on like a week's worth of, well, not like one,
Whoa!
like, not like 1 week and then
Use
it's
that
gone.
around.
I mean, like
Every week you spend $150 on
I mean, like a
underwear?
week's worth before you have to
What, you
wash
throw
them
them out
because
as
you
you
get
go?
like 7 pairs, type of thing. Is what I meant.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, yeah.
Lots of
So
rotation.
I did. I saw what you meant anyway.
a 7 days worth of underwear. Man, they're nice.
A variety pack.
Yeah. Well, no, it's you have to order them one at a time.
Really?
They're more than that, but if you
You
buy
already
that,
know what size you are. Why do you have to?
yeah,
slow
well,
it
they're
down?
more than that. But if you buy that many, you get a discount.
What am I supposed to wear this
it
one till the
goes-
next one comes
It goes down to like $140. It normally would be like $190, but
for a pair of underwear?
no, for like 7 or 8
A
pairs.
week's worth.
That's a lot.
For
Of
7 pairs of underwear. That
Yeah.
still seems a little excessive, but they're probably
Do they
comfortable.
have gold in the fibers?
No, but some of them make
Like, is that a
toast
thing?
in the morning for you.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
that's pretty good though.
Yeah.
I assume they scratch your ass if they're.
They
already
have
gold in that
Bluetooth
case.
vibration. It's good.
If you have automatic, oh yeah. So they do scratch your ass. That's fucking perfect. The
I
little-
remember like George Carlin. Or
Yes,
something.
yes,
Somebody
they
had, like, a
they,
bit
they
about that.
vibrate on the ass side. That's what it is.
It's an hey, spaceman. You gonna scratch my ass while I'm hands? free or
Adidas
whatever?
makes underwear. What?
Probably.
Adidas does and Puma does because I have.
Are they
some
good?
Pumas.
All right.
Yeah, they're okay. My balls still chafe with my thighs, so you know,
I just
sweat-
use a burlap
sweat
sack I
happens.
cut in underwear shape.
That
Works great.
seems like it might work better.
It doesn't
My
feel
ha-
good, but it works.
It
My
feels
husband
good.
still likes his boxers.
I like boxers.
And
I
I
like
used
the
to
boxer
wear
briefs,
boxers
yeah,
because
I
I
like
liked
boxer
I liked
briefs.
loose fitting.
I don't like briefs.
I was never a fan of briefs because they
Don't
felt
look
really constricting and like they grabbed on everything. But that's
Drayden,
why
you have huge balls though.
You're a giant. You have a giant
I've
genitalia.
seen your balls, Drayden.
no,
Don't lie.
they
about
don't
this.
need
You
to be
have huge
big.
balls.
We've all
They
seen
don't
it.
need to be. They
Drayden,
just
we've
are.
all seen it. I got
Yeah,
pictures.
so I've and then I went to
I'm not trying to
boxers
brag
because
for you, we're
boxers
just
felt
talking.
more open and just like
Yeah.
it was more comfortable. But the things like boxers like would bunch up in your pants and they'd like ride up. And
Oh,
it was
I know what you're talking
super
about.
uncomfortable.
What do you do to make your boxers bunch
Just
up?
sitting down, standing up, walking. Like you'd have to
lot
constantly pull
of
them down.
scrunching.
and,
Sit
like,
down, sit up, sit down. sit
yeah,
down.
you'd have to like pull them and like
I believe you. I trust you.
basically I was like readjusting my shit all the time. Then yeah, so straight like boxer briefs, but
Boxer
the-
briefs or
the
banana
more
hammocks.
ex-
That's
the
all
more-
I use.
The
That's
more
it.
expensive boxer briefs that are much softer and form fitting. That's what I'm saying. Like they used to be
Did
called.
anyone got the ones with the ball cups? Have you seen those
Yeah,
commercials?
that's
I've not tried those.
yeah, that's
I want them.
well,
but I
that's
want
the Duluth company ones they get. So it used to be
My
Buck
balls
Naked.
shape
They'd
my
have
thigh.
like the ball catch,
Ball pocket.
the
Isn't
ball
that what they're
pocket.
called?
It seems silly,
Yeah.
but I feel like I
But
need to give it a try.
well,
I'll
no,
try
it's actually but the things like now they call them dang soft. It's like the fabric is super soft everywhere, so it's really soft. But like yeah, they have the ball cup, which it's not like I have giant nuts that need to like have a bunch of space.
Don't lie to me.
But the thing is like having that extra space to where like your underwear aren't like stretching and pulling on everything. It does make it more comfortable because
On your
it's
huge
much
balls,
more.
right.
It almost feels like the comfort of boxers without the write up of the boxers, which is nice.
Ball hammock.
Okay.
It's not made by
Yeah.
Duluth. It's a
Ball
different company.
hammock.
Ball hammock. Yeah. Like boxer briefs. with-
Balsamic, ball hammock. I get it.
Balsamic cups.
Ooh, can you put a cup in it? Maybe you can.
Yeah, you can.
Got to catch your juices somehow, right?
Can you stick a fan in it to make it cooler for you?
I mean, it's,
I
it's
imagine so.
dangerous. Is there a guard on the fan?
What is the fly
Well, I
pouch
would
in men's
hope
underwear
so.
for?
I was.
Come on, don't get ocean.
You
man.
have those like USB fans that have no guard. They're just like you stick that down there, it's gonna be a bad day or a good
You're
day.
free
depending on-
balling.
If your
guardless
balls are
fans
chafing
in
against your legs, the ball hammocks are for you. I guess that's what.
Yeah.
Well, do you wear shorts?
All the time. I do. I go
don't.
commando
Have
so
you
people can see
seen
me.
the new little tube thing that hooks into the shorts
Tube thing.
What?
from like the AC?
I don't have a
vent in the
tube
car?
thing. What?
See, my
It's a
it's,
little
guys-
tube that hooks
you
from the
guys
AC vent
AC your
into the
region?
shorts.
no, but here's the thing. It's,
Where?
It's
Where you
never,
seen it?
It's never an AC.
I'll
thing.
find it.
So sweating will increase ball to leg stickage, but it doesn't. Even if it's not hot, you can still get ball to leg stickage. It doesn't like having an AC air
I mean, my
coming in
body
there
is
isn't not
naturally
going to
hot.
stop that.
Might feel good though.
If your
And
balls,
what if it vibrates a little bit? Yeah.
your balls go against your legs and they'll stick eventually, regardless of how cool or hot it is down there.
Should
they
men
will.
wear pouch underwear?
Which is why guys will generally move their legs around when they're sitting down.
Do the long strip.
Regardless of how hot or cold it is inside, like they will move because they're like balls are sticking. Gotta move legs. You
Adjustments.
cannot just sit there with your legs still for hours unless you're like a masochist or
Balls sticking mom spaghetti. Something,
yeah,
something.
like fucking sweat on his legs already.
I don't really
That's
like
right.
ball.
Yeah.
Was that what you're thinking?
There you go.
Oh, fucking. Oh, for car
Light
rides.
stuff.
Fuck yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. I saw when
What do we
the
got
guy had it shoved up
Right
his
down my
pant like the
pants,
other
fuck
day.
yeah.
I don't. I feel like that won't matter because even if they're cold, they're still gonna stick to my legs.
Yeah. I mean, you carry
The-
a lot
the-
of. Here's the thing: the
sweat
human
makes
body
them
carries a
stick
lot of internal body
more.
heat.
Yeah, the sweat makes them stick more, but they're still gonna stick even without the sweat.
Also, I don't
So-
see in the
My
any
balls
of
are
the
not sticky like
diagrams,
that. Why
I
are
don't
yours-
see anybody using it up a
I got
pants
sticky balls, man. My balls
The
are
car?
like fucking,
Oh
God,
God, the
fuck
other
yeah,
day
I'd
doing
do
it.
my balls are fly paper.
I see like a baby getting some wind over the shoulder of a chair. Like what? Am
My
I
air
missing
conditioning's
something?
out. I'm fucking hooking this
I'm not
motherfucker
saying
up
I
and
can't
blowing air at my
imagine a
crotch.
scenario. I'm saying I don't see an example of a scenario.
like if I'm not
I
like
would use it just
I
for
was
the fun
hoping
of
it was designed for cooling.
if I'm not
balls.
Uber
not,
man,
yeah,
if I'm not
but
Uber
Uber-
man spreading,
That's a
like
big
you know,
demographic.
if I'm not like this spread eagle man spreading, my balls are gonna stick to a leg somewhere at some point.
If you're not what?
Drayden, you got
Uber man
you got
spreading.
girthy thighs. You got
Perfect.
huge balls. We know this.
What do you do in a car? See, this thing would work for in a car. You stick it
I
down your
shift
pants. and
around a lot and adjust my balls all the time.
You wouldn't need to because you'd be
Dude, it's-
airifying them.
No,
They'd
it
be
wouldn't
floating
matter.
in the air.
Like
they
I
wouldn't
said,
be touching anything.
does-
Get you
Doesn't-
some
It'd be like
doubles.
it'd be like those
Set up
things where
some
you
ducting.
float above the big fan. It'd be just like that. Your balls would be floating inside
No,
your pants.
unless my
work
legs,
brilliant.
like I said, unless my legs are spread as far, my balls are touching them. Period.
Let's,
you go,
let's just
Acheroff.
duct you in.
It's the jewel cooler, the last one I
Are
just
your
linked.
balls like the size of marbles, or
My balls are
Designed for it.
huge, and that's part of my
'Cause, like,
problem. Is
my-
that they
my
are
balls are
always
touching-
going to stick to my
my balls are
thighs.
touching my legs 99% of
And
the
I'm
time.
not trying to flex. I'm a pussy, but my balls are large for whatever reason. They stick. I've got
They stick.
situations.
and it's not. They don't
In the
stick. 'cause
heat.
they stick worse when it's
So
hot.
they like
they don't
extrude,
stick.
like
they don't stick because it's
extrude
hot.
like weird grease. It sticks to
They
things.
stick. They
no,
stick
I'm just
worse
a
in the
sweaty
heat, but they
boy,
will
'cause I
stick in
live
the
in hot
cool.
places in the
If they
country.
weren't sweaty, they wouldn't be sticking. He's trying to say they stick even without sweat.
No,
Oh, I
that's-
don't believe
yes,
that.
no, they do.
Drayden, you're
See?
missing.
If I had AC
You don't know
blowing
how
into my
balls work.
shorts,
think
my
you know how
balls would
balls
stick
work.
to my leg.
Without sweet.
Yes.
Dry as dry can be.
Well,
You
maybe
could.
they,
Could
maybe
you
they
talk
aren't-
them
What is
powder
on
them?
your balls that
Oh,
makes them
no, no,
And they
no,
still stick?
no, they aren't. Maybe
Quit
they aren't,
touching them with syrupy
okay,
hands.
they aren't
How's that?
sticky, but they're still touching, which makes
He's in the north. That makes a lot of sense.
Does make it. He's close
He's
to
doing.
Canada.
He's doing maple syrup
it
balls.
makes them feel like so they're not sticking because of the sweat, but it makes it feel like they're sticky, and I want to separate them. I want,
Oh,
Oh,
truth
so
comes
you're
out.
lying to it.
I
Okay.
want
They're not
gaps.
really
I
sticky
don't
balls.
want-
They just feel.
They
like
just
sticky
feel and look like
I
balls.
sticky
want
balls.
my balls to not touch my legs.
Are they?
which
Are
is
they? What's his face's sweaty balls?
impossible 80% of the time. So
think you
I'm
just need to sprinkle some-
constantly
some
having my
powder.
balls on my legs, and I don't like it. But what am I gonna do? Shut
Nobody
my balls
likes
off?
it. That's what we all.
You gonna get
deal with.
neutered?
No, don't do that.
Yeah, maybe.
You could do that
Maybe.
and sell them to people. There's weirdos out there who will buy them.
That is a weird roundabout way for a vasectomy, but
That's not a vasectomy.
Different,
That's,
different.
That's different. Yeah, yeah.
It's a it's a testiculectomy.
We're talking about removing some balls right now.
I would like to know a eunuch. Just do this, Derek. Come on. Just do it for me.
Just
No,
you know,
because like you still want.
You're not going to use them, are you?
Drayden, you'll never stick in your
Well,
pants.
They'll never stick in your pants. You can freeze some of your swimmers, and later on you
That's
can
where
do
most of your
turkey baster.
testosterone
Just freeze
comes
'em.
from.
That's
I don't,
mostly
That's what
hogwash.
wives
I
do.
don't need the sperm, but I like the testosterone.
You can
Well,
get
start taking supplements.
Yeah, it's so popular right now.
There is that, but
Just take a pill, Drayden. Never having your balls stick to your thighs again. You wouldn't even consider it.
I would like to. What if I just like wrap my balls?
You're
in,
not
like,
using them.
do
Can
what?
you
Spread your legs a little bit.
Wait,
Go
wait,
get
wait.
a
Why
man
can't you
involved.
take a woman's pad and stick it down there and cover yourself so
There
it's
you
got
go.
the moisture wicking away from you
It's
and
not
then
the
just change
moisture.
your
Stick one
pads
to
every
each
day?
side. Stick one to each side of
It's
your
not the
thighs.
You'd have
You're
to
fucking
contour.
set.
It's
You're
not the
set.
moisture. It's just
Liz
the
knows what she's
it's
talking
just the
about.
contact. So I think I just don't like anything touching my balls, which is kind of impossible as a man because your legs is always touching your balls.
Just wrap them in a pad.
Mostly, yeah.
It'll be
But
fine.
then
They'll
the
be
pad,
protected.
but then the
But I
pad
think
is
that would
touching
be
my
its own
balls.
disturbance.
Yeah, but it's nice and soft and
But
smooth.
I think it's just any contact with my balls
gonna
I
say
don't
I hate
like, and the thing, I just don't like contact.
Drayden, what about if somebody's gargling them?
I don't like ball
Are you
contact.
okay?
Whoa. There's the gargle exception.
I don't like ball contact. Whoa.
He's like, excuse me,
Let me qualify that statement.
I'm not
There's-
trying to kill the mood, but I do not like ball contact.
I don't like ball contact unless it's external contact.
What's
With
internal ball
Wait,
contact?
Could you please not gargle my balls? That's all
Well,
I'm asking.
You want somebody else
Everything
with
you're doing
smooth
is so
hands.
generous. and
somebody
nice.
else's contact with my balls is okay.
I'm
as long
asking,
as it's very
don't
soft.
fight.
that's an
Just don't
exception.
As
chew
long as
on
it's
them.
very soft
Ladies
and
and
gentle.
gentlemen, we have gone into After Dark at Open
Oh,
Home.
we're 3 hours
Oh,
into
we're
it.
Oh,
like-
no,
yeah,
wait,
we're
2 hours
good.
ago. Yeah, we're good.
3 hours. I would say like I don't like contact with my balls unless it's from another person, but also I don't like.
He's a person.
Did you not
Very
wash them
generous.
then? I can't touch them.
No,
right?
I don't. No, I wash. I don't like a grab. Like I don't like a firm. Some people are like, oh, you got to grab. It's like no.
Don't pull them.
No, not even like a firm.
Maybe a light tug then,
No, I like.
Oh, just smack yourself in the balls every once in a while.
Even
just
if
to
it's
keep you
even if
alive.
it's like a soft.
just to make sure you know you're alive.
Honestly, it's like maybe I'm in a minority, but I honestly don't.
There you
even,
go, Betty. There's a Belty. What's it?
Well done, Belty.
It's probably maybe better.
Belty. I thought it was Betty. Sorry.
I'm saying like, I honestly don't even really like ball fondling simulation. It's like I don't know. It's like
Okay.
Simulation.
Okay. Yeah. let's
maybe it's like a
think about that.
vulnerability thing, but it's like even if it's like a soft, like a very soft grope, not even like a rent, like a soft groping. It's like because I think there's like the
I think you're crazy.
There's
She's
like the
touching my balls,
there's like
I
the
guarantee
mental thing of like oh don't squeeze it, like so. I've had
Has that happened to you
You,
before?
you feel
Yeah.
vulnerable. I get it.
Yeah. No, I had a
The
girlfriend. that
babysitter used to squeeze his nuts when he was a little
like
kid.
I had
She got a
girlf-
little overzealous.
I had a girlfriend. She loved balls, and so it's like, hey, have fun, but at the same time, she'd be
Don't
like,
hit, flick, or bite.
well, no, she wouldn't even squeeze
don't
her. She would
box
just
them.
like to grab
Don't
her.
box-
She would like
oh
to
my
grab
God, there's a great
around
video
them,
of
but
that.
still, like even when she softly grabbed around them, I'm like, it's like I didn't enjoy it.
Jaden,
but it's,
you got
it's
You got
I
sensitive
didn't
balls.
do
That's
I didn't
okay.
I didn't physically do that, but it was more like a mental like.
Yeah, I
You
get
think so? Maybe you did. That's
So
why
it's
she's
like
not
I would
you
let her
raised
do
out
it.
of his chair.
I would let her do it because
Yeah.
she wanted to like she liked to grab them, but it's like it's like
You like pull on him like go do.
it was one of those things where it
should
would
make those
literally like
Church bells.
we'd
you
be
gotta
in the
ring
middle
them.
like
Ding, ding,
foreplay
ding,
and I'd be
ding,
like
ding.
ready to go, and then she'd like grab hold of me like because it's like no, let go, please.
I don't know if y'all ever saw this.
She was doing it wrong, Drayden. I'm just
No,
letting you know right
wasn't
now.
she wasn't
She
squeezing
was
hard.
doing it wrong.
No, it was just I have this mental thing of like even if they're not, it's not like a painful thing. It's more of like it's just like the fact that they are potentially at risk makes me like apprehensive, and it
Yeah,
just
she
like
shouldn't have made you feel
any,
like that. That's
any
my point.
kind of like
Should've felt
sexual
safe with
thing
her.
goes out my mind, and it's just like I
Wow.
don't.
You didn't
I
trust
don't-
her,
I
and that's why
don't-
the relationship failed.
I am just not a fan of like ball contact. Some
But
dudes
did anybody-
some dudes love their balls getting fondled or whatever. I don't. It's like leave
Or whatever.
leave them
Prefers the
alone.
finger.
Like
and
my thing is like leave them the fuck alone.
the
Just leave them alone.
There's
If,
Utes,
if
you gotta watch 'em.
want to, you can, because I'm willing to let you have fun that you want to do, and I know.
But
that
I ain't gonna like
I know
it.
this is all for you.
I know that women like balls, and it's like you want to play
Do
with them.
they?
Play
Do
with,
they?
play with them, but at the same time, it's like I am
Dude,
gonna be very uncomfortable when you're doing that. I'm weird.
It might
I'm
be a low
fucking,
number,
I'm
actually.
fucking weird.
Drayden, I think
know.
that one experience threw your perception off on how
And
people
everything,
interact with
yeah.
those
No,
things.
it's,
For sure,
it
yeah.
wasn't that one. It's
You found one.
Like women,
it's-
so
I'm not
is
saying
that
none of them
equating?
do. I'm just
No,
saying
it's
that's
been,
not a.
it's been multiple
not a
times.
popular
Anytime any woman like fondles or even
They all
cups
love
my
your
balls,
balls?
I'm just like, no.
Drayden, I'm telling you, you
I
got
don't know.
beautiful balls. I think that's what this
I
is
just
circling back to.
I'm
Everyone
not
wants to cup them. What do you
huge-
do?
not a
beautiful
fan.
balls.
Not a fan of people
You're saying
messing with my
dodgeball,
balls.
for sure.
Not a fan of people messing with my balls. So it's one
That's
of those
fine.
things. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry,
That's
Liz.
fine. There's
Sorry,
nothing
Liz.
I
wrong with
won't.
that.
Now I
Drayden,
know.
there's nothing
Now
wrong
I
was
know.
like-
I
I was-
won't do it next time. I'm
Like I
sorry.
said, but I said I'm a minority because most guys like their balls.
good that
getting-
we communicate
Most guys
like
like their balls getting fondled. I really don't. Like
It's
if
I don't
like
want to
condiments.
be
It's
hurt,
okay.
it's
So,
one of
yeah,
those. It's one of those
it's
like if you want to have fun, go for it. But I'm gonna be apprehensive. But honestly, if
He's
it was
gonna
a-
lay there like a board.
I want to
his head
see
turned
Drayden talk
aside,
to a large
stiff as
group
a
of women
board.
and be like, "Look, I know you just want to have fun with them, but like, I'm not about it." And
Just
they'd
tell
be
me
like,
when you're
I would
done,
say,
then I'll
'cause
open my
I know
eyes.
differently. My thing is like if
Okay,
you want to have fun
cool.
with them, you can. But like my personal
Drayden,
preference, my personal
a
preference,
woman's
leave my balls
perspective
alone.
here.
Just leave my balls alone. Don't
Yeah,
touch
no.
them.
Let's listen to the woman's perspective.
Listen for a second.
Okay.
Tell her exactly what kind of pressure you want. Women are softer than
Zero
men.
pressure.
He said, "I'd really
Okay,
prefer you."
so
to
then you
Zero
say
pressure is-
exactly that.
Yeah. Well,
Women
that's
are
what-
okay.
If she does it, if she
Communication.
does it anyway, she's not for you.
No, but
Exactly.
But here's the thing. Like I said,
He said, "I have boundaries."
I have
bitch."
some apprehension, but my thing is, it's not like I'm like it's not like it hurts. It's more of like a
I don't believe
It's
you.
like
You made
condiments for you.
faces.
it puts
makes
me like
anxiety.
Yeah, it's like a mental anxiety for me. So like, but the thing is like
You're vulnerable.
my thing is like because you know they
It's an
let-
appendage.
Yeah, my thing is like
Just
it's like
bubble
could
wrap
be
them and
yanked
leave them
off.
alone.
but my thing is like it doesn't like I'm
I'd give up
fine
sex.
with it.
Just give up sex. Don't
No.
ever have it again.
But my thing is like I'm fine with it because like if they like to play with balls, then they can do it. It's like hey,
Which is super common.
Yeah, I mean,
what-
most
from what
women
you told me.
It's a
love
given-
balls like
it's a
guys
give and
love
take,
boobs.
'cause then
right?
there's
So look, I'm not trying to deprive
Not
you of
in
your
the
fun.
least.
no because-
What?
I
Are you
just
sure?
need you
That's
to
what
not play
Drayden
with
thinks.
mine.
No, because then there's times where it's like, oh, I want to do this, and they're like, this
She
is
said,
fun.
"I just wanted to
and-
gargle your balls." Like, what are we talking
Quit
about? You're like,
touching them.
you're like, "I always do,"
Run-
and I'd ask
runs
that you
out of the
don't.
room crying.
Yeah, like I said, it's fine. Like
Oh,
honestly, I'm
it's weird.
like it,
Drayden,
yeah.
you're a super nice guy, and I apologize to all those women that
This
you
is a funny conversation.
deprive
I wonder if people like
years
watching the VOD. They're like, what the fuck?
by
have I gotten into?"
depriving them of your beautiful.
They make it to
Humongous
hour
ball.
5,
Yeah, she's
five,
trash
5
with
hours,
me.
10 minutes. Then it's their fault. They
I
have to
had
listen to it. They have to listen to it.
Dom, I had an old roommate who told me this phrase, and it really resonated with me. It was, "If you look hard enough, you deserve what you see,"
That's a great phrase.
and it really
Yeah.
resonated with me.
Yeah,
If you look hard enough, you deserve. What
but
you
that's my thing. So, but my thing
That's,
is,
I like that. I
the
can remember that.
mental apprehension and anxiety is going to cause a drop in the fun time. So my thing is like, if you just want to do it because you want to have fun
Maybe
with
for
them,
you.
go for it. But the thing is like, if you want to like actually be
She's
having sex,
juggling those
you should
balls
do
like a
that
chick.
because then more work is going to have to happen before.
'Cause I'm gonna
thing-
kick your ass
before
out for
things go
touching my
back up
balls.
and we can like work with stuff. So
Don't they have a ball cage that you could just lock them in to keep them safe?
Oh, let's not even bring
no,
that
I
up.
don't
They
want
might.
to. No, that would be worse. I'm not.
Oh, I know they got cages. I don't know if
I'm
they
also
got
weird.
considered
Like,
ball cages.
I have zero
Guard-
interest in
Just
any.
like, take a cup and cut it in half.
I'm
His
glue
balls are too
glue
big
it
for that
down there.
cage.
You'll be fine.
I'm vanilla as fuck. I have zero interest in any BDSM stuff. I don't.
I'm
I
just
don't-
saying, keep
I
them
don't even.
safe.
I don't even like spanking. Like, and I'm not saying that.
Hey, you know what?
I don't even mean
Weirdly
like
enough,
being-
same here. I don't like hitting girls.
I don't. No,
even if
I
they
don't
want
even
it.
like.
I don't like
I don't know. I mean like girl.
Bye, Stragak.
See you straight. But I mean like if she's like
He
spank-
lives 5 minutes from Canada, but it's
Yeah, if she's like spank me, I'll be like.
no.
You know, but it's
Say
like if
no.
she's like
No,
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 like you know, if she wants me to spank her, like leave a hand mark. No, I'm not into that. No.
You want
said I'd-
spanked? Spank
I'd rather
yourself.
Or even like
I'll
the
watch.
choking. It's like yes, I understand you're not like choking the life out of them, but like even like just the like you know.
No.
The
I'm not
rough
gonna do the choking thing
sexual
'cause I
choking
might choke
play,
the life
I
out of
can't
them.
do. I
Yeah.
couldn't do that.
And I don't
It's
want
like,
to go to jail forever.
There's a safe way to do it, and a lot of people
Brush
don't know.
my hair. Just brush my hair and I'll be a happy woman.
well,
Okay?
That's a
I know,
unique one.
but there's
That's
some,
not causing pain.
there's some people that
Exactly.
Like,
Depends on how knotted it is.
I'm saying,
Yeah.
There's
Well,
some
good
people
I
point.
got long
struggle.
hair.
There's some people like a little rougher
got some
stuff. And
It's a
they're
good point. You're right.
It's like obviously when they like choke me, they don't want you to like you know,
Some of them do though, and
they just
it's
want like a little
troublesome.
bit of a firm pressure, right? And it's like that's fine. I'm fine with that, but like I'm not fine myself doing it. But I mean, other people doing that, it's fine. I don't know. Like, oh, you're gonna choke her. It's like
She asked you to punch her in the back of the head.
if
Yeah,
that's
probably
what
shouldn't
she
do that.
likes, and it's like I get it. There's some BDSM like stuff that people like. But like it's such
Not
a
my
trope.
kink.
Any kind
Nothing
of
wrong.
like rough anything is just a total turn off to me. I'm vanilla
agree.
as fuck.
You're
I'm
sensitive.
not gonna say
That's
any
why.
kind, but like most
yeah,
kind.
like I'm all about sensual, just kind of like fun, like hey, fun for everyone. The like
Except for if you want
getting
to
rough stuff.
play a
like,
bunch
I'm-
with my
touch my
balls.
balls.
Getting rough stuff. I'm not.
He
into
said I'm
that
about fun for
whatsoever.
everyone, except for
Yeah,
you
also,
can't play
yeah.
with my
Except for
balls.
you.
I'm not into.
So if that was your thing, I'm
I
sorry.
I should put that on like a dating profile. I'm not into
Look,
rough.
do you need me to smack you around a little bit? I'm really sorry to disappoint you.
I'm
about
not
the
into
ball
rough
thing.
stuff. Don't touch my
Yeah,
balls.
that's what I
That's
said.
the only two rules I got. That's the only
I'm
two
not
rules I
into
got.
rough stuff. Don't touch my balls.
And I'm
Do
not
anything
eating
else.
certain condiments.
I'm not eating.
Yeah, and also relish fucking
Con-
sucks. Mustard's
He said
disgusting.
it's just diced pickles. What are we even talking about?
If you fucking even mention relish, I'm out of here.
I'm not into rough stuff. Don't touch
Well,
my
they
balls.
put relish on your balls and
and
lick it off. Would you
mustard
let me do
is
that?
for heathens.
Oh,
seems
I'm
like
a
a double
heathen.
whammy that would
I
make me
like
uncomfortable.
mustard.
I like mustard too.
I don't like
mustard's
relish
fine.
either, though. I'm on
do
board.
not,
Relish
no.
and sweet
Mustard is one of my
pickles,
favorite
gross.
condiments, and it's like 0 calorie.
Certain
or
things
whatever.
need mustard. Not everything, but certain things
You can
do.
make it spicy, you can
Ham
make it tangy.
sandwiches, bratwurst.
Tuna.
It's a cool color. It's
Tuna?
bright,
Oh,
and
mayonnaise.
vibrant.
No.
I like
I put
tuna.
that-
A little bit of mayonnaise.
Can
mayonnaise
we
and a
talk
little-
about what's bullshit?
What is bullshit?
Yeah.
Ketchup.
Yes.
Oh, I hate ketchup.
What about
Ketchup
catsup?
is bullshit.
Ketchup is
Gross.
bullshit.
Which one's better, catsup or ketchup?
Here's the
Mustard
thing.
is bullshit. Mayo is bullshit.
A lot of
relish
America-
is bullshit.
Mayo's the greatest thing ever made. Don't even give me
A
shit.
lot of America doesn't know about
Miracle
ketchup,
Whip.
and I understand that.
Aioli
if you
is
threw a little bit of
bullshit.
like
Ranch is
spices, like put
bullshit.
some effort into ketchup, it would be so much better.
Why
But
not just
people are
make that a
Thank you,
different thing?
Heretical.
Leave my
People are like,
fucking ketchup alone.
I
Hey,
did
Heretical.
a
Hey, Heretical.
blend. I did a puree of tomatoes and
Thank you, buddy.
sugar, and like have at that. Put everything with that. put
Why?
that on
Why would
everything.
I do that when I can have salsa? I'd rather just have salsa.
Salsa's so much better than ketchup.
Yes.
Why can't there be
It's got
both?
fucking ingredients.
You can eat the other crap with all the
Ketchup
sugar.
is
You can have
one of the
both, it ain't hurt
most
anything.
unexciting sauces.
Does ketchup cause the end of the
condiments
world? Is that the problem?
exists.
Yeah.
It's
I
just-
think it
Oh,
will
okay.
be.
Get rid of it. Get rid of
I
it.
think it will be on scene when the downfall happens.
I don't like
I'm not
ketchup
going to say
either.
it caused it, but I think it's related.
Welcome, Heretical Coffee. We're talking about
Yeah, hop on.
condiments and whether
Which
we
ones
do or
we
don't
don't
like our
respect.
balls getting fondled.
Yeah, that's it.
Unfortunately, that is
Where
what we're
are
talking
you
about.
on that camp? Should I start a survey? Yes or no?
But
It's like
Sa-
mustard
Santiago,
all
is it
day.
Oh,
is it
I-
literally what
I
salsa
would,
is?
I
Is
would
sauce?
start a
You
survey,
understand?
except for Jabrask
Survey.
broke the fucking hype train, and it's fucked up at the top now.
Is it
Yeah,
still?
we can't get it back.
Yeah, I can't. It's just a bunch of
Hell yeah.
stars.
I had to
Well, hop on
reload it.
then, Heretical.
I assume it hit a high score. I don't even know. We couldn't see.
You got
It
past
broke.
that.
So we're at
Tetris-
level 13.
you got
That's
past
what it
that
was.
Tetris
I
level
assume-
that like there's the level where like it just breaks the game.
No, it was higher than that because it was 13 before Anonymous did 2 more rounds. Probably was higher.
Well, is it because they do like this special like the like DJ
It was doing
roll with
fireworks.
fingers to like get the stuff to move fast enough? Santiago's here still. Damn, man. He's been here since the
Everybody's
start.
a subscriber now because nobody should not have. Wait, how does Dragon not have a fucking subscription?
I didn't
Because
get one.
it doesn't give
Everybody got one.
so it randomly gives it to followers, and we actually have like I think over 1,000 followers.
Oh, that's fair.
So
Cheap
It was a
ass
lot of
numbers.
people.
yeah, Strike missed it, man. That's a bummer because dude came in like donated like 180 subs tonight.
Trying
I
to
think it was
speed
180.
run
You're right. Yeah, it's
Tamber's
350s and
record
130s.
or
I
something,
calculated
and
out.
It was wild.
All
That data is kept somewhere.
all the
right?
gifted subs plus the 15 bits he threw, I think it came out to like $975 he spent tonight.
Jesus.
It was something wild.
Yeah, it was a bit.
It was pretty wild. Might have been payday. Hard to say.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
know.
he just loves
It is a Friday.
No, it was funny because like
I
you
know
know,
why.
he said
Wild.
that he's like
I'll
email,
pay you.
he's like Eve mailed me in game to find out why, and so I Eve mailed him like, hey, thanks man for all the subs.
Yeah, did you
I was
send him
like,
shit?
and now I'm curious. I'm like, what is the reason? Is it like do you have some event on your end? He's like, you want to know why? fuck you, that's why. Ha 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 ha. I'm like, okay.
Oh, he's got fuck you money now, huh?
Oh, you got fucked.
I was like, oh,
Did we
shit,
figure out that
okay.
is actually Crash
I was
Nap?
like, okay, all right, thanks. Anyway, I guess, but
I don't think it would be Crash Naps.
But he's in that group, right? Is that what you were saying? Right? Wasn't that?
I
was it
think
him?
they're I think they were in this circle
I don't
together.
know. I don't pay attention sometimes.
Friends, acquaintances.
oh, I thought he was Crash Naps.
That's what somebody said.
I
But
personally don't think
don't
so,
think so.
but I could be wrong.
Hmm.
I mean, he's an influential guy. I've seen him shake his head and jam out to some music.
I pull his Twitch up, but I didn't save it.
I don't know.
Radical says
I'm gonna-
he's in for everything.
Well, he's
gonna
enjoying.
start
He has
winding
enjoying
down.
Chap.
Yeah.
But while I do, I'm going to try to think up the logistics of how to create a protection sphere for Drayden's balls.
Okay. While you're doing that, I have to pee, so don't go anywhere till I get back.
You have
Okay.
to like, have an
That's fair, that's fair.
anti-matter field, I think.
Oh, those balls matter. I don't want people to think they don't.
Hmm.
I mean, they have like the cat dome things. How can you not make him like some kind of acrylic shield?
I just need them to like not
With some
not
padding.
not
You
touch
know
my
the things they used to like sell on like as seen on TV to like put your hat in the dishwasher so it would
Yeah,
keep
but-
shape.
But here's the thing. It's,
You know what I'm
it's-
thinking? I'm
The
thinking
hat
like that.
cage.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing, the discomfort because like sometimes I'll like push my underwear between my nuts and my leg, but then there's still so I think
Try to
like,
give it a buffer.
the
Right, I
only
know what you mean.
way to make them comfort is if they didn't touch anything.
So you,
I'm
so
telling
you
you,
need the
pad
pocket
with
boxers.
wings.
No, it would
need the
have to
pocket
be a
boxers.
gap of just pure air between my legs and my balls.
Whoa.
How
That
would
sounds
you-
like a technology I can't even fathom.
Yeah, because it's like it would. Like, it's not like there needs they
You
need
need ball gappers,
it
but
can't
also
be-
an airflow.
It can't be something else that pushes them away because now they're
So-
touching. now they're touching that. I don't want
Liz
my balls
might-
to touch anything.
Liz might resonate with this. I don't know if you would. If you, I don't think you.
It
have any
needs to be like
sisters,
an
right, Drayden?
anti-grav field. In
Drayden,
my,
you got any sisters?
an anti-grunt. I have one sister, but what? That's
You ever
weird.
seen her paint her toes?
Oh, okay. I was like, this is getting weird.
Oh, the
I-
toenail separator.
You know what I'm talking about? The foams.
But then the
Yeah.
foam is touching
What
my
if you had the
balls.
foams that would
But
keep
it'd
your
be
balls off your
minimal.
thighs?
But then the foam is touching my balls.
When you get the airflow, it's a
But
mean,
minimal.
it could be very
Mm.
small. Surface area
I
wise.
just want an anti.
You just want to gap it out,
Yeah, I just want to gap it.
and it helps the
Because
fingers,
that's
you know,
the,
the
thing,
nails
the
dry.
the most comfortable it is
Help.
is when I can just like fucking full on man spread. But people don't
I mean,
like
it
that.
sounds
'cause
like you
oh,
just need
why
to
you
go commando and
man-spreading? It's like
man-spread all the
because my I don't want to be like
Back
to
her
air
up.
them
Drayden,
out.
there's
It's like,
nothing wrong with telling people you have massive balls in a modest way.
I just don't want. Yeah, next time someone's like, "Why are you manspreading?" Because
Say,
I don't
no,
want my
this
balls
isn't
to touch
that.
my
I just have
legs."
massive balls, and then you
Yeah.
let it go.
Yeah.
It's not like dropping a mic. You just let it go. Sorry, go ahead.
That's like free balls.
Like the Nerf foam balls that got the holes through it and stuff, so you
The
get
ones
the
that
extra
whistle when you throw 'em?
airflow.
Hmm.
Could you create? I mean,
I'll
you
try.
have
I'll
what?
try betting.
I mean, I can't, but
Belty's.
Well, you
taught me
don't you
some
have the
baby
design
better.
system?
no, I
Or what
don't.
about
But
that-
I'm sure
the-
some engineering, enterprising young man could.
What about that stuff that
Somebody with bigger balls, like
there's a powder that they make it for motorcyclists for their ass. It's called monkey butt. It's meant
yeah,
to
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it.
yeah monkey. Maybe I'll try some monkey
just-
butt. On
I
my
mean, that's
balls.
basically like
Monkey
baby
balls.
powder, talcum powder, something like that. You could do that.
They
to
have
yourself.
the new extra soft. What is it? Baby powder with the aloe.
Well, like I said,
Aloe's
like,
great.
it's not a big issue, but I know that like while I'm driving on the road, it's about every like
It sounds like
Like
two
few
big issues,
minutes.
Drayden.
It's about every like 5 minutes. I'm like adjusting shit, just like. To, like,
It's
move-
not a big issue. I drive for
move
about 8
things.
hours at a
Are
a
you still
day,
talking about balls?
and I do it about every
Yes.
5 minutes
Yeah.
We're
Seriously?
trying to come up with contraptions to
Yeah, I should ball hammock.
to safeguard his. balls.
actually look at Dom's shirt. See how it's got the grid? Why
Oh,
couldn't
let's
you
go
make
back
a
to the
foam
shirt.
piece like that so you'd have the extra?
Oh, the hexagon is the
This
best.
is
of
the-
them.
Yes.
Are you saying I should put my balls
It
on Dom's
is.
shirt?
Yeah,
Okay.
Maybe.
Right
I
in
mean,
the pocket.
just to mock it up for prototypes.
yeah, I think it would work.
All right.
I'll-
Get over here,
What?
Dom.
I'm on my way. I'll be
All
there
right,
in
cool.
about
Yeah,
15
all right.
minutes.
We'll test it out tomorrow.
That's a picture that would be uncomfortable but entertaining to see. Him just holding his shirt up, and you
With
like
balls in
dropping
it?
your
Yeah.
balls against him. We're like, we're just mocking it up. We're trying to figure out the design.
This is just for research purposes.
Yeah.
Neither one of us like it.
was like, what if I?
This isn't about us.
We're trying to make the world a better place.
I've never
God
tried
damn
to
it.
do
This is
other
for
things.
all of the balls.
I've never tried to do anything. What if I just tried like just wrapping them in like electrical tape?
Cellophane.
Not electrical
No,
tape.
not
No.
or electrical tape.
Duct tape. Gorilla
No.
tape.
None of that.
Gorilla tape. No. What's that one?
Gorilla
Those
glue.
are all
I'll
awful
just
ideas.
What
No,
if
no,
I
use
use
that. What's
No.
that stuff? The guy sprays in the water. He's like,
Oh, what?
Oh,
called?
You
Flex
mean?
Seal or
Flex
whatever.
Seal. There you go, Flex
Oh,
Seal.
I was
Won't
like,
leak.
you
Won't
mean
let
like
the
Billy
air
May
in.
is here.
I was like, what about that movie?
Get a can
It's
of
got-
Flex
It's got the
Seal
guy like Flint
paint and paint your balls up every day.
Disney movie with Flint Lockwood? Cloud with the
Green.
chance of meatballs.
What about like the athletic
got the-
tape
he's
that's
got the
got the
forever-
stretch
he's
on
got-
it that only sticks to
No,
itself?
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. He's got the
Oh.
Forever shoes,
I like
the
fucking
spray
Flex
on
Seal
shoes
best,
that never came off. What if I put like spray on balls that never comes off?
What if you just do
Flubber.
something with
You need
static
flubber.
electricity? Oh, Flubber was good.
Yeah, but
It wouldn't work though. They'd be bouncing more than.
belting and
that.
He
straight.
wouldn't like
Belting
that.
and straight. It's
You
not
need a
like,
sports
it's
bra
not
at
that
that
my
point.
balls get sweaty.
A
And they
ball.
stick.
I'll
They
go to
just-
They
bed.
just secrete
Yeah,
some
no, I'm
sticky
so tired.
substance.
No,
that
it's
we
not
don't
even
know.
sticky. It's not even
Who
sticky.
said it's sticky?
It will be.
He
It
said
can't-
those words.
It can't be in the hot days.
When they're dry, they're still sticky.
No,
That's all
when they're
right. That
dry,
means
they
you've got
still-
some
they
weird
still-
thing you're secreting. I don't know what it is.
At least
Weird.
the like the talcum
Maybe you go
powder
see a
makes
doctor
them
for it,
slide
yeah.
easier.
I think you should look into baby powder or talcum powder. I really
It's
do.
not sticky.
I think you should wear a jock strap.
I said sticky because they.
And there you go.
I think it's just contact. It's just contact I don't want.
Banana hammock, G-string. There you go.
I'd like to just like.
Just become a male dancer.
What if I
Become a
had
male
like,
dancer. Banana hammock will fix
I
your
need
problem.
I need like a D&D portable hole. I can just like put my balls in.
Isn't that new? That what is that? Lumi powder or
puts it-
whatever
puts
it's
it in-
supposed to
They
be.
have a male one, yeah.
Puts-
They have a
puts
male
them
one.
in-
Yeah.
Starts with an M.
Puts
Yeah,
them
yeah.
in an extra dimensional space forever.
I don't
You
think
need
they
a fourth
stink. They don't
dimension for
stink
your
though.
balls.
They just stick to things.
They don't even.
Kinda
Your
like-
balls
if
are
you
I
so
wouldn't even say
big.
they stick. It's not even sticky.
Well, they're kind of like Spider-Man's web stuff
It's
all
not
over
even
his
sticky.
balls.
They when they're
secrete
sweaty, they
spider web.
stick. But like even if they're not sweaty, they don't stick. But they like
You did say that
They
earlier.
just- they
did you not
just-
say they stick earlier
they
without sweat?
meld. They meld. If that
What?
makes
That's
sense.
worse.
What do they
tou-
become part of the thigh?
No, meld is a bad word.
What's your
They-
scrotum?
Melding is
doing?
worse. Well, they secrete this superheated
You're taking it
sticky
too
substance
literal.
and
They're
melds
supposed
it
to
right to
contain
my
the-
leg.
They just touch.
Yeah, of course they do. They're friendly down there.
I don't want them to touch.
They know each other. They get along.
What do they touch each other, or you mean they touch your legs?
both.
When I think
I think
about
Liz's
you,
idea
I touch
earlier of the fucking
myself.
female pad. You put one on each leg. No more touching your leg.
So if
No,
you did a
but
pad
it's
on
not
each
them
leg, I
touching
could
my legs.
see
It's
it.
them
I
touching
could see
anything.
it.
It's not the touch
If
on
you
my
used a
leg.
pad
It's the
in
touch
the
from the
normal
balls.
female
And
way,
I'm not,
I don't think it would work.
so
you
the
wouldn't
ball,
feel it. You'd have pads on your legs.
the-
You wouldn't feel it.
No, the balls touching the pad, I would feel.
Just kidding.
Yeah, but it would be
Neutered.
gentler
Neutered.
than your own
Yeah,
skin.
yeah.
The
that's
only
what-
way he
get
can be
over it.
fixed is if
That's
you
what
neuter
I'm
it.
saying. It's not the issue of touching the
Yep.
leg. It's the issue of the ball touching
It's a unit.
something that I don't like.
Drayden, there's nothing wrong with
What
it.
don't you like? Give us the list, and then we'll
Just
fix it.
don't like them touching things.
What about your underwear? Can they touch your underwear?
That's why I liked boxers more than briefs because they didn't touch anything. I just don't want my
Anything?
balls to touch anything. Yeah.
Kilts.
When you wore
Only way to go.
boxers,
You gotta
your
wear
balls
kilts.
didn't touch
I
From now
just,
on.
I just wish my balls didn't touch anything.
How
at
do your
all.
balls stay away from everything else?
They can't. That's why they always annoy me.
You said when you wore boxers, though, they didn't touch anything.
They
that
still touch
possible?
my boxer. No, my balls touching things annoys me. But like, you can't
Just
avoid
go
it.
naked from now on, and then tape your
Even
balls to your ass
In
crack.
any underwear form I've tried, which I've never
Just
tried the
saying.
ones that you can separate your
Tape
junk
your
into
balls
a
to your ass crack.
pocket
You'll be
or
fine.
whatever.
They won't touch
That's
anything
the
anymore.
ones
They
I wear.
always interact with my thigh.
Yeah,
Do
that-
we
there's
have
no
any
getting away with it.
engineers out there? Can somebody
I'm
create
sure. This is
a
strong
bubble
engineering
boy
to me.
for Drayden's
Yes,
balls?
yes.
Just for his balls.
That's what I need.
What if you just put a bubble on?
I'm just saying. Like,
Well,
I just.
oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
know what
got
we
to
do?
like have
Yeah.
an air vent.
Wait, here's the
The
thing.
power of air.
It's one of those
Well,
things. like,
remember
I-
those punch? Remember those punch balloons?
I've
High
never-
velocity.
We use a punch
Exactly.
balloon.
Here's
It
the
would
thing,
work.
I've
Yeah.
never liked it, but the thing is, like, it's something I've had to deal with obviously my entire life. So it's like I'm
Those
used
huge
to
balls,
it. But I just don't
right
like
from
it.
birth.
I just don't like it. I just,
Yeah, like any
I
woman
just
likes
wish,
their
I just wish they
boobs.
could touch nothing.
And stick to everything.
Don't
though.
we all?
Oh,
Yeah.
so it got to be a terrible problem.
But it's never gonna happen.
The stick is real.
The girl- your girlfriend. I can't release them. I'm not trying to touch them. They're so sticky. I can't get my hand off them.
This is quality.
It's
bro.
one of my,
It's the back of my hand. Even.
it's one of
What
my
the
weird
hell?
quirks. Just I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with it, Drake.
No,
Don't let us
no,
make you feel
It is
bad.
a weird quirk.
It's weird.
But you're right.
Oh,
There's
it's
nothing
weird.
wrong with it. We're
Never
still gonna
mind.
make.
Let
I'm
us,
gonna-
I guess.
I'm gonna make you funny.
I'm not
I
saying
got
we're not
weird
gonna
ones
make
too.
you
I expect
make
you to make
fun of
fun
you.
of
I'm
me.
just saying don't let it make you feel bad.
No.
No, it's fine.
Girls
Control your
love
emotions while I
women-
make fun of you.
women love balls like men
I
love
know.
boobs, and women
No.
especially
Drayden
love
told us
sticky
they do.
balls. Sticky
Well,
balls.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's why
Women
I like,
love those. I read that somewhere.
That's why I'm fine.
Cinnamon
balls.
rolls, Cinnabon, you know, and
That's why I'm
sticky
fine letting
balls.
them play
They're
with
like
them
hand in
because I
hand.
know they like them. But and that's
It's
also
the
why
same
it's
thing,
like
basically.
you know when you get to like do some
Dragons,
fondly fun play over there too. They're probably not
We
like
literally,
this,
you know what we do? We have to,
There's like,
we
yeah,
have
you
to
can do that,
develop
it's
the ball
fine.
bra. That's what we have to do, right?
I
Because
think
bras
it's a-
hold the boobs in.
I
You
think
need a
there's
ball
merits to
ball
it.
bra. I think that's what we have to
call
come
it the
up with.
brawl.
The brawl.
Wait. Call it ball bra.
Oh,
And
I
that
see
way,
what you did
it's,
there.
you know what I'm saying? Guys will wear it if you don't
They
make
won't-
it a
no, they won't.
bra.
It'll be
a
uncomfortable
brassiere.
and dumb.
It's the ball bra.
Ball bra. That
Oh,
probably
man.
exists, honestly.
Bra. You know, ball
Oh, and
bra.
it can separate the hair. You call it the ball bra bush.
What?
The ball. Is it Barber Bush?
Barber bush. The ball
He's
bra
making a
bush.
Barber Bush reference, and I'm here for it.
Yes.
Self detangler.
Self-
Built-in
Oh.
comb.
Sorry, I don't even have to worry about that.
That's
'cause
how you hold it in.
I don't have to worry about
you
that 'cause
have to have,
I
you have
use
to have
I use
pubic
the
care because it's a
lawnmower.
comb holder. Yeah.
I use the
There you go.
lawnmower
Lawnmower.
3.0.
He's like,
That's right.
oh, I don't know. You might have to use glue and tape.
Hmm.
They gluing them to one leg or the other.
Just
You know,
gr-
you stop.
gr-
At least you stop 50% of the touching.
What if I just gorilla glue them to
Just to one side. You get rid of
Yeah.
half the touching, right?
It's true.
Drayden, do you need the balls? Just get rid of them.
I said
Freeze your
just
swimmers.
Testosterone. They're actually like a major
You can
hormone
take
production.
supplements, Drayden.
They're
You don't
a major
need
hormone production center. I don't need the sperm. I don't want that because
That's what I'm saying.
I don't
You
ever
can
want.
get the
I don't ever want
testosterone other
kids.
ways.
I don't ever want kids. So like you know,
So
if
you
I
don't need balls.
yeah, I don't actually want
That's
the sperm.
science.
I do want the testosterone.
At
I
this
just don't want the
point,
sperm
you're
out of
just
them.
punishing yourself by letting
Yeah.
them stick to your thighs. So think about it. I'm not suggesting
You know what you could
remove
do?
them.
You know what you
said
could
a
do?
But I'm
punch?
saying,
hey, can I
life
get
could be
an
simpler if you
extra
did.
adrenal gland implant? Then you'll be fine.
It's-
I don't know. those
Testosterone's
words,
not
that's science.
adrenal though.
But no, your adrenal gland does produce some testosterone.
Some, but not.
Yeah,
but
so you get have them put
just
three of
get
them. Have them
jacked
put three
it
of them
up
for
produces
you.
a lot more of
Yeah.
other stuff though. Like I
Yeah,
wouldn't want
have three of them put in.
produces a
You'll be
bunch of
fine.
like cortisol that you don't want all
What?
the extra of. Or,
Okay, here you go. Here we go. What
You
if
don't
we
like
remo-
cortisol?
What if we move the
cortisol
balls?
is needed, but you don't want extra cortisol
Why not?
because you'll never sleep again.
What if they move the balls to somewhere else?
You say
Ooh,
you'll never
like
sleep
the
again?
chin?
They allow medical
The chin?
experimentation
Like
in the United
Peter
States
Griffin?
now. I wouldn't put them on my chin, but
Well, as like Peter
Balls
Griffin has
on
because
them up
maybe
there.
you touch things. You put a shirt on, he touches them. You'd be all pissed off. You wouldn't like that.
detachable balls. Oh my god.
Where could you put them? I don't know.
Modular. Modular.
Modular
Modular
balls.
balls.
You might be onto
Sometimes
something.
We're on to
Sometimes you
something
just
here.
carry 'em in
We're
a
on-
fanny pack.
Take them out when needed. Dude, we're on to something here. This is like
You have like it's like those
someone get a patent. We'll go on Shark
what's
Tank next week.
what's those called when you put contact case, right? Two little things, you unscrew them, you put one ball in each one, and that fold liquid
Oh, like a
a contact case.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking like a weekly medicine
AirPod.
medicine.
No, they have to have liquid in them to keep
like a pill.
keep
a
them
pill,
moist and so they don't excrete your sticky
But
shit.
they do have synthetic
A weekly pill day planner.
testosterone now, so
We
Yeah.
tried telling him
No pills for
he's
Drake.
all natural.
it's
Fanny
not-
pack, yes.
I think
Put
it's
your
actually a
balls in.
patch now.
Fanny Pack's making a comeback.
No,
Oh, they
he's
absolutely
adamant. No chemicals.
Yeah,
He never takes chemicals.
Drayden's all natural.
All natural.
yeah.
He's a real fucking
Look at
tree.
him. Yeah.
Chemicals, dude. I've never taken chemicals in my life except
Not
for
one
like,
time.
all those drugs I did. But
No, yeah.
He said, after all those times, I never did it. Not even once.
Maybe your balls don't even produce testosterone anymore. Have you been checked? If they don't, you don't need them.
Yeah,
you go.
what
oh, that's
you're,
true.
You're hypothesizing on something you don't even know.
You don't even
Oh,
know.
shit,
Yeah,
I should go to the
yours may
doctor
be
and be like,
fucking
"Hey."
inert. Yeah.
But you know what you do know is that your balls stick.
What if I?
You know that.
Sticky fucking gross.
I can imagine me going to the doctor's. I was like, okay, he's like, so wait.
Why do you want to know your testosterone level?
So
Well,
it
if it's
says-
low,
it says
I'm going to
on here
remove them.
You need a physical. I'm like, that's just what I told the receptionist because it was weird. What I need is Do my balls?
it was weird.
do my balls produce testosterone? And can you make them not stick? And he'll just be like,
He's gonna lie to you and say, "No, they do not. You need to get rid of them."
I
You
got
actually could find
I
out
got
if you
crazy
have
person
low T.
should
No,
not.
he'll be like, I got you covered because what we got here is the Balbra bush that we could just apply on.
Here's the thing: Big Pharma wants to get rid of those balls. For
I
you.
know, dude. Big Pharma, anti-ball.
Very anti-ball.
They're a bunch of
I've
squares.
heard that for
not
many
just
years.
they're not just any ball. Very anti Drayden's balls.
Yeah, they're a bunch
Yeah,
of they're a bunch
absolutely.
of squares.
I read that in a fucking
wait.
in a magazine.
It was
Why
a
not
medical
just get
journal.
them, like a tuck, like a facelift? Can you get a
No.
ball?
Push
lift?
them back up
No.
inside. Yeah,
Then
they
my-
haven't dropped
then
yet.
my balls-
Tighten them
like
up.
There's
nice
a
and
space for them
tight.
up there.
Then my balls are in my ass. I don't want
No,
that.
they're not your ass.
Not
Wait,
that tight.
no.
Oh,
Train, you
Like
can
a
push
that
them in
direction.
that place too. They came out of your body, not from your ass.
oh.
I already
could tuck 'em back
suggested
in.
gluing him to his ass cheeks. He said
It's
no.
not easy, I'm sure, though.
Like a facelift, Drayden.
seems
You just
Get,
need
Yeah,
a,
get really, really
a touch-up.
cold. Get really cold, and have
Your
Ackroyd come
balls
over
will
and
look
kick
like
you
Joan
right in the
Rivers.
nuts,
Yeah.
hard as he can. Bam!
Just
Like
get 'em a
4
little
times,
face tuck, a little face lift.
2 each side. Back up. They will never drop again because they'll be scared of Ackroyd.
Fucking dropping balls.
I put fear in the balls.
Fear in the balls. Don't fuck with his ball kicking.
It's yeah.
Ridiculous.
All right. How much
Then you
This
get
is the
that
awful
laser
thing.
hair removal
Get the
down there
LASIK.
as well, and you'll be all nice, clean, and tight, and you don't have to worry about
Can
anything.
I do it like a lightning pattern?
Absolutely.
I bet they probably
Hell
could.
yeah.
Is it actually like a Velcro problem? Hair on the balls, hair next to you sticking like Velcro.
No,
It's not-
no,
it might
sir.
not be a secretion at all. It might be
No, it's not a secretion. No,
Velcro problem.
That's why the firemen only get a
It's not a
mustache, not a
secret.
beard.
No, I'm saying because I lawn mow everything, so there's no Velcro
No,
anywhere.
it's a secretion.
Why?
That
You've
sucks,
got
man.
the
But Drayden, you
ingrown
can leave a
and
mustache.
They make creams for
the
that.
spike.
Just pogo stick.
Pogo stick.
Razor
Oh, this is a.
There's a rail. And
Ladies
it's
and
like
gentlemen.
it's like way over there.
And
'cause
after
we're not on
dark.
it. We are off the rails.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to bed.
I think it's yeah.
We have not fixed this
I don't
problem
think it
yet
is that time.
But we
I'll-
won't
I'll
because
fix it.
Drayden doesn't.
because it's dumb.
Drayden doesn't want to do better by his ball.
He doesn't. He
Which-
wants to complain about his
There's-
sticky,
Yeah.
sticky,
At this point, I think
Not
he
sweaty.
likes being a victim.
sticky balls.
I just want to eat.
What do you got there? I
pizza.
got
If he
some.
wanted it,
Some of
it's out
Drayden's
there.
famous sticky
I
balls.
just want to eat pizza and rub the grease on my balls and complain about why they're sticky.
Where's Drayden's?
Oh,
Where's
Santiago might be
your
right.
little
Quit shaving.
notepad drawing thing? Just drop
Is
your
Charlie
balls on it, and then
Yeah, let's see
kind of.
your. Let's see the. Yeah, there you go.
Oh well, no, because you got to put harsh
don't.
pressure. You got to
No.
put harsh pressure.
Yeah, but it's your own, so you can
Harsh
figure
pressure
out the
on what?
pressure.
Hold on.
Well, then just put it on top of the
He's
Xerox
gonna,
and
he's
take
gonna
a copy
trace
of
his
it.
balls right now.
Yeah. Let's see them.
I mean, we're gonna need them. We're gonna need them for the prototyping for the design.
Just send us a picture on Discord.
Just take a couple over the, the copy
Do
machine.
you have a Polaroid? I want Polaroids. It's,
Just
it's
some real
it's just
tasteful,
sexier that way.
angles.
Everyone's doing it.
Engineers.
We're not trying to be lewd, Drayden. We need to design this.
This is for design. Well, it's for design. Yeah. It's research. Remember we talked about this.
Yes,
It's
right.
not for
Yes.
enjoyment. It's for research.
If you don't prove to me how normal your balls are,
Are
I'm
you
gonna
actually trying
assume
to do
they're
that? Don't do
cantaloupes.
that.
He's doing it.
What is it? The surfboard thing? Whatever was the name of the
I got
The
one
little
right here.
board he
Hold on.
used to
I got
draw
one.
with.
I got one.
Etch a
What's it
sketch.
called? No, it's called something.
It looks like an iPad.
Boogie board.
boogie
Surfboard,
board.
boogie board. Yeah, it's not.
That's what
it's
you
like
write
it's
on
like
on your
an etch-
body.
It's like an etch a sketch thing, kind of.
Nah, boogie board means something. We words have meanings, guys. Like, let's not go down.
I
this
don't
road.
boogie very often, especially with this board. But you can write on it, and then magically,
You write them at the beat.
magically, you can push a button, and it
It
just
still looks
disappears.
like it
just
did before,
disappears.
though. It's just a
All
screen.
right, all right. I
Well, there was writing on
I
it, trust
did
me.
it. I
Oh,
put my
okay.
balls on the thing. So here we go.
Do we have a good trace?
Do we have to look? That's
Where,
it.
where are
Come
we
on.
seeing it?
This isn't against the rules, I hope.
I hope it looks like a little heart.
Does it?
So we're
It
just
doesn't
like,
smile
oh, what-
anymore?
There
It's
you
so
go.
upset it doesn't
That's,
smile.
There you go. I did there. That's the.
He doesn't smile. He's so upset about balls being touched. Your penis
Oh,
no longer
that's-
smiles.
That was really well done.
Yeah.
That was a
Aw.
great sketch in the moment, Drayden. You're a true artist, and I
I
believe that.
wanted to see the trace.
I'm appreciative that you actually still have that thing.
It was It was
We've
a
had
good
those
dick.
for years,
It was
haven't
a
we?
good dick.
It was a dick butt.
It's
It
been
was
what?
well done though. I don't know if
Yeah.
you actually
20
drew that, but it was well done.
I
2019?
I Google image
bet
search dick
maybe
butt so I can
before
trace
that.
it. So
I was
No,
like,
no,
oh,
for
really
2019. That
good.
sounds right.
yeah, but I
I
did a
assume
quick
from
I did a
memory.
quick sketch of a dick butt. Yeah,
Got him.
got him.
He said, "Take those
Bringing that meme
balls."
back, it'll never die. It's like a Rick roll. You
I
gotta
sure hope
you gotta do it like
Dick butt's classy and
It's
tasteful.
it's situational. You can't overdo it, but you bring it out once in a while and it's solid.
Yeah, keep it subtle with dick butt.
Yeah.
Keep it so dick butt. All right.
Can
You know what?
drop
I'm gonna
a,
follow Akros example, and I'm gonna say goodnight.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that's
ready to go to
it.
bed. Oh, I'm gonna actually cook a pizza and then go to bed. So
I was going to say, will you guys check out our new episode over on the Gate is Green?
yeah,
Will you link it in the
link
Eve
it in
chamber?
the chat?
She did
Oh, I
once,
didn't
but
think about that.
You linked the last one. You should link the next one. Or link
Yeah.
both.
I did in the Discord.
Yeah.
Do it
Which
in the Twitch chat. There's
Ours.
no regulations on links.
Yeah, cross post it to
I was
this.
like, as
Discord
long
so
as
you
no one abuses it,
open it up to other
I
community.
won't block it. The moment someone posts, a dick butt link in the chat, it's all over.
Look, we
Um,
allow tasteful slurs,
Who's
but like
Toots?
try not to go too heavy with it.
What are you talking about?
No, that was just me being silly.
So you should do a raid thing.
He was talking about being allowed.
Oh yeah.
and stuff.
We should raid.
Yeah, be a
who we raiding?
pal.
Be a pal. Be a pal.
Be an ally, guy. This is a
Who are we
community.
gonna raid? We got up here Ghosty, of course. He's always on every Friday.
That's right.
Akaros brother, Akernas. I'm not sure.
Chaos.
I don't trust that guy.
Anarchos.
Open comms. Oh, no, that's us.
Oh yeah, raid the.
What about YOLO Gaming?
Does it allow that? Can you circular raid?
YOLO Game's not. Oh, YOLO Gaming.
Here's the thing about YOLO.
I don't know him.
You
about
only
Mommy
die
Hooligan?
once. You live for quite some time generally.
What about Mommy?
Critical, you're not going live anytime soon, are you?
Are
I
you
like
Radical? Yeah.
I like rating and hosting people that are like new and upcoming, possibly. So because like the people
YOLO.
that have all the viewers, they already got viewers. So I kind of
That's
like to raid people that are less
That don't have the view.
So what
We're
about
not giving
also-
them qual.
I was like,
Straight-
what about Mommy Hooligan or Zero Chronos or Zero Mask Gaming?
The only consideration I would
I
say
don't
is
see
make
Zero
sure
Mask,
and
man.
kind of maybe look for drops in the description because I think that's something that some people might be trying.
At
to
this
get.
point at night, I don't think.
You would hope not, but they probably muted us and still want their drops.
Yeah, because the new one till the first.
Probably.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying, if
I don't
you
care.
if and
You
when
pick
you raid,
whoever you want. We
but
follow
maybe be
you.
mindful. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, but
I'm not saying go with the
everyone-
big names. I like that you want to
The
spread.
people
it
that are
around.
active
I
in the
do.
chat are I don't think are ones that are like actively.
No, but they're going to
Um,
accept those
But
rewards
Strygak
all the
is,
same.
Heretical is, Santiago is. So there's a few.
You don't have to be active in chat to get your rewards,
No, you just send them over.
but
there
you do
automatically.
have to hang out for hours on end.
Yeah. Mommy who
So, like I said, all I was saying is, if you raid another person, I would hate for it to cut off somebody's
Yeah,
progress
YOLO has drops.
on
showing drops
on drop.
mm,
It's not important. Do what, Drayden.
Dude,
I
Confusion's
trust
right.
your best judgment. Do what you're gonna do.
if
trust you.
they're
No, stop. Don't even think about what I
Yeah.
said. Throw it right out the window.
I'm gonna toss it.
You can toss your salad.
He's about to make a pizza though, so he might toss
Might toss it.
I
As
would
long as
say
it doesn't
tag
touch
you.
my balls.
it. Whoa, good callback.
Yeah, are you still working on it? Trying to figure it out?
I
I'm
think I
going to
got
bed.
one.
Yeah, buddy.
Y'all be safe.
Black girl.
Here till he
I will
figures
see
out
you
the
in
raid first.
1 week or so.
1 week or so. All
Maybe
right.
maybe shorter, maybe longer. Hard to say.
No Vanguard playing this weekend.
All right, I'm sending Mommy
I
Hooligan.
think it's about to shut down, isn't it?
Oh, is it? It's not till Sunday. I don't know.
I think it's going until a few days from now, but
Yeah.
hard to say.
All right,
Oh,
I'm gonna-
this
I'm-
weekend it should be open. Yes. I'm sorry.
All right, I'm gonna send the raid. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks
Mommy Hooligan.
for somehow
Thanks, guys.
you guys have listened to us talking about my balls for like an hour and a half.
There's nobody left.
It was very, very.
like-
Santiago's not real.
Pure troopers, pure
Dragon loved
troopers, and we'll see you next week. All right, bye.
Ball science.
Ball sacks.
No, I was saying science, but I
Oh,
like that too.
sorry. Had no idea.
Just ball.